Nicely alive now. Nicely. Okay, we live, kinda. Hang on, let me just readjust this model a bit. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Got out of bed exactly like 12 minutes ago. There. And I even went to sleep early. Alright, let's see. Okay. Later on, I'm going to need to pull up a copy of The Stranger and make sure that I do not throw up the text on screen. The moment I throw up the text on screen, Penguin Random House is liable to copyright me. Simply because of an old 80-year-old disclaimer on there. Anyway, as for the number of ads that you guys have gotten, unfortunate, Lumi. Unfortunate. YouTube kind of pulls from a bucket of ads, pretty much. And if your region is one of those that is preferable to advertise to, it will shove a shit ton of ads in front of you. If you're in a region that doesn't allow for ads, it is the complete opposite. They cannot put ads in front of you. And finally, if you are part of an area that doesn't have a particularly solid demographic to throw ads towards you, yeah, that would be the last one. Unfortunately, since a majority of people are, well, majority of my viewers are in their, let's see, mid-20s to early 30s, male, that's just what the demographic says. Yeah, inevitably, you are going to get a lot of ads. If you're American, it's going to be gambling ads too. That's probably the most unfortunate part. Yeah, damn it, this rich ass country. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right, Lumi. Sounds about right. You have a feeling you're about to have a terrible time? That explains the ads every 5 minutes. Here's the thing. For the monetization manager, I already set things to the minimum. And what you're experiencing is already the minimum, which is kind of insane. Let's see. YouTube is pretty unusable without adblock or premium. Without adblock, at the very least, most of the time you're only getting pre-roll and post-roll. Mid-roll is only if YouTube deems that there's enough breaks in your video to be shoving them out. The US shows gambling ads on YouTube? Yeah, they do. It's mostly for sports betting. Like, ever since the regulations lifted on that kind of thing? Yeah. Ever since regulations lifted on betting and sports betting over in the US, they have pretty much gone completely ham with it. It's not as bad as the extent that Australia is. Australia is straight up a country of gamblers, and that's its own mess of its own. It's almost like 1 in 2 people actively gamble. No, that's an Aussie problem. And well, having worked in the gambling industry for a bit as a dealer, yeah, you see all walks of life. The moment someone turns 18, they pretty much rock up at the casino. You get local building materials and household product ads. Christ. What age demographic do you have to be in to get those? No, the funny thing is, the one next to me, so the GF, whenever she's around, she normally ends up getting like KFC ads for some reason. It's just purely KFC. Mind you, Australian KFC is actually half decent compared to the American counterpart, but it's still why KFC? I am glad that I have an espresso machine that I can make mocha with very easily. Goes a decent way. Anyway, let me find some music to play in the background so that you're not just purely listening to my voice. Let's see. Ah, fuck it, why not? This song's 2.5 minutes long. Hello. Yes, I am throwing the Abno choice in front of you, basically. Why not? Ah. Speaking of age demographic, you tried to open YouTube now without ad blocker. And got a pharmacy ad. Wow. Damn. So what ego gift were we getting? Good question, that's a good question. There's a couple that we want here. We want an old Doppo robe or the ragged bamboo hat. Either one would be exceedingly overpowered for this next Reflectrial. You got an ad as I said ad. Oh, Christ. Here's the thing. I don't know the exact placement for ads that YouTube does. Twitch is very transparent for it, on the other hand. Because for Twitch, to make sure that I don't have pre-rolls, I always do the 3 minutes every hour. And then I just tell people fuck off for 3 minutes on the hour, basically. YouTube, I don't know. YouTube kind of just spams them anytime it thinks there's a logical break algorithmically. I have very little to any control over that, basically. You're in MD again? Yes, you're in MD again. We don't see the game? Yes, because the patch hasn't released yet. So this is just me playing the this is me just playing the Abno Gift's Choice music on my own accord. Oh wait, I can do one worse. Hang on. Blah 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 blah. Let's see, where is it? Does it not come in the Ruiner soundtrack? Huh, surprisingly, it does not come in the Ruiner soundtrack. So I can't just traumatize people with this song. Okay, patch should deploy in like 30 seconds or so, give or take. Probably less than that even. No, if I played from a place of love, I'd get copyright struck in 2 seconds flat. Okay, patch just dropped. Give me a moment here. So, how many of you got stuck on this fight for way too long? On my most recent run of Ruiner, I managed to fail the reception the first time, so I had to go back. Oh, yeah, same, Bonnie, same. Start fight of Reflectrial now. And we're about to. Just let me get past anything that would copyright strike me right now. Oh, exactly as the music ended. Holy shit. Okay.
물리는 건 쉬운 일이 아니라서요. 무엇보다 일이 달고 맞는 곳은
Let me just go claim my stuff real quick. Oh, we're almost all the way to the end of that. Nice. Almost. Though I'm still lacking a good amount of achievements, I think. Yeah. Still lacking about 26 achievements. We'll get around to those eventually. Oh, that's just the shop. Okay. Reflectrial. Kinetic experience. On death, 1 ego resource, prisoner transport order. Oh, god. +5. +5. Oh, it's these guys. Okay. Let's say for the boss themselves, Reflectrial. We are not going to care about any of these because we are going to throw poise at them. Oh. Huh? Max potency for burn and tremor. Okay. Sure. 30% less from the other 3. When the seal expires, you stagger. At the end of this turn, it will stagger, enter a new phase. Okay. Unit cannot drop below 70%. Great. They're being very transparent about the HP gate this time. Western armors are not so much equipped, or Eastern armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Hey, this is a fucking mech suit, is what we're being told right now. Assume a different battle form of the homeland. Yep. Gains following benefits. At less than 5. Gain fragile. At more than 5, gain fragile. Okay, so we have to actually play the mechanic this time. On Clash Win, gain +2 poise count. Yep, that's normal. Head splitting memory. 1 bind. Okay. On entering the encounter. Oh, so we're still doing the memory transition. When returning, gain stacks for bear hunts, lose stacks for tiger hunts. Okay, so that's not great for us either way. And when this happens, memory transition expires as well. Okay, it only has 350 HP this time. 6,000 HP is what we're chewing through. I don't think there's any shield this time though, so should be okay. Okay, bear hunts. Wrath skills or skills that inflict unique burn. Burn or unique burn. When raising stagger threshold via tremor burst against the enemy's shield, deal wrath damage instead. Okay. When dealing wrath damage via the above effect against target or when burn... Ah, fucker does have shield. Okay. Upon resin, gain 1 least owned. Okay. Shaded Reflectrial, Pride attack skills. Yeah, this is Blade Lineage. Yep, this is Blade Lineage. Tribulation only applies for hard difficulty, so we can't see it yet. Alright. Okay, so very specifically, they want Wrath or skills that inflict burn or unique burn. So we can build a hybrid Wrath burn team. Or Wrath burn tremor. Alright, that should be pretty simple to get going. We don't need you. We need someone burn centric. Actually, no, we can just take you. You basically solve all tremor count problems in one go. You two are essential. Let's see, the preference is for Burn and Wrath. Burn and Wrath is the preference. Tremor, not as much. Let's see. I'll probably take the magic bullet, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eurodivvy isn't as necessary since we're taking these two. And we are stagger threshold raising. When raising stagger threshold via tremor bursts against enemy shield, deal wrath damage instead. Okay, so we need to take a Frost, unfortunately. Preferably we'd take a faster Frost that has wrath, but our choices for that are kind of slim. Let me just go pick between these two. The Ardor Blossoms are 3 to 7. Regret is a 3 to 6. Ardor Blossom's a little better for this. Go middle, hey show, call it a day. I know when you guys get to reading The Stranger. That'll be in like 2 hours roughly, if Reflectrial's to go anything to go by. These two are essential. Your next essential. Okay, I get to pick one more cut. We need Wrath Resonance, so most likely we take Hongers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but no resonance on... No resonance there is fine, honestly. You provide extra bursts. You provide extra bursts, which is nice. You, I could probably do it someone else. Let's see. Don't think the chicken is as good. You know what? Nah, there just isn't particularly amazing options. I guess She Heathcliff sits in the back then. Since we're going to Wrath Resonate a lot. Let's see. If only the new Ishmael got burn. Unfortunately, no burn on the new Ishmael. The captain is a possible solution, but not particularly fantastic for what we need right now. I guess we're probably just taking you, so yeah, that's fine. Getting some form of assist defense would be very nice. Middle Cliff? I guess, yeah, Middle Cliff. No, we can do Middle Cliff. Kira, I don't think is particularly useful because Kira needs to die, I think it is. No, it's just number 1 and Envy. We don't have enough Envy going out though. Yeah, we don't have enough Envy going out. That's fine. Dawn, what do you provide currently? Slower speed takes less damage. We need more damage though, is the thing. Your SP heal, I don't remember what you were, but I don't think we can proc you anyway. Yeah, we can't proc you anyway. Let's see. Slash damage, pierce damage. Dawn's kind of a bit of a rip. Can we get some speed from you? Yes, we can get some speed from you. Okay. Think it is. And we could field sync Dawn, it's just that we need different egos to make use of. We can't... Wait, we can't fuel Everlasting? Really? Wait, 2 lust, 4... 2, 4, 2, 3. What are we missing? Are we just missing Pride? Or was it Gloom on that one? We're missing Gloom entirely. Okay, we need Gloom somewhere. Fuck, okay. If we're missing Gloom, that means we need to swap one of these burn cunts out. I think that ends up being the play instead. So our tremor count is now going to be very unstable. At least until one of you manages to get Shin. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. You take Harmony. Any other egos to be concerned about? Tears Tarnished is fine. Capote. Some moment. Blah, blah, blah. Unbrilliant Glory we already have. Magic Bullet we've got. Fourth match flame, great trichiliocosm, everlasting, forte. Okay, and we're gonna want to swap you over to Artista. Yisung, let's see, Yisung, Crow's Eye, Wishing Khan, Fell Bullet, Sun Shower is perfectly fine. Regret, Capote, Crush Bound is perfect. Double check Giroshu. Giroshu should be fine. Maybe swap that for Contempt or... Nah, we're good, let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Shield takes 50% damage from burn, unique burn, yep. Okay. We want to be inflicting burn, and when we raise stagger threshold, we deal wrath damage. When dealing wrath damage via the above effect, deal 50% more against shield. Upon resin of any kind, gain at least own ego resource and 1 ego resource of the affinity used for the resin. Okay. Some of these are a little nastier than they need to be out the gate. Okay, reminder. So, we are currently in Bear Hunts. She benefits from higher swordplay. She has 5 swordplay right now. On hits, she gains stuff. So we want to clash this one out. Currently going against Fire Fist. Fire Fist can easily clash that out. We want to convert the Tremor as quickly as possible. You sung, you son of a bitch. Most of you are not fantastic opening this up, huh? Yeah, most of you are not fantastic in opening this up. Unaffected by Swordplay of the Homeland. On use, gain crit damage up. I'm okay just getting Wrath resources here. See, we have 2 more attacks to deal with here. Fuck, some of you rolled really low on speed. Some of you rolled really low on speed. Do I have a way of offsetting those? Hang on. Okay, Otis. What are you fighting? You cannot fight anything here, so you can hit that. Okay. Pulse, are you targeted by anything? No, you are not. Okay. So we're gonna eat shit from something regardless, basically. Well, not really. There's only 6 skills going out. Okay. Pulse can unoppose. Even with an A-res, that doesn't help, huh? Oh, welcome, 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 welcome. Burn. Yeah, the first one's Wrath Burn. We'll go neutral there, struggling there. Let's see. That shouldn't do too much damage to us, actually. Tremor count on target as shield HP. Yeah, that's not the most useful, Chief. Not out the gate, at least. Ah, whatever. Fucking send it. Go. It's the first turn. Thanks, buddy. That did, like, next to nothing. We unfortunately don't have any count to stabilize that, so we'll be relying on someone else later. The +5 offense level on prisoner transport is going to be a bit annoying to deal with, but it is what it is. Wow, so much bleed actually, so might want to be more careful with it. And the fight begins earnest. Okay. We don't have assist defenses, so that makes this a fair bit more annoying. Okay. So on hits, so we just need to take the hit, basically. Clash start gain, so boss needs to take the hit, that is fine. We can get someone else to clash out the other, out the back. Fuck, that's a lot of attacks coming in this fight. Okay. How are we neutral against some of these? That's the more shocking part. We needed to build up a bit more sanity though. Let's see. We don't have anything to bust out an ego yet, so we're taking some healing. Okay. Not as fantastic as I'd like. Let's go. Did they add a cap to the statuses again? Yes, they did, outside of Burn and Tremor. Burn and Tremor got the exception case this time and are allowed to go up to 50. Sweet Jesus, even on Clash Lose they fucking hurt. Rip hungers. Yep, you're eating shit. And your trust. Okay, we're down to 1. We needed to stack up after this. So this can go last and stack up. So attack end. On hits, gain. Clash start, lose. Okay, this one is the... We want this to hit. Well, we actually just want this to hit. Because once they come back... Once they come back, they will gain... Let's see, once they come back, they will... When returning, based on the current battle form of Swordplay the Homeland, gain or lose. When in battle form of Homeland Bear Hunt, gain a stack. When it is in Tiger Hunt, lose stacks. We want them to gain stacks in this particular case. Because it's right before the transition. We want them to gain. For them to gain, we need to get hits. So we don't clash this, we clash everything else. Within this cycle, we do need to save this, so we can't use that yet. Favored. Better than nothing. Going against hungers. Alright. Hopeless. Oh, you trust. Okay. Trust really does fuck you over, huh? Just defend it. So can force pop ego yet? Force can pop ego. We'll use that next turn to just nuke out the projector. We are not going to be able to build up very much tremor count. Oh, bloody hell, Gregor, please. Bro. Some of you are losing clashes you really shouldn't be at this point. That's the boat. Oh, okay. Not fantastic how the transition's going. And bang.
귀하들이 살뜰리는 전투를 좋아하는 건
Okay, we want to be
알겠는데.
here for as little time as possible.
그래도 살릴 수 있는 돌은 살리는 게 낫지 않나 싶군.
Are we really struggling against these guys? Wow. Okay. There are some levels of bullshit, I guess. We can build up magic bullet stacks that way. Bro. Bro. Oh my god. Don't activate the in battle dialogue boxes. Not particularly. Mook Workshop enjoyer here, yes. Welcome, 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 welcome. We are getting jobs right now. Earlier than we needed that. And I don't think we bought much in the way of healing, so fun.
당연한 결과일 테요.
See, we do need more gloom, but we do need the tremor count later. Okay. Just bust open the box. Well, it's an S1. Yeah, it's an S1, but still. We tailsed one of them, which is a bit unfortunate.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 되어야 할 것을 볼 수가 있었지요.
We don't want to spend too many turns here. Because we spend too many turns here. Ah, we spent the maximum number of turns here anyway.
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 갑을 받고
We only have
비자를
12 turns, so we can only do this like
하나
twice,
장만해드리면 됩니까?
basically.
앵두야, 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 직접 타도하지. 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
The bleed carryover just hurts, I'll be honest. Alright, we need to burn as quickly as possible now.
왜 갑자기 아무 말도 않는 건지 궁금하구나.
Okay, we need you to be higher. Because you have too much sanity.
형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다.
Gain swordplay the homeland.
심심하시면 시라도 줄게 운이라도 띄워.
On clash starts, on hits as an unopposed attack, or as an...
됐다.
On hits as an... Against a target that uses a defense skill. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's annoying. Lose 2, so we need... Okay, we need to clash this. Okay. Easy. Clash that. Hongers is still dealing with bullshit over here. Can't... Probably shouldn't trigger that yet. You still have your burn. That's fantastic, actually. As much as I'd like to offset that, I think we need to just go for the hit on it. Yeah, we probably just need to go for the hit. Alright, send it. Middle team would actually be good. There's a good chunk of the middle that does have Wrath skills. And a good chunk of them that also have burn. Our main issue here is not quite being self-sufficient on... not quite being self-sufficient on the tremor yet. We could just drop a capote on a certain turn, and that'll help out a lot. Or the everlasting, and that should let us just burst through that shield like nobody's business. We don't get too much value out of this.
동주 상구 같은 데를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지. 물론 나 말고 앵두가
모두도 도우셔야 합니다. 모지스 아씨가 눈 감아준다고 자꾸 그렇게 농땡이를 부리시면
We are a couple of pride resources shorts. Okay. We can fully stabilize Tremor this turn, basically. We want Swordplay to go up, so lose on Clash starts. We need this to, let's see, on hit as unopposed, gain. So we need that, we need to let that through. We clash the one in the back. Hongers has just not been useful at all. He's been kind of useless. Let's see, he can get some extra bursts off at least. Alright. Should be a decent sended anyway. Middle team first phase in like 10 turns. Nice.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간이 태워가는 그 답이 있을까요?
Okay. Not as much Dark Flame as we'd like, but it'll do. Your fun bait is pure evil. How's that?
신임용 매뉴얼 좀 봐도 될까요?
Oh, bloody hell.
이런 상황은
Rip fast.
같아요.
Okay, 9 turns in now. We need to just destroy that shield. At 9, she's losing all of that coin power, from what I recall. Yep, at 9, she's losing coin power, but gaining a shit ton of base power. Maddening stuff still, but is what it is. Let's see, we can blast the magic bullet here. Next turn, if she's still alive, we can blast the magic bullet again. And that'll be that, I hope. The one who can take a hit is you. Actually, yeah, next turn we can blast the second magic bullet. That is fine. Alright, let's go. The Valence, size hole in damage bonuses for first phase. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, kinda does feel like we got scammed with how the mechanic works. I am not going to lie. Bang. Ten SP to every. Yeah, I know, right? That would have really felt like the scam. Alright, eat shit. Slap back. Okay. She can't go below 70%, but we can do as much fucking damage as possible on this turn.
아니 됐다. 남의 판에 이래라 저래라 돈 주는 것도 좀 그렇구나.
Ah, we don't have Tangle Cleaver, unfortunately. How much tremor do you have? How much tremor do you max out at? You max out at 50 and count 30. Okay, we can double that. Bursts. Burst spam. A burst. Otis has no bullets left, unfortunately, so that's of no use. And we just keep the burn going. Okay. It's probably not the perfect one, but fuck around and find out. Let's go.
반듯한 일격이었어.
50 tremor now. Fire Fist doing Fire Fist things. And Faust.
당신에겐
Let that Tremor Scorch go.
시간을 태워가는 그 답이 있을까요?
And Faust exploded. Well. That is fine too, I guess. Now we know what to do next time. Just set your form aright. Okay. Cool transition. Very cool transition. You are in second phase now, aren't you?
친구들이 돌아올 일은 없을 겁니다.
행두야, 그 말은 많이 아프군.
예, 압니다. 하지만
Okay, you're in bear. We want you to lower.
아프셔야 합니다.
Clash blues. Yep, that's good. But we want someone more reliable to be doing that. So, let's see. Otis has no magic bullets, unfortunately. We don't have enough for magic bullets, so we do need to make use of that. Okay, this attack is going free against there. So let's see. We can't handle it with you. We can handle it with you. Who is this hitting? That's hitting Otis. Let's take the hit for the party. Alright. We don't have any tremor. Everything has been cleansed. So this is particularly annoying now. We're in phase 2 now. We'll stay here for the 2 turns that we've got. Why not? Do as much damage as we can.
가건.
See how, basically. I know optimal would probably just be swapping. Don't celebrate yet. This is still normal. I mean, we'll see what the modifiers are for. We'll see what the modifiers they decide to throw at us are for later on. Isang, what the fuck? Up, yep, get bowed. Ouch.
동주 상구 같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지.
Hang on.
물론 나 말고.
The side pad of my mouse stopped working.
모두도 도우셔야 합니다. 모제스 아씨가 눈
Let me
감아주면
readjust
자꾸
that.
롱둥이를 부르시면 저는 눈물을 머금고
Let me reset my
다른
mouse.
사실을 실패할 수 같아요.
You're guessing she will inflict more bleed than Papa Don. You're kinda right on that front. Kinda right. Okay, my mouse still isn't functioning. Why is that? Okay, no, it's just not functioning with Limbus. Thanks, Limbus. I'll restart Limbus later. Which means for now I have to do everything manually. Okay, we're in levels of bullshit now. Got it. We are in levels of bullshit now. This is the last turn, though. We can just send it. Yeah, everyone can send it and eat shit afterwards. That's fine. Let's see. We don't really have a good way of getting that much extra damage. If it was about turn count, we'd probably not, but eh. We want to fuck around and find out. Will the ego up to 5 be something like or mentor Blade Singer? Possibly. I don't imagine them needing it anytime soon, though, is the thing. But yeah, we can definitely speed this up for hard mode. Now that we know how it roughly goes. Okay. Do your worst. It's not gonna matter. We get to watch cool animations. Holy shit. Damn. That's a new one. Reflectrial doesn't allow you to use your mouse. Yeah, that would be very unfortunate, wouldn't it? I keep sipping at this coffee.
그렇죠.
61%, and then the back half is just blade lineage. Where is my blade lineage team? Hang on. There we go. This is roughly how I was using it anyway. Okay, any egos I was forgetting on this one? Don't think so. Let's see. Shadow Veiled, yep. Yearning Mikala, Chains of Others, Dons or whatever, Forcalgia, Fell Bullet. Yeah, we're good.
눈을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
New MDE 60 adversity turns your monitor off. You must either manually aim or win rate everything. Let's see. Gains advantage at higher, we want to lower, therefore we have to clash this out. Everyone starting at 45 SP is kind of cracked though. And the only more cracked thing about this is this. Why are we able to clash this so easily? What the fuck? Is it the +2 final power? Yeah, it's the +2 final power. That is disgusting. Wait, this might be over like ridiculously quick. Oh, yeah, we are doing a lot more damage than you'd probably think. Bear Splitter. But yeah, this is gonna be so easy. Go for Scissors Go, turn your monitor off in MD. ALML. Slash series, ALML. Give the boys some poise.
귀하들의 전투는 내
Alright,
마음대로
everything's piss easy now.
불러야겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
Let's see, we want it to go down, therefore we eat this, and we just take that. Who is it going to? It's going to Hongers, that is fine, honestly.
발광, 차단.
Counter argument, we have Ishmael. Ishmael trivializes this a lot, I'll be honest. Because she'll be able to use her assist defense later when we need it. Seriously, this is what the fuck. We can just melt her down so fast. Yeah, this is kind of disgusting. Like, even her big skill here, we do not care. We just slam in. It deals 1 damage. What the? Oh my god. Oh god. Even Don there, just being able to go ham. Okay.
이런 상황은 예상치 못해.
Go at Remnant Force to Ailamau. 5 swordplay. We need swordplay to go up on the next turn, so that's fine. Swordplay going up on the next turn. See, that's a skill 1. That's the counter. Skill 1 versus the counter. Skill 1's a little bit more consistent. You're still 3 drink stacks, so you're fine. On hit as unopposed or on hit against assist defense. Gain. Okay. That's fine, honestly. Yeah, that's fine, honestly. Just send it. You're just so ridiculously broken as it is, Ishmael. You don't have Dokube arms though, so no reuse there. 1 whole damage. Last is washed, yeah. Hope that hard version pushes your shit in because it's disappointing. Yeah. Considering previous Reflectrials, this currently is a bit on the disappointing end. Oh, she's changing stance now.
왜 갑자기 아무 말도 않는 건지
We needed that higher. Yeah, we needed that higher.
덧붙일
Well.
일이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 줄게.
Oh, my mouse is working again. Sweet.
아니
Okay, we needed that a lot higher. Okay, we're potentially eating some shit. Yeah, we're potentially eating some mad shit on this turn. Oh yeah, we are eating some mad ass shit because of how low that is. We need this higher. Flash start, lose free. We need this to just... We needed to let that one hit last time. How many attacks are going straight into you? Oh, everything. Great. Fantastic. Let's see, do we have anyone who can clash that out there? Sunshower can clash that out. Burning Mikala would do jack and shit, or Calgia would do something here. No, it wouldn't. Oh god. Okay. You're favored there. We got Arda Blossom. Arda Blossom will do it. Arda Blossom. Shadow Vested, Arda Blossom does it. Sunshower, like, overkill here. Sunshower is... Okay, Sunshower's for you. And for that second skill, we can throw Dawn at it, or we can throw Pongers at it. Okay. Ego turn, I guess. Go. Don's gonna eat shit. Okay, I severely overestimated this shit. Okay. Do syncing on second phase if you don't have BL. Yeah, be a lot easier. Phase 2 is play-centric. It's just that BL gains buffs. Yep. Shadow Vested round 2. Slam, let's go. Yeah, the amount of damage there does not add up at all. It should be doing so much more damage if it's showing those damage numbers. Yeah, it should be doing so much more. Ineffective or not. The only BL you had put on phase 2 was BL Mer, and you beat it in 4 turns. Damn. Wait, who else did you bring? Just Index? All the bleed activations, those hurt. Because, yeah, this would be my 4th turn in now, at this point. Okay, she used sinking when farming her and kept herself status low the entire fight. Fair. I might try that approach next time. Because realistically speaking, you can swap up to 3 of the BL out and still be functioning. 800 damage.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 짓고 운이라도 띄울까요?
800 damage is fine.
됐다. 조용히 있으면.
I reckon we can deal out 800 damage in this turn. And this fight will basically be over. Yeah. Yeah, we should be fine for it. I think bringing at least one sinking ID, one sinking poise ID, so one member of the index will probably be enough to solve it, honestly. Two, three, and no reuse? Nope, just the skill active. There we go. 5 coiner. I think, does Hongers just kill this here? Nah, Hongers doesn't kill this here, does he? 1, 2, and a reuse. Nice. And Bones claiming. Eat shit mentor, and then let's go. Index done, yeah. Index forced Yisung, full stop, somehow forgot the 7th unit. Holy heck, okay. You're the boss, you keep the sword count neutral, but pretty much farming this event by doing MD daily, seeking boxes too. Ayla now. 17 turns for the first time round. We can definitely get that lower. We don't need to stay on the first team as long. And we can definitely speed up. We can definitely speed up the first team as well. "24 turns or less." Wow, generous. Very generous. Exactly 500 to get you. Of course it is. Yeah, Fum would be so much nicer. Okay. What are we dealing with? 25% extra HP. SP does not drop below 0, so we can't fully cheese it. Let's see. Reassume. Let's see. When using Sword of the Homeland Soul, reassume stance and Sword of the Homeland Soul. Sword Honing. If it has 5 or fewer poise, gain 2. Phase 2 exclusive effect when Sword Play of the Homeland Soul resets to 5 due to the effects of Shift Battle Form. Gain or lose an additional 2 based on... Okay. So they want us to play the mechanic properly, is basically what this is. More HP, actually do the mechanic, is what they're saying. I think we can probably speed this up if we forget about Tremor and just do Dark Flame. I'll be honest. We can probably speed this up if we just say fuck you to Tremor and just do Dark Flame. So if we go all in on burn instead. If we're all in on burn though. Let's see, what do you offer as a defensive? You offer poise instead. Okay. In which case we'd be looking towards you. Or we can do middle. We could potentially do middle. Splice in the middle and try out the middle. So 3 members of the middle here. We're not going to get nearly as much value out of these guys as we think. Let's see, or just House of Spiders. Yeah, House of Spiders could potentially work. These 3 have Wrath skill, or you have a Lust skill. That's a rip. If we wanted to fuck around and find out, it's this set, basically. I don't think we get much in the way of Pride, though. Yeah, we don't really get anything in Pride, so we can't Magic Bullet that. Which is a bit unfortunate in comparison. Phase 1 went middle without caring for low turn count, went there, she still hit half health. Holy shit. There's a full BL team needed for Phase 2. You don't want to shard them. You can sub in some Index members instead. Because Shadow Vested Bladesinger works specifically with groups of 3 BL, groups of 6 BL. If you want to do things that way. Let's see. Because then if we're not bothering with anything but burn, then you become the next best option. You become the next best option. And we would be swapping you off as well. And then we would just be doing burn, questionably burn. Let's see. We really don't have any Pride resources at all. So, Magic Bullet we just won't be able to trigger. Hang on. Double check. What can we trigger? What can we use to speed things up? We can speed things up with Capote, Crushbound Pass. We do not get access to very many other egos, though, with this team. Without the prerequisite resources. So it's gonna hurt a bit, but yeah. We'll see what we can do. If this doesn't work as smoothly, we'll go back to using the Tremor. We'll go back to using the Tremor focused one. Ideally, we want to hit phase by turn 10-ish. Did you read the description of the new currency? They let Yi-sang gap again. Sure, I'll take a look. What is bro cooking? Take him out of the kitchen quick. We see. Is he on hard right now? Yes, we are on hard now. Hopeless. Really, Ricardo. Hopeless. With all these benefits, you still want to be hopeless. We fuck around and find out. And so the kitchen burns? Yes, and so the kitchen burns. Is it really that hard? You reset, right? Nope, did not reset. First time attempting hard now. If anything, so far this has been a bit on the disappointing end of things. So far. Up. There we go. There we go. The winning clash is a bit better than first time round. Don't be so hard on the guy. It's a free coin S1 and he has 0 SP. Yeah.
그래, 그게 정석이지. 생각이 많아지니
I know Tremor would speed this up a lot, but unfortunately we do not have access. Or do not have a good amount of access to Tremor at least. So we are probably doing this the old-fashioned way. Really, Ricardo, you got nothing you're willing to offer us right now.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
쳐다보기
What the fuck, Otis? How did you have, like, nothing there to work with?
그렇지 이거 공감 맞지? 바로 그거다 실세 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램
Why? But on phase 2, her sloth skill hit more hard than lust skill, even with slash resistance. Wow. But yeah, if this doesn't succeed by roughly turn 10, then we are probably resetting.
실로 군대도 겪군
Supposed to win clash on soft skills. Lamau. Yes, you are.
추풍 낙엽 분연히 싸우고 낙엽은 반드시 떨어지니 당연한 결과일 테요
Let's see, there's one turn left of bear, so it'll reset to 5, then reset in the other direction anyway, so is what it is. Someone's gonna get shot by a bow. Who's getting shot by a bow? If it's gonna be Otis anyway, we may as well just let them rule violation it. There's one more skill here. Yep. Okay. This should be fine, honestly. Hair couponsing it. Not as much damage as we'd like. Yeah, I feel like the tremor burn would probably do more. But is what it is. Already past normal now. Damn, you have to lock in on hard mode. No, not really. The only thing is her mechanic is more important to manage. And you can eat a bit of shit if you do not manage the mechanic properly. That's about it. Legit forgot this release today. Yeah, it's alright. Alright, buddy. And flash. Photography. Okay, we need to clash out 3 guys this time. Everyone else can send it against you. There's no specific build-up we need to do on this thing, so this is just getting rid of ads and then sending it. Honestly, we probably could have done this with more middle members even. Nice damage. See, we'll save the Tangle Cleaver for when we arrive back in the present. Or when we arrive back in the proper place. Do we do enough damage? Hang on. Let's see, we need to take out 172. Going into it is So going into it is 60, 57, 28, 40. Should be enough, should be enough.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
쳐다보기.
Did normal, now just have to do hard. Yep, welcome to the club. Okay, transition a turn early. That's good. We're back.
앵두야.
1 HP. You're a cunt, aren't you?
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 짓게 운이라도 띄울까요?
아니, 됐다. 조용히 있어.
Let's see, is anyone lacking for SP right now? Oh, I mean, you can win yours. You can win yours for yourself, so that's fine. Let's see, you're in bear now, so we need to clash that out. We need to clash that out pretty fast, if anything. Honestly, that's fine. The moment you try to attack, you will just die to the blade. The +7 is a bit, bit toasty, bit toasty.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군.
Blood doesn't even realize he's already dead, yeah. So what two teams are being railroaded into being obligatory? It's mostly FUM. Yes, this is hard. It does not feel very hard. The only thing is we don't have too many ways of speeding up on this team, unfortunately. So, if anything, this is probably considered, or this will probably be considered slow. Since we should have probably bought some more tremor-centric stuff. Yeah, we should have bought more tremor-centric stuff to speed things along. Yeah. Yeah, realistically speaking, we should have bought some more tremor-centric stuff to speed things along.
기록 좀 볼까?
So we want it to sell, so we want it to lower benefits. Yep. So we want it to increase. Yeah, we should have bought some more tremor-centric stuff to speed things along. That one paralyze is probably fucking up some calculations, so let me double check some stuff. Nah, we should be alright. You just run middle and thumb on hard next, use blade lineage. Probably, honestly. And if what I'm doing is anything to go by, then yeah. Yeah, this release before Fum Duo. Fury crafters are gonna go insane, yeah. Let's see, we'll get Unpack on the next turn. Yeah, this isn't as much damage as we'd get if we were to do Magic Bullet strats instead. However, it is still quite a lot of raw damage.
귀하들이 살뜰리는 전투를 좋아하는 건 알겠는데.
Okay, why are the rest of you guys struggling this time? We're at 9 stacks, so the base is like +9. +8, but the coin power is -3, so why are some of you struggling with this? You should not be struggling. Yeah, you should not be struggling at all. That's 2 SP. Bro. But what are these lies? Oh, we can tremor burst. Not that there's any real tremor to burst. Sinclair can mess his own shit up again. Oh, it's the bow. The bow, that's why. You're fine eating the bow shot. Yeah, just send it. Stamp of Vengeance. This should be followed up by an Unpack. Yep. Not bad. Between Bill, Otis, and Sinclair, who's worse? Otis, easily. That's not even a real question, I'll be honest. Yeah, it really is just high base. High base, but very predictable since it'll have 0 coin power. Okay. And by nerfing the attack power like that, it does nothing to us. Yep, with severely nerfed attack power, 0 concerns. Wow, we got nothing out of that. Sinclair just landed all tails on his harmony. Okay, we'll probably get photoed one more time. Yeah, we'll get photoed one more time. Unfortunate. We only have to clash 2 of them this time. 1, 2, 75, 26, so 100, 120, 120, 150, so that's not too much damage. Do any of you have any damage that we can abuse right now? No, none of you really have damage we can abuse right now. Sinclair, we want to save your S3. So this is nowhere near as much damage as we'd like going into this, but it'll do. 20 SP is 70%, kind of makes sense. Yeah, it's because you start base 50. You start with a base 50% chance. Some of the panic types out there do fuck around with it. Because we got a new Merceau skin, this Reflectrial. I think we're getting a San Yi-sang, this world purpose. Urgus. San? Really? San? Be a bit funky for San, I'd reckon. Any of you have skill 2s that we can use instead? Yeah, you guys have skill 2s we can use. Ah, it's turn 10. Ah. Mildly annoying. Middle team takes quite a bit longer if it's just pure middle. May need to just bust out some harder hitting stuff. 73, 40, so that's 110. Let's say plus 32, 73 plus 40, 113, 145. Are we just short? I think we're just short. We're just short unless we make use of like burn or something. We're just short unless we make use of burn or abuse an ego somewhere. Slap it with the binds. 70, 34, it's worse. Okay. 65. Really? You're considered to do more damage than that? Are we having a fucking giggle? I guess we're having a fucking giggle. Okay. Sure. Well, worst come to worst, we only have 16s with the blade lineage to finish her off. I hope it doesn't come to that. So I reckon we should be alright. Yeah, guys, you're Otis. Otis the old king, bro. Okay, all three of you cunts are going at it. Of course you are. Her shield is about to break though, so we should be good for this turn, then next turn for damage. She might just phase partway through, which would be funny. She has 100 shield left. I don't think that 100 shield's lasting. Yep. You don't have a heal ego. I mean, don't need it, man. If we're already at 12 turns here, mate, we really don't need it. Yeah, we should have saved the S-freeze. Because she would then be stagger, she would self-stagger the next turn. And then we could have abused them a bit more. Oh, come on. Okay, we have less damage going in than I'd like, but is what it is. Yep, less damage than we'd like. We do not care about what you guys do. You are inconsequential here. We just need to push her to the next phase as fast as possible. We'll get a time to unpack out of this as well. We just have to pray the time to unpack goes to the right target. Are you... You are. Wait, who are you shooting with this? Why are you shooting Otis with this? 2 times fatal. Injured. You have no poise. Rip. As funny as that would have been. We're just trying to pump out as much damage as possible right now. You'd be 62. You would be 128. I don't think you'd be any higher. 85, yeah. You're staggered, so... Oh, okay, that's going to be nice. 75. We don't have the resources to make that any higher. Just fucking send it. Does not matter. We're not here for the bursts, we're just here for the extra coins. Could have been better. Could have been. Yep, could have been. Rip. Wrong target, Otis. You had one fucking job.
괴물이요? 무서워. 잘못 본 거겠다. 바로 그거다 딸래. 못 봤지?
Ooh, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's alright. Was enough to phase her at least. Okay, good.
스스로가 그러지 못하고 있으니 영 믿음 안 가는 혼수겠지만 한 수 잘못 뒀다고
Okay, we need to do 5,000 damage
마음껏
in
잘
6
보이는
turns.
법이다.
Durante is for the weak, we don't use it here. The funny thing is, we cannot Durante for... Okay, we were 4% short of actually phasing her properly. Let's see, we can potentially swap 3 of these for index members, and it would still be reasonably solid, and we may get a bit more damage out of it, potentially. Maybe. We can try the index route, and if the index route doesn't work... If the index route doesn't work, we swap back, basically. Because we can retry from this stage, basically. So we can go in with this. The only problem is we need to swap you for Otis. That's a bit rough. Okay. Because we need 3 BL members. We have 1... Actually, no. We still have 3 BL members. We're okay. We're okay.
선장이 필요한가?
그래,
내가 필요해? 주인놈 뜻에 따라.
그래.
내가 필요해?
Okay, we try it out. We try it out. We see what happens.
그냥 눈에 보이는 거 다 박살내면 되는 거지.
If it backfires on us, that's fine. It's just that if we can reduce her sanity, it makes certain parts of the fight a lot easier.
저런 실수도 나오는구나.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Index, for being so color-coded for us. Oh my fucking god. Ishmael needs a free res, though. We can get a free res. All you Index members just want the one thing. And it is disgusting. Okay, we want to reduce. So that's fine. 1, 2, 3. Passives activates. We can have double tap, new breathing hole, cleaning command. We can have everything. 1 envy. 31 envy. Blade lineage and the Espresso Depresso index, yes. Yes, we are aiming to keep her sanity as low as we can get it. While it won't be as easy as phase 1, it'll still be nice. Bam. Reminder, we only have 6 turns for this. So we're gonna need to make this quick. Thankfully, Yi-sung should be able to get off every single one of his prescripts, no problem.
같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지.
That's an increase. We want it to decrease. Okay.
앵두가
Clash start, lose free. Okay. And clash gain, or clash start, gain free. So we need this to hit. This can hit unopposed. The rest will need to go in. We need that Bones claiming to come sooner rather than later. Having only skill 1s here is a bit maddening, admittedly.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Thank you, Mr. Index. How do you have 6 turns? Because we went a bit too experimental in phase 1 and took the middle. Is she difficult to damage like Rufo? No, she's a lot easier to damage. Rufo, you need to maintain status effects or she has protection. In this particular case, the Blade Lineage just gets a lot more physical damage against her.
느낄 수 있게 디아들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디
Draw the sword.
기록 좀 볼까?
False S3, Don S1, Yisung S3, Bones Claim. Can Bones Claim. Undo, and then, yeah, just slash into the counter. So we have 1 slash skill, we have 2 slash skill. Yeah, it'll do. It's not as fantastic as it could be, but it's not too bad either. Don Ego. Could. Depends on which ego. Actually, yeah. Ego would have been good. Got unlock free. You're right. I don't use index enough, I'll be honest. But yeah, we need to speed up our bursts pretty soon. Yeah, we have 3 turns from here at this point. So we need to be a lot more careful with this. Okay, we need to increase that fast. We need to increase that fast or we are just eating shit. Okay, we have Bones Claiming coming up at least. Bones Claiming should do a good chunk of damage. We don't have a stagger available, so this is going to be a tight race in the end. We may have Furioso next turn though. After skill end, yep, nice. And reuse, nice. This may be pretty tight towards the end. Especially if you get staggered here. You aren't though. You're fine, you're fine. Isung, hello manager. Hello. Rip the 1 tails there. That would have been nice. Bleed activations. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Oh, jeez. Okay, we did 2k on this turn. Oh, yeah. Isung's gonna... Oh, Hungers is gonna eat a bit of shit. Not great. Nice. The lack of crits there was a bit sad, but oh well. Oh, we're about to do a lot of damage this turn. Okay.
덧붙일 말이
Alright.
없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 짓게 운이라도 띄울까요?
Let's see, can we even...
아니,
We can't get the,
조용히 있으면.
we can't get Swordplay the homeland. Unless we ignore the prescripts. We can ignore the prescripts, honestly. Let's see, we need this to go up still. Does Faust have anything we can use for damage? Yes, Faust can go. Yeah, Faust can go. Furioso. Honestly, if this isn't enough damage to kill on this turn, it should really kill on next turn, or else I'm going to be very sad. You know what? Instead of a skill 1, let's just claim some bones.
발광, 차단. 육참. 골단.
Hey, Lamau. The tiniest bones claim. Okay, we are fucked in terms of damage then, since that did jack and shit. This may be a restart, unless Furioso pulls through. We have one more turn after this though to deal damage.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 참, 지금
For the 18 turn clear at least. He's poised, Pride Week, phase 2, yeah. Or damage mod, yeah. Well, here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pretty sweet.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지려낼 대로 두렵지 않습니다.
앵두야, 왜
Okay.
갑자기 아무 말도 않는 건지 궁금하구나.
Okay.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼
Last turn.
형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다.
Last turn. 4 fragile, 6 paralyzed. We can do this, right?
아니, 됐다. 조용히 있으면.
We have enough damage here, right? Yes, I can see the bones claiming. We're gonna do it again. If this isn't enough, this will be very depressing if this is not enough. Completed normal way skin of the teeth. Thank you. Full stop Heathcliff. Yeah. Yeah, boy. There's no way this isn't enough at this point, is the thing. Can prob bum rush and do both bones? Yeah. We cleared exactly 18, so not as clean as the previous Reflectrials we've done, but not that bad either, I'll be honest. I think I was sweating a little bit more for Ricardo's one. Yeah. Okay, Bones claiming does less than 160 damage. Never mind, we still have Dawn. It's over. Dawn's tearing her apart.
기아들이라면 능히 이길 것이다.
18 turns.
모두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
On the dot. Because we fucked around with the middle.
보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun burn. Yeah. Second is full stop. Not necessarily full stop, I reckon. Blade Lineage honestly performs perfectly fine. Well, we got everything. Oh, yeah, he does yap. Oh god. Okay. Unrolled film. Upon the film, the light is embedded and etched. A subsequent flash of light will soon penetrate the information contained within the preceding light, etched like a silhouette, much like what remains when a human body is exposed to a devastating explosion of light and heat. The captured light, akin to a taxidermied still, contains the memories of someone, something. When new light passes through the film and the lens both, the plane ray is transfigured into an image of light. Through it, the image retained in the initial flash still remains. The image the living light forms is not one of itself, but of an image of a corpse, traces of dead light. How ironic that the light that lives can form an image only when passed through the light that has died. That is why the art of projection is a bitter one. The art that forces living through the dead, killing it, only to protect a mere simulacrum of life. Where are you even getting these films from? Is there like a dedicated documentarian or a recording machine that tapes LCB battles? That can't be it. Is this also? What the fuck? Yeah, that's a lot of yap. Doesn't explicitly say it was Yi Sung, but you can tell, yeah. You can tell. We have Blade Lineage Redux. Thank you for the resources, Kim Ji-hoon. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. You want your burn tremor for phase 1, and you want your Blade Lineage or Poise spam for 2. Why are you using Heisho? What do you mean, why am I using Heisho? What fucking Heisho? I have not touched the Heisho on this run. Okay. The guy in chat, is he? Okay. Bear with me a moment. The Reflectrial is now over. The Reflectrial is now over, which means I can go ahead and pull out a book instead. Skin showcase. I will do a skin showcase while I'm eating, I guess. So hang on. It's Pierce today, that doesn't matter. Pierce today does not matter. We will just send it anyway. Very funky.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
동주 상구
혼수는
같은 배를 탔으니
So edgy.
도와야겠지. 물론 나 말고 앵두가.
So we only need 3 of you using whatever.
모지스 씨가 눈 감아준다고 자꾸 그렇게 농땡이를 부르시면 저는
Next turn there should be enough anyway. Okay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab myself a croissant.
망설임이 없도록.
Let's see, does the Reflectrial change her gimmick? It makes it so that you actually have to play her gimmick. If not, you spam egos on the turn that you fuck up, basically.
순순히 돌아가기 싫다면
반듯한 일개였어. 실로 군더더기였군. 추풍 낙엽. 분연히 싸워도 낙엽은 반드시 떨어지니. 당연한 결과일 테요.
Okay. Do not mind me raw dogging a croissant in the background with a slice of mozzarella. Do not mind.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I have not had breakfast yet. This is my breakfast. And then after that... After that, we can read The Stranger.
숨을 거두리라.
재혼했어요.
The Stranger is a pig book. We're about to find out.
되어야 할 것을 찾고 있었지요.
과거는 과거의 본국 제일 먼저 자녀였던 내게 자랑할 만한 놈이 뭐 있다고.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가?
No unique skins, just the same.
갑작스레 달라진 행동에 주의하라고.
Just exactly the same, unfortunately.
떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 그냥 떨굴 수밖에. 확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
흉터의 결과요.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Don't worry, don't worry. Farm watch, clearly. Oh, don't worry. Callista, I'm more than aware of that. That it's his favorite one.
오호라. 나가 시원시원하니.
비껴 베어버렸고.
보는 재미가 탁월하구나.
목을 내놓으시죠.
그 귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿.
Farm watch Otis, but not Farm watch Isung.
걔가 할
SMH.
필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
승부수가 먹히겠군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지.
Oh, right. So the video I put out yesterday, by the way, the ranking of the bosses. There's no real good way to rank 105 bosses, so partway through, I just turned it into a shitpost, outside of like maybe the top 20. A lot of people got really mad that I put Ren and Sora particularly high, simply because you can't lose that fight. If they listened into the video, the shitposting of it is, oh yeah, the difficulty is not getting emotional over what the fuck is happening. Not in actually clearing the fight, but anyway. Some people took that video way too seriously. Yeah, I got like... There was one guy who typed out an entire bloody essay. which pretty much went along the lines of, are you fucking serious? Are you actually making this video? What purpose does this serve? I don't mean to offend, but blah, 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 blah. I'm like, a lot of yap for what was very much not a serious video. No, fair enough, Callisto, fair enough. I would recommend the same, honestly. He was cooking and for a second he was like, wait, what the fuck is this guy talking? Yes, exactly.
조금 멀리서 말해주시겠어요?
By occasionally spouting bullshit, people do listen in a bit more.
금지 사항이라고 들어서요.
And the funny thing is, people then don't read the description to see that, yes, at least half the video is a shitpost, because I started just spacing out with how many fucking bosses existed. You were struggling on normal already. Ah, I see, I see. Fair enough. Might be the easiest Reflectrial. Easiest one if you have the composition ready to go, I'd say. Aren't Ren and Sora Mirror Dungeon exclusive? Ren and Sora... Don't know if you can actually fight them as a boss in the Mirror Dungeon. I haven't run up across them as just a raw boss, so I only remember the Mugo one. Yeah. Rufo is still probably the easiest, honestly. Rufo is still probably the easiest. Anyhow, hang on a moment. Because yeah, that was nowhere near that bad. That was nowhere near that bad. Okay. Did we fight the same boss? Yes, I guess we did. So, for copyright reasons, I cannot show what I am reading. But let me grab some music. Something that's a little more... a little more subdued. Nope. Not what I'm after. Let's see. This works. It's just that Muga's the important part of the fight, so you just cataloged it as Muga fight, forgot about those two entirely. Yeah. Legit using the Intervallo theme. Yeah. Alright. I can't show what's on screen for fear of copyright. Therefore, I'll just type out a disclaimer real quick. There we go. There's your disclaimer down the bottom. I'll change the YouTube stream description as well, so hang on. You head out, don't want to accidentally spoil anything? Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, title should have been updated now. There we go. Okay, apologies that I can't show any of this on screen due to potential copyright issues. Therefore, you are just getting an audiobook today. I think I'll go ahead and record the audio as well while I'm at it. That way I can clean it up later and maybe just release it standalone to this stream. But we'll see. There'll probably be a lot of lines I'm going to have to retake. Alrighty. Part 1 of Albert Camus's The Stranger. Mother died today. Or maybe yesterday. I can't be sure. Telegram from home says, "Your mother passed away. Funeral tomorrow. Deep sympathy." Which leaves the matter doubtful. It could have been yesterday. The home for aged persons is at Marengo, some 50 miles from Algiers. With the 2 o'clock bus, I should get there well before nightfall. Then I can spend the night there, keeping the usual vigil beside the body, and be back here by tomorrow evening. I fixed up with my employer for 2 days leave. Obviously, under the circumstances, he couldn't refuse. Still, I had an idea. He looked annoyed, and I said without thinking, "Sorry, sir, but it's not my fault, you know?" Afterwards, it struck me that I needn't have said that. I had no reason to excuse myself. It was up to him to express his sympathies and so forth. Probably he will do so the day after tomorrow, when he sees me in black. For the present, it's almost as if Mother weren't really dead. The funeral will bring it home to me, put an official seal on it, so to speak. I took the 2 o'clock bus. It was a blazing hot afternoon. I'd lunched, as usual, at Celeste's restaurant. Everyone was most kind, and Celeste said to me, "There's no one like a mother." When I left, they came with me to the door. It was something of a rush, getting away, as at the last moment I had to call in at Emmanuel's place to borrow his black tie and mourning band. He lost his uncle a few months ago. I had to run to catch the bus. I suppose it was my hurrying like that, what with the glare off the road from the sky, the reek of gasoline, and the jolts that made me feel so drowsy. Anyhow, I slept most of the way. When I woke, I was leaning against a When I woke, I was leaning against a soldier. He grinned and asked me if I'd come from a long way off, and I just nodded, to cut things short. I wasn't in the mood for talking. The home is a little over a mile from the village. I went there on foot. I asked to be allowed to see Mother at once, but the doorkeeper told me that I must see the warden first. He wasn't free, and I had to wait a bit. The doorkeeper chatted with me while I waited. Then he led me to the office. The warden was a very small man with grey hair and a Legion of Honor rosette in his buttonhole. He gave me a long look with his watery blue eyes. Then we shook hands, and he held mine so long that I began to feel embarrassed. After that, he consulted a register on his table and said, Madame Mussault entered the home 3 years ago. She had no private means and depended entirely on you." I had a feeling he was blaming me for something and started to explain, but he cut me short. "There's no need to excuse yourself, my boy. I've looked up the record and you obviously weren't in a position to see that she was properly cared for. She needed someone to be with her all the time, and young men in jobs like yours don't get too much pay. In any case, she was much happier in the home." I said, "Yes, sir. I'm sure of that." Then he added, "She had good friends here, you know. Old folk like herself, and one gets on better with people of one's own generation. You're much too young. You couldn't have been much of a companion to her." That was so. When we lived together, Mother was always watching me, but we hardly ever talked. During her first few weeks at the home, she used to cry a good deal, but that was only because she hadn't settled down. After a month or two, she'd have cried if she'd been told to leave the home. Because of this, too, would have been a wrench. That was why, during the last year, I seldom went to see her. Also, it would have meant losing my Sunday. Not to mention the trouble of going to the bus, getting my tickets, and spending 2 hours on the journey each way. The warden went on talking, but I didn't pay much attention. Finally, he said, "Now I suppose you'd like to see your mother." I rose without replying, and he led the way to the door. As we were going down the stairs, he explained, "I've had the body moved to our little mortuary, so as to not upset the other old people, you understand. Every time there's a death here, they're in a nervous state for 2 or 3 days. Which means, of course, extra work and worry for our staff." We crossed the courtyard where there were a number of old men, talking amongst themselves in little groups. They fell silent as we came up with them. Then behind our backs, the chattering began again. Their voices reminded me of parakeets in a cage, only the sound wasn't quite so shrill. The warden stopped outside the entrance of a building. Small, low building. "So here I leave you, Monsieur Merceau. If you want me for anything, you'll find me in my office. We propose to have the funeral tomorrow morning. That will enable you to spend the night beside your mother's coffin. As no doubt you would wish to do so. Just one more thing. I gathered from your mother's friends that she wished to be buried with the right to the church. I've made arrangements for this, but I thought I should let you know." I thanked him. So far as I knew, my mother, though not a professed atheist, had never given a thought to religion in her life. I entered the mortuary. It was a bright, spotless, clean room with whitewashed walls and a big skylight. The furniture consisted of some chairs and trestles. 2 of the latter stood open in the center of the room, and the coffin rested on them. The lid was in place, but the screws had been given only a few turns, and their nickeled heads stuck out above the wood, which was stained dark walnuts. An Arab woman, a nurse, I suppose, was sitting beside the bier. She was wearing a blue smock and had a rather gaudy scarf wound round her hair. Just then, the keeper came up behind me. He'd evidently been running, as he was a little out of breath. We put the lid on, but I was told to unscrew it when you came, so that you could see her. While he was going up to the coffin, I told him not to trouble. "Eh, what's that?" he exclaimed. "You don't want me to?" "No," I said. He put back the screwdriver in his pockets and stared at me. I realized then that I shouldn't have said no, and it made me rather embarrassed. After eyeing me for some moments, he asked, "Why not?" But he didn't sound reproachful, he simply wanted to know. "Well, really, I couldn't say," I answered. He began twiddling his white mustache, then, without looking at me, said gently, "I understand." He was a pleasant-looking man, with blue eyes and ruddy cheeks. He drew up a chair for me near the coffin, and seated himself just behind. The nurse got up and moved towards the door. As she was going by, the keeper whispered in my ear, "It's a tumor she has. Poor thing." I looked at her more carefully, and I noticed that she had a bandage around her head, just below her eyes. It lay quite flat across the bridge of her nose, and one saw hardly anything of her face except that strip of whiteness. As soon as she had gone, the keeper rose. "Now I'll leave you to yourself." I don't know whether I made some gesture, but instead of going, he halted behind my chair. The sensation of someone posted at my back made me uncomfortable. The sun was getting low, and the whole room was flooded with a pleasant, mellow light. 2 hornets were buzzing overhead against the skylights. I was so sleepy I could hardly keep my eyes open. Without looking round, I asked the keeper how long he'd been at the home. 5 years. The answer came so pat that one would have thought he'd been expecting my question. That started him off, and he became quite chatty. If anyone had told him 10 years ago that he'd end his days as doorkeeper at a home at Marengo, he'd never have believed it. He was 64, he said, and hailed from Paris. When he said that, I broke in. "Ah, you don't come from here?" I remembered then that before taking me to the warden, he'd told me something about Mother. He had said she'd have to be buried mighty quickly because of the heat in these parts, especially down in the plain. At Paris, they keep the body for 3 days, sometimes 4. After that, he had mentioned he'd spent the best part of his life in Paris and could never manage to forget it. Here, he had said, things have to go with a rush. Like you've hardly time to get used to the idea that someone's dead before you're hauled off to the funeral. That's enough, his wife had put in. You didn't ought to say such things before the poor young gentleman. The old fellow had blushed and began to apologize. I told him it was quite all right. As a matter of fact, I found it rather interesting what he'd been telling me. I hadn't thought of that before. Now he went on to say that he'd entered the home as an ordinary inmate, but he was still quite hale and hearty, and when the keeper's job fell vacant, he offered to take it on. I pointed out that even so, he was really an inmate like the others, but he wouldn't hear of it. He was unofficial, like. I'd been struck before by his habit of saying they, or less often them, old folks, when referring to inmates no older than himself. Still, I could see his point of view. As doorkeeper, he had a certain standing, and some authority over the rest of them. Just then the nurse returned. Night had fallen, very quickly. All of a sudden, it seemed, the sky went black above the skylights. The keeper switched on the lamps, and I was almost blinded by the blaze of light. He suggested I should go to the refectory for dinner, but I wasn't hungry. Then he proposed bringing me a mug of café au lait. As I am very partial to café au lait, I said thanks, and a few minutes later he came back with a tray. I drank the coffee, and then I wanted a cigarette, but I wasn't sure if I should smoke under the circumstances in Mother's presence. I thought it over, really. It didn't seem to matter, so I offered the keeper a cigarette, then we both smoked. After a while, he started talking again. You know, your mother's friends will be coming soon to keep vigil with you beside the body. We always have a vigil here when anyone dies. I'd better go and get some chairs and a pot of black coffee. The glare off the white walls was making my eyes smart, and I asked him if he couldn't turn off one of the lamps. Nothing doing, he said. They'd arranged the lights like that. Either one had them all on or none at all. After that, I didn't pay much more attention to him. He went out, bought some chairs, and set them down around the coffin. On one, he placed a coffee pot and 10 or a dozen cups. Then he sat down, facing me, on the far side of Mother. The nurse was at the other end of the room, with her back to me. I couldn't see what she was doing, but by the way her arms moved, I guessed she was knitting. I was feeling very comfortable. The coffee had warmed me up, and through the open door came scents of flowers and breaths of cool night air. I think I dozed off after a while. I was wakened by an odd rustling in my ears. After having my eyes closed, I had a feeling that the light had grown even stronger than before. There wasn't a trace of shadow anywhere, and every object, every curve or angle seemed to score its outline on one's eyes. YouTube is not what now? Hang on. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will receive buffering. Bullshit. Hang on. Alright, we're back. We're back alive. Okay. Hang on. The old people, Mother's friends, were coming in. I counted 10 in all, gliding almost soundlessly through the bleak, white glare. None of the chairs creaked when they sat down. Never in my life had I seen anyone so clearly as I saw these people. Not a detail of their clothes or features escaped me, and yet I couldn't hear them, and it was hard to believe they really existed. Nearly all the women wore aprons, and the strings drawn tight around their waists made their big stomachs bulge still more. I've never yet noticed what big paunches old women usually have. Most of the men, however, were thin as rakes, and they all carried sticks. What struck me most about their faces was that one couldn't see their eyes, only a dull glow in the sorts of nest of wrinkles. On sitting down, they looked at me and wagged their heads awkwardly, their lips sucked in between their toothless gums. I couldn't decide if they were greeting and trying to say something, or if it was due to some infirmity of age. I inclined to think they were greeting me, after their fashion, but it had a queer effect, seeing all those old fellows grouped around the keeper, solemnly eyeing me and dandling their heads from side to side. For a moment, I had an absurd expression that they had come to sit in judgment on me. A few minutes later, one of the women started weeping. She was in the second row, and I couldn't see her face because of another woman in front. At regular intervals, she emitted a choking sob, a little choking sob. One had a feeling she would never stop. The others didn't seem to notice. They sat in silence, slumped in their chairs, staring at the coffin or at their walking sticks or any object in front of them, and never took their eyes off it. And still the woman sobbed. I was rather surprised, as I didn't know who she was. I wanted her to stop crying, but dared not speak to her. After a while, the keeper bent toward her and whispered in her ear, but she merely shook her head, mumbled something I couldn't catch, and went on sobbing as steadily as before. The keeper got up and moved his chair beside mine. At first he kept silence, then without looking at me, he explained. She was devoted to your mother. She says your mother was her only friend in the world, and now she's all alone. I had nothing to say, and the silence lasted quite a while. Presently, the woman's sighs and sobs became less frequent, and after blowing her nose and snuffling for some minutes, she too fell silent. I'd ceased feeling sleepy, but I was very tired and my legs were aching badly. And now I realized that the silence of these people was telling on my nerves. The only sound was a rather queer one. It came only now and then, and at first I was puzzled by it. However, after listening attentively, I guessed what it was. The old men were sucking at the insides of their cheeks, and this caused the odd wheezing noises that had mystified me. They were so much absorbed in their thoughts, they didn't know what they were up to. I even had an impression that the dead body in their midst meant nothing at all to them. And now I suspect that I was mistaken about this. We all drank the coffee, which the keeper handed around. After that, I can't remember much. Somehow the nights went by. I can recall only one moment. I'd opened my eyes and saw the old men sleeping hunched up in their chairs, with one exception, resting his chin on his hand, clasped round his stick. He was staring hard at me, as if he had been waiting for me to wake. Then I fell asleep again. I woke up after a bit because the ache in my legs had developed into a sort of cramp. There was a glimmer of dawn above the skylights. A minute or two later, one of the old men woke up and coughed repeatedly. He spat into a big check handkerchief, and each time he spat, it sounded as if he were retching. This woke the others, and the keeper told them it was time to make a move. They all got up at once. Their faces were ashen grey after the long, uneasy vigil. To my surprise, each of them shook hands with me, as though this night together, in which we hadn't exchanged a word, had created some kind of intimacy between us. I was quite done in. The keeper took me to his room, and I tidied myself a bit. He gave me some more white coffee, and it seemed to do me good. And when I went out, the sun was up, and the sky mottled red above the hills between Marengo and the sea. The morning breeze was blowing, and it had a pleasant salty tang. There was the promise of a very fine day. I hadn't been in the country for ages. I caught myself thinking what an agreeable walk I could have had if it hadn't been for Mother. As it was, I waited in the courtyard under a plane tree. I sniffed the smells of the cool earth and found I wasn't sleepy anymore. Then I thought of the other fellows in the office. At this hour, they'd be getting up, preparing to go to work. For me, this was always the worst hour of the day. I went on thinking like this for 10 minutes or so. Then the sound of the bell inside the building attracted my attention. I could see movements behind the windows. Then all was calm again. The sun had risen a little higher and was beginning to warm my feet. The keeper came across the yard and said the warden wished to see me. I went to his office, and he got me to sign some documents. I noticed that he was in black, with pinstriped trousers. He picked up the telephone receiver and looked at me. The Undertaker's men have arrived some moments ago, and will be going to the mortuary to screw down the coffin. Shall I tell them to wait for you to have a last glimpse of your mother? No, I said. He spoke into the receiver, lowering his voice. That's all right, Gyeong-eop. Tell the men to go there now. He then informed me that he was going to attend the funeral, and I thanked him. Sitting down behind his desk, he crossed his short legs and leaned back. Besides the nurse on duty, he told me he and I would be the only mourners at the funeral. It was a rule of the home that inmates shouldn't attend funerals, though there was no objection to letting some of them sit up beside the coffin the night before. It's for their own sakes, he explained, to spare their feelings, but in this particular instance, I've given permission to an old friend of your mother to come with us. His name is Thomas Perez. The warden smiled. It's a rather touching little story in its way. He and your mother had become almost inseparable. The other old people used to tease Perez about having a fiancée. When are you going to marry her? They asked. He'd turn it with a laugh. It was a standing joke. In fact, so, as you can guess, he feels very badly about your mother's death. Thought I couldn't decently refuse him permission to attend the funeral, but on our medical officer's advice, I forbade him to sit up beside the body last night. For some time, we sat there without speaking. Then the warden got up and went to the window. Presently, he said, "Ah, there's the padre from Marengo. He's a bit ahead of time." Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the subscription. Welcome, welcome. He warned me that it would take us a good 3/4 of an hour, walking to the church, which was in the village. Then we went downstairs. The priest was waiting just outside the mortuary's door. With him were 2 acolytes, one of whom had a censer. The priest was stooping over him, adjusting the length of the silver chain on which it hung. When he saw us, he straightened up and said a few words to me, addressing me as, "My son." Then he led the way to the mortuary. I noticed at once that 4 men in black were standing behind the coffin, and the screws in the lid had now been driven home. At the same moment, I heard the warden's remark that the hearse had arrived. Hearse had arrived, and the priest starting his prayers. Then everybody made a move. Holding a strip of black cloth, the 4 men approached the coffin, while the priest, the boys, and myself filed out. A lady I hadn't seen before was standing by the door. "This is Monsieur Mousseau," the warden said to her. I didn't catch her name, but I gathered she was a nursing sister attached to the home. When I was introduced, she bowed, without the trace of a smile on her long, gaunt face. We stood aside from the doorway to let the coffin by. Then, following the bearers down a corridor, we came out the front entrance, where a hearse was sitting. Oblong, glossy, varnished black all over, it vaguely reminded me of the pen trays in the office. Besides the hearse stood a quaintly dressed little man, whose duty it was, I understood, to supervise the funeral as a sort of master of ceremonies. Near him, looking constrained, almost bashful, was old M. Perez, my mother's special friend. He wore a soft felt hat with a pudding base and crown, and a very wide brim. He whisked it off the moment the coffin emerged from the doorway. Trousers that concertinaed on his shoes, a black tie much too small for his high, white double collar. Under a bulbous, pimply nose, his lips were trembling. But what caught my attention most was his ears, pendulous, scarlet ears that showed up like blobs of sealing wax on the pallor of his cheeks and were framed in wisps of silky white hair. The Undertaker's factotums shepherded us to our places, with the priest in front of the hearse and the 4 men in black on each side of it. The warden and myself came out next, and bringing up the rear, old Perez and the nurse. The sky was already a blaze of lights, and the air stoking up rapidly. I felt the first waves of heat lapping my back, and the dark suits made things worse. Couldn't imagine why we waited so long for getting underway. Old Perez, who put on his hat, took it off again. I had turned slightly in his direction and was looking at him when the warden started telling me more about him. I remember his saying that old Perez and my mother used often to have a longish stroll together in the cool of the evening. Sometimes they went as far as the village, accompanied by a nurse, of course. I looked at the countryside, at the long lines of cypresses sloping up toward the skyline and the hills, the hot red soil dappled with vivid green, and here and there's a lonely house sharply outlined against the lights. I could understand Mother's feelings. Evenings in these parts must have been sort of a mournful solace. Now, in the full glare of the morning sun, with everything shimmering in the heat haze, there was something inhuman, discouraging about this landscape. At last, we made a move. Only then I noticed that Perez had a slight limp. The old chap steadily lost ground as the hearse gained speed. One of the men beside it, too, fell back and drew level with me. I was surprised to see how quickly the sun was climbing up the sky. And just then it struck me, for quite a while, that the air had been throbbing with the hum of insects and the rustle of grass warming up. Sweat was running down my face. As I had no hats, I tried to fan myself with my handkerchief. The Undertaker's man turned to me and said something I didn't catch. At that time, he wiped the crown of his head with a handkerchief that he held in his left hand, while with his right, he tilted up his hat. I asked him what he'd said. He pointed upwards. Give me a moment here. I forgot to announce this stream at all, actually, so hang on. I was supposed to announce this stream in a certain place, and forgot to do so. So just a moment here then. Let's see. Also, am I reading at a decent pace? Am I too slow? Too edgy? I don't know. Muso is very... notices a lot of fucking details, is the easiest way I can put it. Okay, let's see. Correct channel, and there we go. Okay. Back to it. I get a sip of something, and then we can... Okay, I actually emptied out my mocha earlier. Give me a moment. Need some water, or I'm going to die reading this. Because we are less than about a 1/7 of the way through, give or take. This is the end of like page 11 out of like 77 pages. Actually, no, we've read like maybe 9 pages because the first 2 are like the foreword. Anyway, a moment if you don't mind. Okay. We're back alive again. I just went ahead and grabbed myself some tea. So, just a moment. Okay. Let me take a sip and we'll be right back into it. Sun's pretty bad today, ain't it? Yes, I said. After a while, he asked, "Is it your mother we're burying?" Yes, I said again. What was her age? Well, she was getting on. As a matter of fact, I didn't know exactly how old she was. After that, he kept silent. Looking back, I saw Perez limping along, some 50 yards behind. He was swinging his big felt hat at arm's length, trying to make the pace. I also had a look at the warden. He was walking with carefully measured steps, economizing every gesture. Beads of perspiration glistened on his forehead, but he didn't wipe them off. I had an impression that our little procession was moving slightly faster. Wherever I looked, I saw the same sun-drenched countryside, and the sky so dazzling that I dared not raise my eyes. Presently, we struck a patch of freshly tarred road. A shimmer of heat played over it, and one's feet squelched at each step, leaving bright black gashes. In front, the coachman's glossy black hat looked like a lump of the same sticky substance, poised above the hearse. It gave one a queer, dreamlike impression, that blue-white glare overhead and all this blackness around one. The sleek black of the hearse, the dull black of the men's clothes, and the silvery black gashes in the road. And then there were the smells. Smells of hot leather and horse dung from the hearse, vainly with whiffs of incense smoke. But with these and the hangover from a poor night's sleep, I found my eyes and thoughts growing blurred. I looked back again. Perez seemed very far away now, almost hidden by the heat haze. Then abruptly, he disappeared altogether. After puzzling over it for a bit, I guessed he had turned off the road into the fields. Then I noticed that there was a bend in the road a little way ahead. Obviously, Perez, who knew the district well, had taken a shortcut so as to catch up with us. He rejoined us soon as we were round the bend, then began to lose ground again. He took another shortcut and met us again farther on. In fact, this happened several times during the next half hour. But soon I lost interest in his movements. My temples were throbbing, and I could hardly drag myself along. After that, everything went with a rush, and also with such precision and matter-of-factness that I remember hardly any details, except that when we were on the outskirts of the village, the nurse said something to me. Her voice took me by surprise. It didn't match her face at all. It was musical and slightly tremulous. What she said was, if you go too slowly, there's the risk of a heat stroke, but if you go too fast, you perspire, and the cold air in the church gives you a chill. I saw her point. Either way, one was in for it. Some other memories of the funeral have stuck in my mind. The old boy's face, for instance, when he caught up with us for the last time, just outside the village. His eyes were streaming with tears, of exhaustion or distress or both together, but because of the wrinkles they couldn't flow down. They spread out, crisscrossed and formed a smooth gloss on the old worn face. And I can remember the look of the church, the villagers in the streets, the red geraniums on the graves, Perez's fainting fits. He crumpled up like a rag doll, the tawny red earth pattering on Mother's coffin. The bits of white roots mixed up with it. Then more people. Voices. The wait outside a cafe for the bus. The rumble of the engine. And my little thrill of pleasure when we entered the first brightly lit streets of Algiers. And I pictured myself going straight to bed and sleeping 12 hours at a stretch. So it concludes part 1. Okay. From what I gather so far, Merceau is one observant cunt, and either through fault of the author or of his own character, literally takes in everything and commits whatever the bloody hell to memory. Anyhow, this more or less plays into the same way they've currently been handling Limbus Merceau anyway. God, speaking in a solemn voice is a pain in the ass sometimes. Anyhow. On waking, I understood why my employer had looked rather cross when I asked for my 2 days off. It's a Saturday today. I hadn't thought of this at the time, it only struck me when I was getting out of bed. Obviously, he had seen that it would mean my getting 4 days holiday straight off, and one couldn't expect him to like that. Still, for one thing, it wasn't my fault if Mother was buried yesterday and not today. And then again, I'd have had my Saturday and Sunday off in any case. But naturally, this didn't prevent me from seeing my employer's point. Getting up was an effort, as I had been really exhausted by the previous day's experiences. While shaving, I wondered how to spend the morning, and decided that a swim would do me good. So I caught the streetcar that goes down to the harbor. It was quite like old times. A lot of young people was in the swimming pool. Amongst them, Mary Cardona, who used to be a typist at the office. I was rather keen on her in those days, and I fancy she liked me too. But she was with us so short a time that nothing came of it. While I was helping her to climb onto a raft, I let my hand stray over her breasts. Then she lay flat on the raft while I trod water. After a moment, she turned and looked at me. Her hair was over her eyes, and she was laughing. I clambered up to the raft beside her. The air was pleasantly warm, and half-jokingly I let my head sink back upon her lap. She didn't seem to mind, so I let it stay there. I had the sky full in my eyes, all blue and gold. I could feel Marie's stomach rising and falling gently under my head. We must have stayed a good half hour on the raft, both of us half asleep. When the sun got too hot, she dived off and I followed. I caught up with her, put my arm around her waist, and we both swam side by side. She was still laughing. While we were drying ourselves on the edge of the swimming pool, she said, "I'm browner than you." I asked her if she'd come to the movies with me that evening. She laughed again and said yes. If I'd take her to the comedy everyone was talking about, the one with Ferrandel in it. Okay, Mira, I see you. Yeah. Mira's getting it on. When we had dressed, she stared at my black tie and asked if I was in mourning. I explained that my mother had died. When? She asked. And I said yesterday. She made no remark, though I thought she shrank away a little. I was just going to explain to her that it wasn't my fault, but I checked myself and remembered having said the same thing to my employer, and realizing then it sounded rather foolish. Still, foolish or not, somehow one can't help feeling a bit guilty, I suppose. Anyhow, by evening, Marie had forgotten all about it. The film was funny in parts, but some of it was downright stupid. She pressed her leg against mine while we were in the picture house, and I was fondling her breasts. Toward the end of the show, I kissed her, but rather clumsily. Afterward, she came back with me to my place. When I woke, Marie had gone. She told me her aunt expected her first thing in the morning. I remembered it was a Sunday, and that put me off. I never cared for Sundays, so I turned my head and lazily sniffed the smell of brine that Marie's head had left on the pillow. I slept until 10. After that, I stayed in bed until noon, smoking cigarettes. I decided not to lunch at Celeste's restaurant as I usually did. They'd be sure to pester me with questions, and I disliked being questioned. So I fried some eggs and ate them off the pan. I did without bread as there wasn't any left, and I couldn't be bothered going down to buy it. Man, fucking... Sorry, it's hard to read some of this very seriously after all of that. Oh my god. Sorry. Hang on. What the fuck is wrong with you, Musa? Your mother dies, so you take a chick home. And now you're eating eggs off a pan. Truly living the bachelor experience. You know, the man did say he's lived many experiences. Anyhow. After lunch, I left at loose ends and roamed about the little flats. It suited us well enough when Mother was with me, but now that I was by myself, it was too large, and I'd moved the dining table into my bedroom. That was now the only room I used. It had all the furniture I needed. A brass bedstead, a dressing table, some cane chairs whose seats had more or less caved in, a wardrobe with a tarnished mirror. The rest of the flats was never used, so I didn't trouble to look after it. Man, he really is just like... It's just that you live like this? Oh god, you live like... The only thing Musso would need to be the modern bachelor these days, aside from everything in the one room, just needs a PC in the corner. Anyhow. A bit later, for want of anything better to do, I picked up an old newspaper that was lying on the floor and read it. There was an advertisement of Crucian salts, and I cut it out and pasted it into an album where I kept things that amused me in papers. And then I washed my hands and, as a last resource, went out onto the balcony. My bedroom overlooks the main street of our district. Though it was a fine afternoon, the paving blocks were black and glistening. What few people were about seemed in an absurd hurry. First of all, there came a family going for their Sunday afternoon walk. 2 small boys in sailor suits, with short trousers hardly down to their knees, and looking rather uneasy in their Sunday best. Then a little girl with a big pink bow and a black patent leather shoes. Behind them was their mother, an enormously fat woman with a brown silk dress, and their father, a dapper little man whom I knew by sight. He had a straw hat, a walking stick, and a butterfly tie. Seeing him beside his wife, I understood why people said he came of a good family and had married beneath him. Next came a group of young fellows, local bloods, with sleek oiled hair, red ties, coats cut very tight at the waist, braided pockets, and square-toed shoes. I guess they were going to one of the big theaters in the center of town. That was why they had started out so early and were hurrying to the streetcar stop, laughing and talking at the top of their voices. After they had passed, the street gradually emptied. By this time, all the mattiness must have begun. Only a few shopkeepers and cats remained about. Above the sycamores bordering the road, the sky was cloudless, but the light was soft. The tobacconist on the other side of the street brought a chair out onto the pavement in front of his door and sat astride it, resting his arms on the back. The streetcars, which a few minutes before had been crowded, were now almost empty. In the little cafe, Ches Pierrot, besides the tobacconists, the waiter was sweeping up the sawdust in the empty restaurant. A typical Sunday afternoon. I turned my chair round and seated myself like the tobacconist. It was more comfortable that way. After smoking a couple of cigarettes, I went back to the room, got a tablet of chocolate, and returned to the window to eat it. Soon after, the sky clouded over, and I thought a summer storm was coming. However, the clouds gradually lifted. All the same, they had left in the streets a sort of fret of rain, which made it darker. I stayed watching the sky for a while. At 5, there was a loud clanging of streetcars. They were coming from the stadium in our suburb, where there had been a football match. Even the back platforms were crowded, and people were standing on the steps. Then another streetcar brought back the teams. I knew they were the players by the little suitcase each man carried. They were bawling out their team's song. "Keep the ball rolling, boys." One of them looked at me and shouted, "We licked them." I waved my hand and called back, "Good work!" From now on, there was a steady stream of private cars. The sky had changed again. A reddish glow was spreading up beyond the housetops. As dusk set in, the streets grew more crowded. People were returning from their walks, and I noticed the dapper little man with the fat wife amongst the passerbys. Children were whimpering and trailing warily after their parents. After some minutes, the local picture houses disgorged their audiences. I noticed that the young fellows coming from them were taking longer strides and gesturing more vigorously than at ordinary times. Doubtless, the pictures they'd been seeing was of the Wild West variety. Those who had been to the picture houses in the middle of town came a little later and looked more sedate, though a few were still laughing. On the whole, however, they seemed languid and exhausted. Some of them remained loitering in the streets under my window. A group of girls came by, walking arm in arm. The young men under my window swerved so as to brush against them, and shouted humorous remarks which made the girls turn their heads and giggle. I recognized them as girls from my part of the town, and 2 or 3 of them, whom I knew, looked up and waved to me. Just then the streetlights came on. Just then the street lamps came on. All together, and they made the stars that were beginning to glimmer in the night sky paler still. I felt my eyes getting tired. What with the lights and all the movements I had been watching in the streets, there were little pools of brightness under the lamps, and now and then a streetcar passed, lighting up a girl's hair or a smile, or a silver bangle. Soon after this, as the streetcars became fewer and the sky showed velvety black above the trees and lamps, the street grew emptier, almost imperceptibly, until a time came when there was nobody to be seen, and a cat. The first of the evening crossed unhurrying the deserted street. It struck me that I'd better see about some dinner. I'd been leaning so long on the back of my chair, looking down, that my neck hurt. When I straightened myself up, I went down, bought some bread and spaghetti, did my cooking, and ate my meal, standing. I'd intended to smoke another cigarette at my window. The night had turned rather chilly, and I decided against it. As I was coming back, after shutting the window, I glanced at the mirror and saw reflected in it a corner of my table, with my spirit lamp and some bits of bread beside it. It occurred to me that somehow I'd got through another Sunday. My mother was now buried, and tomorrow I'd be going back to work as usual. Really, nothing in my life had changed. Man, that is several levels of depression. Just the life goes on. You and others may have faced inextricable loss, but life goes on. Let's see, we are about 16 pages in, and it has been an hour. This is going to take me roughly 4 more hours at this pace. Good lord. I had a busy morning in the office. My employer was in a good humor. He even inquired if I wasn't too tired and followed it up by asking what mother's age was. I thought for a bit, then answered, "Round about 60, as I didn't want to make a blunder." At which he looked relieved. Why, I can't imagine. And seemed to think that closed the matter. There was a pile of bills of lading waiting on my desk, and I had to go through them all. Before leaving for lunch, I washed my hands. I always enjoyed doing this at midday. In the evening, it was less pleasant, as the roller towel, after being used by many people, was sopping wet. I once brought this to my employer's notice. It was regrettable, he agreed, but to his mind a mere detail. I left the office building a little later than usual. At 12:30, with Emmanuel, who works in the forwarding department. Our building overlooks the sea, and we paused for a moment on the steps to look at the shipping in the harbor. The sun was scorching hot. Just then, a big truck came up, a din of chains and backfires from the engine, and Emmanuel suggested we should try to jump it. Started to run. The truck was well away, and we had to chase it for quite a distance. What with the heat and noise from the engine, I felt half dazed. All I was conscious of was our mad rush along the waterfront, amongst cranes and winches, with dark hulls of ships alongside, and masts swaying in the offing. I was the first to catch up with the truck. I took a flying jump, landed safely, and helped Emmanuel scramble in beside me. We were both of us out of breath, and the bumps of the truck on the roughly laid cobbles made things worse. Emmanuel chuckled and panted in my ear. "We've made it." By the time we reached Celeste's restaurant, we were dripping with sweat. Celeste was at his usual place, besides the entrance, with his apron bulging on his paunch. His white moustache well to the fore. When he saw me, he was sympathetic and hoped I wasn't feeling too badly. I said no, but I was extremely hungry. I ate very quickly and had some coffee to finish up. Then I went back to my place and took a short nap, as I had drunk a glass of wine too many. When I woke, I smoked a cigarette before getting off my bed. It was a bit late and had to run for the streetcar. The office was stifling, and I was kept hard at it until the afternoon. So it came as a relief when we closed down, and I was strolling slowly down the wharves in the coolness. The sky was green, and it was pleasant to be out of doors after the stuffy office. However, I went straight home, as I had to put some potatoes on to boil. To be honest, this is how most men live. Yeah, this is a bachelor lifestyle. Just work, go home, work, go home, work, go home. I've been there before. The hall was dark. When I was starting up the stairs, I almost bumped into old Salamano, who lived on the same floor as I. As usual, he had his dog with him. For 8 years, the two had been inseparable. Salamano's spaniel is an ugly brute, afflicted with some skin disease. Manji. I suspect. Manji. Who knows? I suspect. Anyhow, it has lost all its hair, and its body is covered with brown scabs. Perhaps through living in one small room cooped up with his dog, Salamano had come to resemble it. His towy hair has gone very thin, and he has reddish blotches on his face. And the dog has developed something of its master's queer, hunched-up gait. It always has its muzzle stretched far forward, and its nose close to the ground. But oddly enough, though so much alike, they detest each other. Wow, Maso is a cunt. Maso is genuinely a cunt. Holy hell. Twice a day, at 11 and 6, the old fellow takes his dog for a walk, and for 8 years that walk has never varied. You can see them in the Rue de Lyon, the dog pulling his master along as hard as he can, till finally old chap misses a step and nearly falls. Then he beats his dog and calls it names. The dog cowers and lags behind, and it's his master's turn to drag him along. Presently, the dog forgets, starts tugging at the leash again, gets another hiding and more abuse. Then they halt on the pavement, the pair of them, and glare at each other. The dog with terror, the man with hatred in his eyes. Every time they're out, this happens. When the dog wants to stop at a lamppost, the old boy won't let him and drags him on, and the wretched spaniel leaves behind him a trail of little drops. But if he does it in the room, it means another hiding. It's been going on like this for 8 years, and Celeste always says it's a crying shame, and something should be done about it. But really, one can't be sure. When I met him in the hall, Salamano was bawling at his dog, calling him a bastard, lousy mongrel, and so forth, and the dog was whining. I said, "Good evening." But the old fellow took no notice and went on cursing, so I thought I'd ask him what the dog had done. Again, he didn't answer, but went on shouting, "You bloody cur!" and the rest of it. Couldn't see very clearly, but he seemed to be fixing something on the dog's collar. I raised my voice a little. Without looking round, he mumbled in a sort of suppressed fury, "He's always in the way. Blast him!" Then he started up the stairs, but the dog tried to resist and flattened itself on the floor. We had to hold it up on the leash, step by step. Just then another man who lives on my floor came in from the streets. The general idea hereabouts is that he's a pimp, but if you ask him what his job is, he says he's a warehouse man. One thing's sure, he isn't popular in our street. Still, he often has a word for me, and drops in sometimes for a short talk in my room, because I listen to him. As a matter of fact, I find what he says quite interesting, so really I've no reason for freezing him off. His name is Sintez. Raymond Sintez. He's short and thick-set, has a nose like a boxer's, and always dresses very sprucely. He too once said to me, referring to Salamano, that it was a damn shame, and asked me if I wasn't disgusted by the way the old man served his dog. I answered no. We went up the stairs together, Sintez and I, and when I was turning in at my door, he said, "Look here, how about having some grub with me? Have a black pudding, some wine." It struck me that this would save me my having to cook my dinner, so I said, "Thanks very much." He too has only one room, and a little kitchen without a window. Saw a pink and white plaster angel above his bed, and some photos of sporting champions and naked girls pinned to the opposite wall. The bed hadn't been made, and the room was dirty. He began lighting a paraffin lamp, then fumbled in his pockets and produced a rather grimy bandage, which he wrapped around his right hand. I asked him what the trouble was. He told me he'd been having a rough house with a fellow who'd annoyed him. "I'm not one who looks for trouble," he explains. "Only I'm a bit short-tempered," that fellow said to me, challenging like. "Come down off that streetcar. If you're a man," I says. "You keep quiet. I ain't done nothing to you." And then he said I hadn't any guts. Well, that settled it. Got off the streetcar and said to him, "You better keep your mouth shut or I'll shut it for you. Like to see you try," he says he. Then I gave him one across the face, laid him out good and proper. After a bit, started to help him get up, but all he did was kick at me from where he lay. So I gave him one with my knee, a couple more swipes. He was bleeding like a pig when I was done with him. I asked him if he'd had enough, and he said, yes. Sintez was busy fixing his bandage while he talked, and I was sitting on the bed. "So you see," he said, "it wasn't my fault. He was asking for it, wasn't he?" I nodded, and he added, "As a matter of fact, I rather want to ask your advice about something. It's connected with this business. You've knocked about the world a bit, and I dare say you can help me. And then I'll be your pal for life. I never forget anyone who does me a good turn." When I made no comments, he asked if I'd like us to be pals. I replied that I had no objection, and that appeared to satisfy him. He got out the black pudding, cooked it in a frying pan, then laid the table, putting out 2 bottles of wine. Whilst he was doing this, he didn't speak. We started dinner, then he began telling me the whole story, hesitating a bit at first. There's a girl behind it, as usual. We slept together pretty regular. I was keeping her as a matter of fact, and she cost me a tidy sum. That fellow I knocked down is her brother. Noticing that I said nothing, he added that he knew what the neighbors said about him, but it was a filthy lie. He had his principles like everybody else, and a job in a warehouse. "Well," he said, to go on with my story, "I found out one day that she was letting me down. He gave her enough money to keep her going, without extravagance though. He paid the rent of her room and 20 francs a day for food, 300 francs for rent, and 600 for her grub, with a little presents thrown in now and then, a pair of stockings or whatnot. Say 1,000 francs a month. But that wasn't enough for my fine lady. She was always grumbling that she couldn't make both ends meet with what I gave her. So one day, I says to her, "Look here, why not get a job for a few hours a day? That'd make things easier for me too. Bought you a new dress this month. I pay your rent and give you 20 francs a day. When you go and waste your money at the cafe with a pack of girls, you give them coffee and sugar. And, of course, the money comes out of my pockets. I treat you on the square, and that's how you pay me back." But she wouldn't hear of working, though she kept on saying she couldn't make do with what I gave her. And then one day, I found out she was doing me dirt. He went on to explain that he'd found a lottery ticket in her bag, and when he asked where the money'd come from to buy it, she wouldn't tell him. Then another time, he'd found a pawn ticket for 2 bracelets that he'd never set eyes on. So I knew there was dirty work going on, and I told her I'd have nothing more to do with her. But first, I gave her a good hiding, and told her some home truths. I said that there was only one thing interested her, and that was getting into bed with men whenever she'd the chance. And I warned her straight. "You'll be sorry one day, my girl. I wish you'd got me back. All the girls in the street, they're jealous of your luck in having me to keep you." He'd beaten her till the blood came. Before that, he'd never beaten her. Well, not that hard anyhow, only affectionately like. She'd howl a bit, and I had to shut the window. But then, of course, it ended as per usual, but this time I'm done with her. Only, to my mind, I ain't punished her enough. See what I mean? Christ. Wow, Maso associates with scum. Okay. He explained that it was about this he wanted my advice. The lamp was smoking, and he stopped pacing up and down the room to lower the wick. I just listened without speaking. I had a whole bottle of wine to myself, and my head was buzzing. As I'd used up my cigarettes, I was smoking Raymond's. Some late streetcars passed, and the last noises of the street died off with them. Raymond went on talking. What bored him was that he had a sort of lech on her, as he called it, but he was quite determined to teach her a lesson. His first idea, he said, had been to take her to a hotel, then call in the special police. He'd persuade them to put her on the register as a common prostitute, and that would make her wild. Then he'd looked up some friends of his in the underworld, fellows who kept tarts for what they could make out of them. But they had practically nothing to suggest. Still, as he pointed out, that sort of thing should have been right up their streets. What's the good of being in that line if you don't know how to treat a girl who's let you down? When he told them that, they suggested he should brand her. But that wasn't what he wanted. Either it would need a lot of thinking out. But first, he'd like to ask me something. Before he asked, though, he'd like to have my opinion on the story he'd been telling, in a general way. I said I hadn't any, but I found it interesting. Did I think she really had done him dirt? I had to admit, it looked like that. Then he asked me if I didn't think she should be punished, and what I'd do if I were in his shoes. I told him one could never be quite sure how to act in such cases. But I quite understood his wanting her to suffer for it. I drank some more wine while Raymond lit another cigarette and began explaining what he proposed to do. He wanted to write her a letter, a real stinker that'll get her on the raw, and at the same time make her repent for what she'd done. Then when she came back, he'd go to bed with her and just when she was properly primed up, he'd spit in her face and throw her out of the room. I agreed it wasn't a bad plan, it would punish her alright. But Raymond told me he didn't feel up to writing the kind of letter that was needed, and that was where I could help. When I didn't suggest anything, he asked me if I'd mind doing it right away. I said, no, I'd have a shot at it. He drank off a glass of wine and stood up, then pushed aside the plates and a bit and the bit of cold pudding that was left to make room on the table. After carefully wiping the oil cloth, he got a sheet of squared paper from the drawer of his bedside table. After that, an envelope, a small red wooden pen holder, and a square ink pot with purple ink in it. The moment he'd mentioned the girl's name, I knew she was a Moor. So, bloody profiling. Bloody hell, man. I wrote the letter. I didn't take much trouble over it, but I wanted to satisfy Raymond, as I had no reason not to satisfy him. Then I read out what I'd written. Puffing at his cigarette, he listened, nodding now and then. "Read it again, please," he said. He seemed delighted. "That's the stuff," he chuckled. "I could tell you was a brainy sort, old boy. And you know what's what?" At first, I hardly noticed that old boy. He came back to me when he slapped me on the shoulder and said, "So now we're pals, ain't we?" I kept silence. He said it again. I didn't care one way or another, but he seemed so set on it. I nodded and said, "Yes." He put the letter into the envelope, and we finished off the wine. Then both of us smoked for some minutes without speaking. The streets was quite quiet, except when now and again a car passed. Finally, I remarked that it was getting late, and Raymond agreed. "Time's gone mighty fast this evening," he added, and in a way that was true. I wanted to be in bed, only it was such an effort making a move I must have looked tired. Raymond said to me, "You mustn't let things get you down." At first I didn't catch his meaning. Then he explained that he had heard of my mother's death. Anyhow, he said, that was something bound to happen one day or another. I appreciated that and told him so. When I rose, Raymond shook hands very warmly, remarking that men always understood each other. After closing the door behind me, I lingered for some moments on the landing. The whole building was quiet as the grave, a dank, dark smell rising from the well hole of the stairs. I could hear nothing but the blood throbbing in my ears, and for a time I stood still, listening to it. Then the dog began to moan in old Salamano's room, and through the sleep-bound house, the little plaintive sound rose slowly, like a flower growing out of the silence and the darkness. Just to say this is about to go horribly. Yeah, probably. Can't imagine. We're about a third of the way through now. Yeah, a third. The Stranger is not that long. I had a busy time in the office throughout the week. Raymond dropped in once to tell me he'd sent off the letter. I went to the pictures twice with Emmanuel, who doesn't always understand what's happening on screen, and asked me to explain it. Yesterday was Saturday, and Marie came as we arranged. She had a very pretty dress, with red and white stripes, and leather sandals, and I couldn't take my eyes off of her. One could see the outline of her firm little breasts, and her suntanned face was like a velvety brown flower. We took the bus and went to a beach I know, some miles out of Algiers. It's just a strip of sand between two rocky spurs, with a line of rushes at the back, along the tide line. At 4 o'clock the sun wasn't too hot, but the water was pleasantly tepid, and small languid ripples were creeping up to the sand. Marie taught me a new game. The idea was, while one swam, to suck in the spray of the waves, and when one's mouth was full of foam, to lie on one's back and spout it out against the sky. It made a sort of frothy haze that melted into the air, or fell back in a warm shower on one's cheeks. But very soon my mouth was smarting with all the salt I had drawn in. Then Marie came up and hugged me in the water, and pressed her mouth to mine. Her tongue cooled my lips, and we let the waves roll us about for a minute or two before swimming back to the beach. When we had finished dressing, Marie looked hard at me. Her eyes were sparkling. I kissed her. After that, neither of us spoke for quite a while. I pressed her to my side as we scrambled up the foreshore. Both of us were in a hurry to catch the bus, get back to my place, and tumble onto the bed. I'd left my windows open, and it was pleasant to feel the cool night air flowing over our sunburned bodies. Marie said she was free next morning, so I proposed she should have luncheon with me. She agreed, and I went down to buy some meat. On my way back, I heard a woman's voice in Raymond's room. A little later, old Salamano began grumbling at his dog, and presently there was a sound of boots and paws on the wooden stairs. Then, "Filthy brute! Get on your car!" And the two of them were onto the streets. I told Marie about the old man's habits, and it made her laugh. He was wearing one of my pajama suits, and had the sleeves rolled up. When she laughed, I wanted her again. A moment later, she asked if I loved her. I said that sort of question had no meaning, really, but I suppose I didn't. She looked sad for a bit, but when we were getting our lunch ready, she brightened up and started laughing. When she laughs, I always want to kiss her. It was just then that the row started in Raymond's room. First, we heard a woman saying something in a high-pitched voice, then Raymond bawling at her. "You let me down, you bitch! I'll learn you to let me down." There came some thuds, then a piercing scream. It made one's blood run cold, and in a moment there was a crowd of people on the landing. Marie and I went out to see. The woman was still screaming, and Raymond still knocking her about. Marie said, "Wasn't it horrible?" I didn't answer anything. Then she asked me to go and fetch a policeman, but I told her I didn't like policemen. However, one turned up presently. The lodger on the second floor, a plumber, came up with him. When he banged on the door, the noise stopped inside the room. He knocked again, and after a moment, the woman started crying, and Raymond opened the door. He had offered a cigarette, dangling from his underlip, with a rather sickly smile. "Your name?" Raymond gave his name. "Take that cigarette out of your mouth when you're done talking to me." Or, "Take that cigarette out of your mouth when you're talking to me," the policeman said gruffly. Raymond hesitated and glanced at me and kept the cigarette in his mouth. The policeman promptly swung his arm and gave a good hard smack on the left cheek. The cigarette shot from his lips and dropped a yard away. Raymond made a wry face, but said nothing for a moment. In a humbled tone, asked if he might have picked up his cigarette. The officer said yes, and added, "But don't you fret. But don't you forget, next time we won't stand for any nonsense. Not from guys like you." Meanwhile, the girl went on sobbing and repeating, "He hit me. The coward. The pimp. He's a pimp." "Excuse me, officer," Raymond put in, "but is that in order, calling a man a pimp in the presence of witness?" The policeman told him to shut his trap. Raymond then turned to the girl. "Don't you worry, my pet. We'll meet again." "That's enough," the policeman said, and told the girl to go away. Raymond was to stay in his room till summoned to a police station. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," the policeman added, "getting so tight you can't stand steady. Why, you're shaking all over." "I'm not tight," Raymond explained. "Only when I see you standing there and looking at me, I can't help trembling. That's only natural." Then he closed his door, and we all went away. Marie and I finished getting our lunch ready, but she hadn't any appetites, and I ate nearly all. She left at 1, and then I had a nap. New VTuber model? Nah, this one's an older one at this point. Or rather, it's been around. Brace yourself, yikes. Yeah. Stranger be quite whack. About like 3/4 of the way from my tea, and some of that just went down real wrong, right? Ugh. Okay. Alright. Toward 3, there was a knock at my door, and Raymond came in. He sat down on the edge of my bed and for a minute or two said nothing. I asked him how it had gone off. He said it had all gone quite smoothly at first, as per program. Only then she'd slapped his face, and he'd seen red, started thrashing her. As for what happened after that, he needn't tell me as I was there. Well, I said, you taught her a lesson all right, and that's what you wanted, isn't it? He agreed and pointed out that whatever the police did, that wouldn't change the fact she'd had her punishment. As for the police, he knew exactly how to handle them, but he'd like to know if I'd expected him to return the blow when the policeman hit him. I told him I hadn't expected anything whatsoever, and anyhow, I have no use for the police. Raymond seemed pleased and asked if I'd like to come out for a stroll with him. I got up from the bed and started brushing my hair. Then Raymond said that what he wanted was for me to act as his witness. I told him I had no objection, only I didn't know what he expected me to say. It's quite simple. You only got to tell them that the girl had let me down. So I agreed to be his witness. We went out together. Raymond stood me a brandy in a cafe. Then we had a game of billiards. It was a close game, and I lost by only a few points. After that, he proposed going to a brothel, but I refused. I didn't feel like it. As we were walking slowly back, he told me how pleased he was at having paid out his mistress so satisfactorily. He made himself extremely amiable to me, and I quite enjoyed our walk. When we were nearly home, I saw old man Salamano on his doorstep. He seemed very excited. I noticed that his dog wasn't with him. He was turning like a teetotum, looking in all directions, and sometimes peering into the darkness of the hall with his little bloodshot eyes. And then he'd mutter something to himself and start gazing up and down the street again. Raymond asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer at once. Then I heard him grunt, "That bastard! That cur! That filthy cur!" When I asked him where his dog was, he scowled at me and snapped, "Gone!" A moment later, all of a sudden, he launched out into it. And taking him into the parade ground as usual. There was a fair on, and you could hardly move for the crowd. Stopped at one of the booths to look at the handcuffed king. When I turned to go, the dog was gone. I'd been meaning to get a smaller collar, but I never thought the brute could slip it and get away like that. Raymond assured him that the dog would find its way home, and told him stories of dogs that had traveled miles and miles to get back to their masters. But this seemed to make the old fellow even more worried than before. Howdy do. Cool to see you reading The Stranger. Also, thanks for the team idea of the Reflectrial. Got you an 18 turn clear with the index team. Hey, no worries, no worries. Father, I don't think I like this story very much. Yeah, no, fair. Don't you understand? They'll do away with him. The police, I mean. It's not like anyone will take him in and look after him. All those scabs he puts everyone off. Told him there was a pound at the police station where stray dogs are taken. His dog was certain to be there, and he could get it back on payments of a small charge. He asked me how much the charge was, but there I couldn't help him. Then he flew into a rage again. Is it likely I'd give money for a mutt like that? No damn fear. They can kill him for all I care. And he went on calling his dog the usual names. Raymond gave a laugh and turned into the hall. I followed him upstairs and we parted on the landing. A minute or two later, I heard Salamano's footsteps and a knock at my door. When I opened it, he halted for a moment in the doorway. "Excuse me. I hope I'm not disturbing you." I asked him in, but he shook his head. He was staring at his toe caps, and gnarled old hands were trembling. Without meeting my eyes, he started talking. They won't really take him from me, will they, Monsieur Monsieur? Surely they wouldn't do a thing like that. If they do, I don't know what will become of me. I told him that, so far as I knew, they kept stray dogs in the pound for 3 days, waiting for their owners to call for them. After that, they disposed of the dogs as they thought fit. He stared at me in silence for a moment, then said good evening. After that, I heard him pacing up and down his room for quite a while. Then his bed creaked. Through the wall there came to me a little wheezing sound, and I guessed that he was weeping. For some reason, I don't know what, I began thinking of Mother. But I had to get up early the next day, so as I wasn't feeling hungry, I did without supper and went straight to bed. So ends part 4. Give me a moment to stretch a bit. Okay. Ow. Some bones crunched. Part 5. Raymond rang me up at the office. He said that a friend of his to whom he'd spoken about me invited me to spend next Sunday at his little seaside bungalow just outside Algiers. I told him I'd have been delighted, only I'd promised to spend Sunday with a girl. Raymond promptly replied that she could come too. In fact, his friend's wife would be very pleased not to be the only woman in a party of men. I'd have liked to hang up at once, as my employer doesn't approve of my using the office phone for private calls, but Raymond asked me to hold on. He had something else to tell me, and that was why he'd rung me up. Though he could have waited till the evening to pass on the invitation. It's like this, he said. I've been shadowed all morning by some Arabs. One of them's the brother of that girl I had a row with. If you see him hanging around the house when you come back, pass me the word. I promised to do so. Just then, my employer sent for me. For a moment I felt uneasy, as I expected he was going to tell me to stick to my work and not waste time chattering with friends over the phone. However, it was nothing of the kind. He wanted to discuss a project he had in view, though so far he'd come to no decision. It was to open a branch at Paris, so as to be able to deal with the big companies on the spots, without postal delays, and he wanted to know if I'd like to be posted there. You're a young man, he said, and I'm pretty sure you'd enjoy living in Paris. And of course, you could travel to France for some months in the year. You could travel about France for some months in the year. And I told him I was quite prepared to go, but really I didn't care much one way or the other. He then asked if a change of life, as he called it, didn't appeal to me, and I answered that one never changed his way of life. One life was as good as another, and my present one suited me quite well. At this he looked rather hurt, and told me that I was always shilly-shallied, and that I lacked ambition, a grave defect to his mind, when one was in business. I returned to my work. I preferred not to vex him, but I saw no reason for changing my life. By and large, it wasn't an unpleasant one. As a student, I'd had plenty of ambition, of the kind he meant. But when I had to drop my studies, I very soon realized that it was pretty futile. That was pretty futile. Marie came that evening and asked me if I'd marry her. I said I didn't mind if she was keen on it. We'd get married. Then she asked again if I loved her. I replied, much as before, that her question meant nothing or next to nothing. But I suppose I didn't. If that's how you feel, she said, why marry me? I explained that it had no importance, really. But if it would give her pleasure, we could get married right away. I pointed out that, anyhow, the suggestion came from her. As for me, I'd merely said yes. Then she remarked that marriage was a serious matter, to which I answered, no. She kept silent after that, staring at me in a curious way. Then she asked, suppose another girl had asked you to marry her? I mean, the girl you liked in the same way as you liked me. Would you have said yes to her too? Naturally. Then she said she wondered if she really loved me or not. I, of course, couldn't enlighten her as to that. And after another silence, she murmured something about my being a queer fellow. And I dare say that's why I love you, she added. But maybe that's why one day I'll come to hate you. To which I had nothing to say, so I said nothing. She thought for a bit, then started smiling, taking my arm, repeated that she was in earnest. She really wanted to marry me. Alright, I answered. We'll get married whenever you like. Then I mentioned the proposal made by my employer. Marie said she'd love to go to Paris. When I told her I'd live in Paris for a while, she asked me what it was like. A dingy sort of town, to my mind. Masses of pigeons in dark courtyards, and the people have washed out white faces. Then we went for a walk all the way across town by the main streets. The women were good lookers, and I asked Marie if she too noticed this. She said yes, and that she saw what I meant. After that, we said nothing for some minutes. However, as I didn't want her to leave me, I suggested that we should dine together at Celeste's. She'd have loved to dine with me. She said she was only booked up for the evening. We were near my place. And I said, au revoir, then. She looked me in the eyes. Don't you want to know what I'm doing this evening? I did want to know, but I hadn't thought of asking her. And I guessed she was making a grievance of it. I must have looked embarrassed. But suddenly, she started laughing and bent towards me, pouting her lips for a kiss. I went by myself to Celeste's. When I had just started my dinner, an odd-looking little woman came in and asked if she might sit at my table. Of course she might. She had a chubby face like a ripe apple, bright eyes, and moved in a curiously jerky way, as if she were on wires. After taking off some close-fitting jackets, she sat down and started studying the bills of fare with a sort of rapt attention. Then she called Celeste and gave her order, very fast but quite distinctly. She didn't lose a word. While waiting for the hors d'oeuvres, she opened her bag, took out a slip of paper and produced a pencil, and added up the bill in advance. Diving into her bag again, she produced a purse, and took from it the exact sum plus a small tip, and placed it on the cloth in front of her. Just then, the waiter brought the hors d'oeuvre, which she proceeded to wolf down voraciously. While waiting for the next course, she produced another pencil, this time a blue one from her bag, and the radio magazine for the coming week, and started making ticks against almost all the items of the daily programs. There were a dozen pages in the magazine, and she continued studying them closely throughout the meal. When I had finished mine, she was still ticking off items with the same meticulous attention. Then she rose, put on her jacket again with the same abrupt robot-like gestures, and walked briskly out of the restaurant. Having nothing better to do, I followed her for a short distance, keeping on the curb of the pavement. She walked straight ahead, never swerving or looking back, and it was extraordinary how fast she covered the ground, considering her smallness. In fact, the pace was too much for me, and I soon lost sight of her and turned back homeward. For a moment, the little robots, as I thought of her, had much impressed upon me, but I soon forgot about her. Reminder, Merceau stalks people. Anyway. As I was turning in at my door, I ran into old Salamano. I asked him into my room, and he informed me that his dog was definitely lost. He'd been to the pound to inquire, but it wasn't there, and the staff told him it had probably been run over. When he asked whether it was any use inquiring about it at the police station, they said the police had more important things to attend to than keeping record of stray dogs run over in the streets. I suggested he should get another dog, but reasonably enough, he pointed out that he'd become used to this one, and it wouldn't be the same thing. I was seated on my bed, with my legs up, and Salamano on a chair beside the table facing me, his hands spread on his knees. He had kept his battered felt hat, and was mumbling away behind his draggled, yellowish mustache. I found him rather boring, but I had nothing to do and didn't feel sleepy. So to keep the conversation going, I'd asked some questions about his dog, how long he had it for, and so forth. He told me he had got it soon after his wife's death. He'd married rather late in life. When a young man, he wanted to go on the stage. During his military service, he'd often played in the regimental theatricals and acted rather well, so everybody said. However, finally, he had taken a job in the railway, and he didn't regret it. As now, he had a small pension. He and his wife had never hit it off very well, but they'd got used to each other. And when she died, he felt lonely. One of his mates on the railway, whose bitch had just had pups, had offered him one. And he had taken it, as a companion. He'd had to feed it from the bottle at first, but as a dog's life is shorter than a man's, they'd grown old together, so to speak. He was a cantankerous brute, Salamano said. Now and then we had some proper set-tos, he and I, but he was a good mutt all the same. I said he looked well-bred, and that evidently pleased the old man. Ah, but you should have seen him before his illness, he said. He had a very wonderful coat. In fact, that was his best point, really. Tried hard to cure him, every mortal night after he got that skin disease. Rubbed an ointment in, but his real trouble was old age, and there's no curing that. Just then I yawned, and the old man said he'd better make a move. I told him he could stay, that was sorry about what happened to his dog. He thanked me, and mentioned that my mother had been very fond of his dog. He referred to her as your poor mother, and was afraid I must be feeling her death terribly. When I said nothing, he added hastily with a rather embarrassed air that some of the people in the street said nasty things about me, because I'd sent my mother to the home. But he, of course, knew better. He knew how devoted to my mother I had always been. I answered, why? I still don't know, but it surprised me to learn I had produced such a bad impression. As I couldn't afford to keep her here, it seemed the obvious thing to do to send her to a home. In any case, I added, for years she'd never had a word to say to me, and I could see she was moping, with no one to talk to. Yes, he said. And at a home one makes friends, anyhow. He got up, saying it was high time for him to be in bed, and added that life was going to be a bit of a problem for him under the new conditions. For the first time since I'd known him, he'd held out his hand to me, rather shyly. I thought, and I could feel the scales on his skin, just as he was going out of the door. He turned smiling and said, let's hope the dogs won't bark again tonight. I always think it's mine I hear. Ah. Am I reading? Yes, I am currently reading. Reflectrial was completed maybe an hour and a half ago. Hour and 40 minutes ago. We are reaching close to like halfway through The Stranger at this point. Almost halfway. Almost. My current summary is Maso is a cunt. Holy shit, Maso is a cunt. Okay. We're on part 6 now. Hates but loves his dog. Yeah, there was more to it than the man being a piece of shit. So that's with most, anyhow. Alright. Drifting along, let's say then. Part 6. It was an effort waking up that Sunday morning. Marie had to jog my shoulders and shout my name. As we wanted to get into the water early, we didn't trouble about breakfast. My head was aching slightly, and my first cigarettes had a bitter taste. Marie told me I looked like a mourner at a funeral, and I certainly did feel very limp. She was wearing a white dress and had her hair loose. I told her she looked quite ravishing like that, and she laughed happily. On our way out, we banged on Raymond's door, and he shouted he'd be with us in a jiffy. We went down to the streets, and because of my being rather under the weather and our having kept the blind down in my room, the glare of the morning sun hit me in the eyes like a clenched fist. Oh, God. Marie, however, was almost dancing with delight and kept repeating, "What a heavenly day." After a few minutes, I was feeling better and noticed that I was hungry. I mentioned this to Marie, but she paid no attention. She was presently carrying an oil bag in which she had stowed our bathing kits and a towel. Presently, we heard Raymond shutting his door. He was wearing blue trousers, a short-sleeved white shirt, and a straw hat. I noticed that his forearms were rather hairy, but the skin was very white beneath. The straw hat made Marie giggle. Personally, I was rather put off by his get-up. He seemed in high spirits and was whistling as he came down the stairs. He greeted me with, "Hello, old boy," and Marie as Mademoiselle. On the previous evening, we had visited the police station, where I gave evidence for Raymond about the girl having been false to him, so they let him off with a warning. They didn't check my statement. After some talk on the doorstep, we decided to take the bus. The beach was within easy walking distance, but the sooner we got there, the better. Just as we were starting for the bus stop, Raymond plucked my sleeve and told me to look across the streets. I saw some Arabs lounging against the tobacconist's window. They were staring at us silently, in the special way these people have, as if we were blocks of stone or dead trees. Raymond whispered that the second Arab from the left was his man, and I thought he looked rather worried. However, he assured me that all that was ancient history. Marie, who hadn't followed his remarks, asked, "What is it?" I explained that those Arabs across the way had a grudge against Raymond. She insisted on our going at once. Then Raymond laughed, squared his shoulders. The young lady was quite right, he said. There's no point in hanging about here. Halfway to the bus stop, he glanced back over his shoulder and said the Arabs weren't following. I too looked back. They were exactly as before, gazing in the same vague way at the spot where we had been. We were in the bus. Raymond, who now seemed quite at ease, kept making jokes to amuse Marie. I could see he was attracted by her, but she hardly a word for him. Now and again she would catch my eye and smile. We alighted just outside Algiers. The beach is not far from the bus stop. One has only to cross a patch of high land, a sort of plateau which overlooks the sea, and shelves down steeply to the sands. The ground here was covered with yellowish pebbles and wild lilies that showed snow white against the blue of the sky, which had already the hard metallic glints it gets on very hot days. Marie amused herself swishing her bag against the flowers and sending the petals showering in all directions. Then we walked between two rows of little houses with wooden balconies and green or white palings. Some of them were half hidden in clumps of tamarisks. Others rose naked from the stony plateau. Before we came to the end of it, the sea was in full view. It lay smooth as a mirror, and in the distance, a big headland jutted out over its black reflection. Through the still air came the faint buzz of a motor engine, and we saw a fishing boat very far out, gliding almost imperceptibly across the dazzling smoothness. Marie picked some rock irises, going down the steep path leading to the sea. We saw some bathers already on the sands. Raymond's friend owned a small wooden bungalow near the end of the beach. His back rested against the cliffside, while the front stood on piles, which the water was already lapping. Raymond introduced us to his friend, whose name was Masson. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and thick-set. His wife was a plump, cheerful little woman who spoke with a Paris accent. Masson promptly told us to make ourselves at home. He had gone out fishing, he said, first thing in the morning, and there would be fried fish for lunch. I congratulated him on his little bungalow, and he said he always spent his week and... Bro. 2 different words, why? He always spent his weekends and holidays here. With the missus, needless to say, he added. I glanced at her and noticed she and Marie seemed to be getting on well together. laughing and chattering away. For the first time, perhaps, I seriously considered the possibility of marrying her. Mason wanted to have a swim at once, but his wife and Raymond were disinclined to move. So only the three of us, Marie, Mason, and myself, went down to the beach. Marie promptly plunged in, but Mason and I waited for a bit. He was rather slow of speech and had, I noticed, a habit of saying, "and what's more," between his phrases, even when the second added nothing really to the first. Talking of Marie, he said, she's an awfully pretty girl, and what's more, charming. But I soon ceased paying attention to this trick of his. I was basking in the sunlight, which I noticed was making me feel much better. The sand was beginning to stoke up underfoot, and though I was eager for a dip, I postponed it for a minute or two more. At last I said to Mason, "Shall we go in now?" and plunged. Mason walked in gingerly and only began to swim when he was out of his depth. He swam hand over hand and made slow headway, so I left him behind and caught up with Marie. The water was cold and I felt all the better for it. We swam a long way out, Marie and I, side by side, and it was pleasant feeling how our movements matched, hers and mine, and how we were both in the same mood, enjoying every moment. Once we were out in the open, we lay on our backs. As I gazed up at the sky, I could feel the sun drawing up the film of salt water on my lips and cheeks. We saw Mason swim back to the beach and slump down on the sand under the sun. In the distance, he looked enormous, like a stranded whale. Then Marie proposed that we should swim tandem. She went ahead and I put my arms around her waist from behind, and while she drew me forward with her arm strokes, I kicked out from behind to help us on. The sound of little splashes had been in my ears for so long, I began to feel I'd had enough of it. So I let go of Marie and swam back at an easy pace, taking long, deep breaths. When I made it to the beach, I stretched myself belly downward beside Mason, resting my face on the sand. I told him it was fine, here, and he agreed. Presently, Marie came back. I raised my head to watch her approach. She was glistening with brine and holding her hair back. Then she lay down beside me, and what with the combined warmth of our bodies in the sun, I felt myself dropping off to sleep. After a while, Marie tugged my arm, and Mason had gone to his place. It must be nearly lunchtime. I rose at once, and I was feeling hungry, but Marie told me I hadn't kissed her once since the early morning. That was so, though I'd wanted to several times. "Let's go into the water again," she said, and we ran into the sea and lay flat amongst the ripples for a moment. When we swam a few strokes, and when we were almost out of our depth, she flung her arms around me and hugged me. I felt her legs twining around mine, and my senses tingled. When we got back, Mason was on the steps of his bungalow, shouting to us to come. I told him I was ravenously hungry, and he promptly turned to his wife and said he'd taken quite a fancy to me. The bread was excellent, and I had my full share of the fish. Then came some steak and potato chips. None of us spoke while eating. Mason drank a lot of wine and kept refilling my glass the moment it was empty. By the time coffee was handed round, I was feeling slightly muzzy, and I started smoking, one cigarette after another. Mason, Raymond, and I discussed the plan of spending the whole of August on the beach together, sharing expenses. Suddenly, Marie exclaimed, "I say, do you know the time? It's only 11:30. We were all surprised at that. Mason remarked that we had a very early lunch, but really, lunch was a movable feast. You had it when you felt like it. This set Marie laughing. Don't know why, I suspect she drunk a bit too much. Then Mason asked if I'd like to come with him for a stroll on the beach. My wife always has a nap after lunch, he said. Personally, I find it doesn't agree with me. What I need is a short walk. I'm always telling her it's much better for the health, but of course she's entitled to her own opinion. Marie proposed to stay and help with the washing up. Masson smiled and said that in that case, first thing was to get the men out of the way. So we went out together, the three of us. The light was almost vertical, and the glare from the water seared one's eyes. The beach was quite deserted now. One could hear a faint tinkle of knives and forks and crockery in the shacks and bungalows lining the foreshore. Heat was welling up from the rocks, and one could hardly breathe. At first, Raymond and Masson talked of things and people I didn't know. I gathered that they'd been acquainted for some time and had even lived together for a while. We went down to the water's edge and walked along it. Now and then, a longer wave wet our canvas shoes. I wasn't thinking of anything, as all that sunlight beating down on my bare head made me feel half asleep. Just then, Raymond said something to Masson I didn't quite catch, but at the same moment I noticed two Arabs in the blue dungarees a long way down the beach, coming in our direction. I gave Raymond a look and he nodded, saying, "That's him." We walked steadily on. Masson wondered how they'd managed to track us here. My impression was that he had seen us taking the bus and noticed Marie's oilcloth bathing bag, but I didn't say anything. Though the Arabs walked quite slowly, they were much nearer already. We didn't change our pace, but Raymond said, "Listen, if there's a rough house, you, Masson, take on the second one. I'll tackle the fellow who's after me. And you, Masson, stand by to help if another one comes up and lay him out." I said, "Right." And Masson put his hands in his pockets. The sand was hot as fire, and I could have sworn it was glowing red. The distance between us and the Arabs was steadily decreasing. When we were only a few steps away, the Arabs halted. Masson and I slowed down, while Raymond went straight up to his man. I couldn't hear what he said, but I saw the native lowering his head, as if to butt him in the chest. Raymond lashed out promptly and shouted to Masson to come. Masson went up to the man he had been marking and struck him twice with all his might. The fellow fell flat into the water and stayed there some seconds with bubbles coming up to the surface round his head. Meanwhile, Raymond had been slogging the other man, whose face was streaming with blood. He glanced at me over his shoulder and shouted, "Just you watch. I ain't finished with him yet." "Look out," I cried. "He's got a knife." Oh. Well, shit. I spoke too late. The man had gashed Raymond's arm, and his mouth as well. Masson sprang forward. The other Arab got up from the water and placed himself behind the fellow with the knife. We didn't dare to move. The two natives backed away slowly, keeping us at bay with the knife, and never taking their eyes off of us. When they were at a safe distance, they swung around and took to their heels. We stood stock still, with the sunlight beating down on us. Blood was dripping from Raymond's wounded arm, which he was squeezing hard above the elbow. Masson remarked there was a doctor who always spent his Sundays here, and Raymond said, "Good. Let's go to him at once." He could hardly get the words out, as the blood from his other wound made bubbles in his mouth. We each gave him an arm and helped him back to the bungalow. Once we were there, he had told us the wounds weren't very deep, and he could walk to where the doctor was. Marie had gone quite pale, and Masson was in tears. Masson and Raymond went off to the doctor, while I was left behind at the bungalow to explain matters to the women. I didn't much relish the task, and soon dried up and started smoking, staring at the sea. That's no sleepiness, Masson. That's freaking heat stroke. Yeah. Raymond came back about 1:30, accompanied by Masson. He had his arm bandaged and a strip of sticking plaster on the corner of his mouth. The doctor had assured him it was nothing serious, but he was looking very glum. Masson tried to make him laugh, but without success. Presently, Raymond said he was going for a stroll on the beach. I asked him where he proposed to go, and he mumbled something about wanting to take the air. We, Mason and I, then said we'd go with him, but he flew into a rage and told us to mind our own business. Mason said we mustn't insist, seeing the state he was in. However, when he went out, I followed him. Man is a stalker to the end. It was like a furnace outside, with the sunlight splintering into flakes of fire on the sand and sea. We walked for a while, and I had an idea that Raymond had a definite idea where he was going, but probably I was mistaken about this. At the end of the beach, we came to a small stream that had cut a channel in the sand. After coming out from behind a biggish rock, there we found our two Arabs again, lying in the sand with their blue dungarees. They looked harmless enough, as if they didn't bear any malice, and neither made any move when we approached. The man who slashed Raymond stared at him without speaking. The other man was blowing down a little reed and extracting from it 3 notes of the scale, which he played over and over, while he watched us from the corner of an eye. For a while, nobody moved. It was all sunlight and silence, except for the tinkle of the stream, and those 3 little lonely sounds. Then Raymond put a hand to his revolver pockets, but the Arabs didn't move. I noticed the man playing on the reed had his big toes splayed out, almost at right angles to his feet. Still keeping his eyes on his man, Raymond said to me, "Shall I plug him one?" I thought quickly, but I told him not to. Considering the mood he was in, he might very well fly into a temper and use his gun. So I said the first thing that came to my head. "He hasn't spoken to you yet. It would be a low-down trick to shoot him like that, in cold blood." Again, in some moments, one heard nothing but the tinkle of the stream and the flute notes weaving through the hot, still air. "Well," Raymond said, "if that's how you feel, I'd better say something insulting, and if he answers back, I'll loose off." "Right," I said. "Only if he doesn't get out his knife, you've no business to fire." Raymond was beginning to fidget. The Arab with the reed went on playing, and both of them watched all our movements. "Listen," I said to Raymond. "You take the fellow on the right, and give me your revolver. If the other one starts making trouble or gets out his knife, I'll shoot." The sun glinted on Raymond's revolver as he handed it to me. He gave the stranger a gun. But nobody made a move yet. It was just as if everything had closed in on us, so we couldn't stir. We could only watch each other, never lowering our eyes. The whole world seemed to come to a standstill, on this little strip of sand between the sunlight and the sea. The twofold silence of the reed and the stream. Only just then it crossed my mind that one might fire or not fire, and it would come to absolutely the same thing. Then all of a sudden the Arabs vanished. They slipped like lizards under cover of the rock. So Raymond and I turned and walked back. He seemed happier, and began talking about the bus to catch for our return. When we reached the bungalow, Raymond promptly went up the wooden steps, but I halted on the bottom one. The light seemed thudding in my head, and I couldn't hear the effort needed to go up the steps and make myself amiable to the women. But the heat was so great that it was just as bad staying where I was, under that flood of blinding light, falling from the sky. To stay or to make a move, it came to much the same. After a moment, I returned to the beach and started walking. There was the same red glare as far as I could reach, and small waves were lapping the hot sand in little flurried gasps. As I slowly walked towards the boulders at the end of the beach, I could feel my temples swelling under the impact of the lights. It pressed itself on me, trying to check my progress, and each time I felt a hot blast strike my forehead. I gritted my teeth. I clenched my fists in my trouser pockets and keyed up every nerve to fend off the sun and dark befuddlement as it was pouring into me. Whenever a blade of vivid light shot upwards from a bit of shell, or broken glass lying on the sand, my jaws set hard. I wasn't going to be beaten, and I walked steadily on. On the small, black hump of rock came into view far down the beach. It was rimmed by a dazzling sheen of light and feathery spray, but I was thinking of the cold, clear stream behind it, and longing to again hear the tinkle of running water, anything to be rid of the glare, the sight of women in tears, the strain and effort, and to retrieve the pool of shadow by the rock and its cool silence. But when I came nearer, I saw Raymond's Arab had returned. He was by himself this time, lying on his back, his hand behind his head, his face shaded by the rock while the sun beats on the rest of his body. One could see the dungarees steaming in the heat. I was rather taken aback. On my impression had been that the incident was closed, that I hadn't given a thought to it on my way here. On seeing me, the Arab raised himself a little, and his hand went to his pocket. Naturally, I gripped Raymond's revolver in the pocket of my coat. Then the Arab let himself sink back again, but without taking his hand from his pockets. I was some distance off, at least 10 yards, and most of the time I saw him as a blurred, dark form, wobbling in the heat haze. Sometimes, however, I had glimpses of his eyes, glowing between the half-closed lids. The sound of the waves was even lazier, feebler, than at noon. The light hadn't changed. It was pounding so as fiercely as ever on the long stretch of sand that ended at the rock. For 2 hours, the sun seemed to have made no progress, becalmed in a sea of molten steel. Far out on the horizon, a steamer was passing. I could just make out from the corner of my eye a small, black, moving patch, while I kept my gaze fixed on the Arab. It struck me that all I had to do was turn, walk away, and think no more about it. But the whole beach, pulsing with heat, was pressing on my back. I took some steps towards the stream. The Arab didn't move. After all, there was still some distance between us. Perhaps because of the shadow on his face, he seemed to be grinning at me. I waited. The heat was beginning to scorch my cheeks. Beads of sweat were gathering in my eyebrows. It was just the same sort of heat at my mother's funeral, that I had the same disagreeable sensations, especially in my forehead, where all the veins seemed to be bursting through the skin. Couldn't stand it any longer. Took another step forward. I know it was a fool thing to do. I wouldn't get out of the sun by moving down a yard or so. But I took that step, just one step forward, and then the Arab drew his knife and held it towards me, athwart the sunlight. A shaft of light shot upward from the steel, and I felt as if a long thin blade transfixed my forehead. At the same moment, all the sweat I had accumulated in my eyebrows splashed down on my eyelids, covering them with a warm film of moisture. Beneath a veil of brine and tears, my eyes were blinded. I was conscious only of the symbols of the sun clashing on my skull, and less distinctly of the keen blade of light flashing from the knife, scarring my eyelashes and gouging into my eyeballs. Then everything began to reel before my eyes. A fiery gust came from the sea, while the sky cracked in two from end to end, and a great sheet of flame poured through down the rift. Every nerve in my body was a steel spring, and my grip closed on the revolver. The trigger gave, and the smooth underbelly of the butt jogged my palm. And so, with that crisp whip-crack sound, it all began. I shook off my sweats and the clinging veil of lights. I knew I'd shattered the balance of the day, the spacious calm of this beach on which I had been happy. But I fired 4 shots more into the inert body, at which they left no visible trace. And each successive shot was another loud, fateful rap on the door of my undoing. I need a drink. Hang on. Oh, yeah, that properly concludes part 1, by the way. Because apparently those were like sections, rather. So we just got through part 1. We're at the start of part 2 now. Part 2, chapter 1, I guess. Okay. Circumstantially, I can say a majority of Muso's actions, thus far, have been Raymond's fault. If Dante turns out to be... Well, if Dante is straight up just Muso's Raymond, oh, sweet Jesus, oh god. Though there probably already has been a Raymond in Muso's story, basically. Or Limbus Muso's story at this point. It feels like we are getting Muso after his entire story. So after the Stranger, rather than Muso during or before the Stranger. But yeah, it really feels like Raymond is at fault for a lot of this. Like, a lot of this. Okay. We are literally halfway through. A bit more than halfway through, if anything. Since we're on, like, page 40 out of 77. Are Limbus Muso is like part 2 of the book? Okay. As we will see then. As we will see. Because, yeah. Definitely part 1 has already happened to our Muso. So we'll see what part 2 is like. So far, my impression of Muso is he was a cunt, but he was living life, at the very least. Living as French a life as he could. Man, it's all really French. Anyway. Compared to something like Expedition 33, this does not in fact paint the French in a particularly good light. Okay. Part 2. I was questioned several times immediately after my arrest, but they were all formal examinations, as to my identity and so forth. At the first of these, which took place at the police station, nobody seemed to have much interest in the case. However, when I was brought before the examining magistrate a week later, they noticed that he eyed me with distinct curiosity. Like the others, he began by asking my name, address, and occupation, the date and place of my birth. Then he inquired if I had chosen a lawyer to defend me. I answered no. I hadn't thought about it, and asked him if it was really necessary for me to have one. "Why do you ask that?" he said. I replied that I regarded my case as very simple. He smiled. "Well, it may seem so to you, but we've got to abide by the law, and if you don't engage a lawyer, the court will have to appoint one for you." It struck me as an excellent arrangement that the authorities should see to details of this kind, and I told him so. He nodded and agreed that the code was all that could be desired. At first, I didn't take him quite seriously. The room in which he interviewed me was much like an ordinary sitting room, with curtained windows and a single lamp standing on the desk. Its lights fell on the armchair in which he had me sit, while his own face stayed in shadow. I had read descriptions of such scenes in books, and at first it all seemed like a game. After our conversation, however, I had a good look at him. He was a tall man with clean-cut features, deep-set blue eyes, and a big grey moustache, and abundant, almost snow-white hair, and he gave me the impression of being highly intelligent, and, on the whole, likable enough. But there was one thing that put one off. His mouth had now and then a rather ugly twist, but it seemed to be only a sort of nervous tick. When leaving, I very nearly held out my hand and said goodbye, just in time to remember that I'd killed a man. Next day, a lawyer came to my cell. A small, plump, youngish man with sleek black hair. In spite of the heat, I was in my shirt sleeves. He was wearing a dark suit, stiff collar, and rather showy tie, with broad black and white stripes. After depositing his briefcase on my bed, he introduced himself, and added that he'd perused the record of my case with the utmost care. His opinion was that it would need cautious handling, but there was every prospect of my getting off, provided I followed his advice. I thanked him, and he said, "Good. Now let's get to it." Sitting on the bed, he said that they'd been making investigations into my private life. They'd learned that my mother died recently in a home. Inquiries had been conducted at Marengo, and the police informed that I had shown great callousness at my mother's funeral. "You must understand," the lawyer said, "that I don't relish having to question you about such a matter, but it has much importance, and unless I find some way of answering the charge of callousness, I shall be handicapped in conducting your defense. And that is where you, and only you, can help me." He went on to ask if I had felt grief on that sad occasion. The question struck me as an odd one. I'd have been much embarrassed if I had had to ask anyone a thing like that. I answered that, of recent years, I'd rather lost the habit of noting my feelings, and hardly knew what to answer. I could truthfully say I'd been quite fond of Mother, but that really didn't mean much. All normal people, I added on as afterthoughts, had more or less desired the death of those they loved All normal people, I added on as afterthought, had more or less desired the death of those they loved at some time or another. Here the lawyer interrupted me, looking greatly perturbed. "You must promise me to not say anything of that sort at the trial, or to the examining magistrate. Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that you've wanted your mother dead. No, you probably shouldn't." I promised to satisfy him, but I explained that my physical condition at any given moment often influenced my feelings. For instance, on the day I attended Mother's funeral, I was fagged out and only half awake, so really, I hardly took stock of what was happening. Anyhow, I could assure him of one thing, that I'd rather Mother hadn't died. The lawyer, however, looked displeased. "That's not enough," he said curtly. After considering for a bit, he asked me if he could say that on the day I had kept my feelings under control. "No," I said. "That wouldn't be true." He gave me a queer look, as if I slightly revolted him, then informed me that in an informed me in an almost hostile tone that in any case, the head of the home and some of the staff would be cited as witnesses. And that might do you a very nasty turn, he concluded. When I suggested that Mother's death had no connection with the charge against me, he merely replied that his remark showed I'd never had any dealings with the law. Soon after this, he left, looking quite vexed. I wish he'd stayed longer, and I could have explained that I desired his sympathy, not for him to make a better job of my defense, but if I might put it so spontaneously. I could see that I got on his nerves. He couldn't make me out, and naturally this irritated him. Once or twice I had mind to assure him that I was like everybody else, quite an ordinary person, but that would have served no great purpose, and I let it go, out of laziness as much as anything else. Later in the day, I was taken again to the examining magistrate's office. It was 2 in the afternoon, and this time the room was flooded with lights. There was only a thin curtain on the window, and extremely hot. After inviting me to sit down, the magistrate informed me in a very polite tone that owing to unforeseen circumstances, my lawyer was unable to be present. I should be quite entitled, he added, to reserve my answers to his questions until my lawyer could attend. Bro. Oh no. To this I replied that I could answer for myself. He pressed a bell push on his desk, and a young clerk came in and seated himself just beside me. Then we, I and the magistrate, settled back in our chairs and the examination began. Never represent yourself in legal matters. Good God, never represent yourself in legal matters. Do not be so here. He led off by remarking that I had the reputation of being a taciturn, rather self-centered person, and he'd like to know what I had to say about that. I answered, well, I rarely have anything much to say, so naturally I keep my mouth shut. He smiled as on the previous occasion and agreed that it was the best of reasons. In any case, he added, it has little or no importance. After a short silence, he suddenly leaned forward, looked me in the eye, and said, raising his little voice, what really interests me is you. I wasn't clear what he meant, so I made no comments. There are several things, he continued, that puzzle me about your crime. I feel sure that you will help me understand them. When I replied that really it was quite simple, he asked me to give him an account of what I'd done that day. As a matter of fact, I had already told him in our first interview, in a summary sort of way, of course, about Raymond, the beach, our swim, the fights, then the beach again, and the 5 shots I'd fired. But I went over it all again, and after each phrase he nodded. Quite so, quite so. When I described the body lying on the sand, he nodded more empathetically and said, good. I was tired of repeating the same story. I felt as if I'd never talked so much in all my life before. After another silence, he stood up and said he'd like to help me. I interested him, and with God's help, he would do something for me in my trouble. But first he must put a few more questions. He began by asking bluntly if I loved my mother. Yes, I replied, like everyone else. The clerk behind me, who had been typing away at a steady pace, must have hit the wrong keys as I heard him pushing the carrier back and crossing something out. Next, without any apparent logical connection, the magistrate sprung another question. Why did you fire 5 consecutive shots? I thought for a bit, then explained that they weren't quite consecutive. I fired 1 at first, and the other 4 after a short interval. Why did you pause between the first and second shots? I seemed to see it hovering again before my eyes, the red glow of the beach, and to feel that fiery breath on my cheeks, and this time I made no answer. During the silence that followed, the magistrate kept fidgeting, running his fingers through his hair, half rising then sitting down again, finally planting his elbows on the desk. He bent towards me with a queer expression. But why? Why did you go on firing at a prostrate man? Again, I found nothing to reply. The magistrate drew his hand across his forehead and repeated in a slightly different tone. I must ask you, Why? I insist on your telling me. I still kept silence. Suddenly he rose, walked to a file cabinet standing opposite the wall, pulled a drawer open, and took from it a silver crucifix, which he was waving as he came back to his desk. Do you know who this is? His voice had changed completely. It was vibrant with emotion. Of course I do, I answered. That seemed to start him off. He began speaking at a great pace. He told me he believed in God and that even the worst sinners could obtain forgiveness of him. But first he must repent and become like a little child with a simple, trustful heart, open to conviction. He was leaning right across the table, brandishing his crucifix before my eyes. As a matter of fact, I had great difficulty in following his remarks. As for one, the office was so stifling hot, and big flies were buzzing around, settling on my cheeks. Also because he rather alarmed me. Of course, I realized it was absurd to feel like this, considering that, after all, I was the one who was the criminal. However, he continued talking. I did my best to understand, and I gathered that there was only one point in my confession that badly needed clearing up. The fact that I'd waited before firing a second time. All the rest was, so to speak, quite in order, but that completely baffled him. I started to tell him that he was wrong in insisting on this. The point was of quite minor importance, but before I could get the words out, he had drawn himself up to his full height and was asking me very earnestly if I believed in God. When I said no, he plumped down into his chair indignantly. That was unthinkable, he said. All men believe in God, even those who reject him. Of this he was absolutely sure. If ever he came to doubt it, his life would lose all meaning. Do you wish, he asked indignantly, my life to have no meaning? Really, I couldn't see how my wishes came into it, and I told him such. What the fuck, man? What in the hell is going on? Monsieur Antichrist, yeah. That's what it currently feels like, yeah. That the magistrate is trying to paint him as the Antichrist. While I was talking, he thrust the crucifix again just under my nose and shouted, Anyhow, I'm a Christian, and I pray him to forgive you for your sins. My poor young man, how can you not believe that he suffered for your sake? I noticed that his manner seemed genuinely solicitous when he said, my poor young man. But I was beginning to have none of it. The room was growing steadily hotter. Honestly, your brain kind of looking like eggs right now. Pro got staggered. As I usually do when I want to get rid of someone whose conversation bores me, I pretended to agree. At which, rather to my surprise, his face lit up. You see. Now won't you own that you believe and put your trust in him? I must have shaken my head again, for he sank back into his chair, looking limp and dejected. Oh my god, he's looping him. He's comboing him. For some moments, there was a silence during which the typewriter, which had been clicking away all the time we talked, caught up with the last remark. Then he looked at me intently and rather sadly. Never in all my existence have I known a soul so case-hardened as yours, he said in a low tone. All the criminals who have come before me, until now, wept when they saw the symbol of our Lord's sufferings. I was on the point of replying that was precisely because they were criminals. But then I realized that I too came under that description. Somehow it was an idea to which I could never get reconciled. To indicate, presumably, that the interview was over, the magistrate stood up. In the same weary tone, he asked me one last question. Did I regret what I had done? After thinking a bit, I said what I felt was less regret than a kind of vexation. I couldn't find a better word for it, but he didn't seem to understand. This was as far as things went at that day's interview. The power of Christ, Jesus Christ, and 30-degree Celsius weather, and no ventilation. Yes, you are right there. Batter, you are right. I came before the magistrates many times more, but on those occasions my lawyer always accompanied me. The examinations were confined to asking me to amplify my previous statements, whereas the magistrate and my lawyer discussed technicalities. At such times they took very little notice of me, and in any case, the tone of the examinations changed as time went on. The magistrates seemed to have lost interest in me, and to have come to some sort of decision about my case. He never mentioned God again or displayed any of the religious fervor I had found so embarrassing at our first interview. The result was that our relations became more cordial. After a few questions, followed by an exchange of remarks with a lawyer, the magistrate closed the interview. My case was taking its course, as he put it. Sometimes, too, the conversation was of a general order, and the magistrates and lawyer encouraged me to join in. I began to breathe more freely. Neither of the two men at these times showed the least hostility toward me, and everything went so smoothly, so amiably, that I had an absurd impression of being one of the family. I can honestly say that during the 11 months these examinations lasted, I got so used to them that I was almost surprised that, having ever enjoyed anything better than those rare moments when the magistrate, after escorting me to the door of the office, would pat my shoulders in a friendly tone. "Well, Mr. Antichrist, that's all for the present." After which, I was made over to my jailers. What? That was part 2, section 1. We're on section 2 now. What the fuck is wrong with you, Musso? Section 2 of part 2. There are some things which I've never cared to talk, and a few days after I'd been sent to prison, I decided that this phase of my life was one of them. However, as time went by, I came to feel that this aversion had no real substance. In point of fact, during those early days, I was hardly conscious of being in prison. I had always a vague hope that something would turn up. Some agreeable surprise. The change came soon after Marie's first and only visits. From the day when I got her letter telling me they wouldn't let her come to see me anymore, because she wasn't my wife. So it was from that day that I realized this cell was my last home. A dead end, so to speak. On the day of my arrest, they put me in a biggish room with several other prisoners, mostly Arabs. They grinned when they saw me enter and asked me what I'd done. Told them I killed an Arab, and they kept mum for a while. But presently night began to fall, and one of them explained to me how I might lay out my sleeping mat. By rolling one end, one makes a sort of bolster. All nights I felt bugs crawling over my face. Some days later, I was put by myself in a cell, where I slept on a plank bed hinged to the wall. The only other furniture was latrine buckets and a tin basin. The prison stands on rising ground, and through my little window I had glimpses of the sea. One day, when I was hanging on the bars, straining my vision towards the sunlight, playing on the waves, a jailer entered and said I had a visitor. Thought it must be Marie, and so it was. To go to the visitor's room, I was taken along a corridor, then up a flight of stairs, then another corridor. It was a very large room, lit by a big bow window, and divided into 3 compartments by high iron grills, running transversely. Between the 2 grills, there was a gap of some 30 feet, a sort of no man's land between the prisoners and their friends. I was led to a point exactly opposite Marie, who was wearing her striped dress. On my side of the rails, there were about a dozen other prisoners, Arabs for the most part. On Marie's side were mostly Moorish women. She was wedged between a small old woman with tight-set lips and a fat matron without a hat, who was talking shrilly and gesticulated all the time. because of the distance between the visitors and prisoners, I found I too had to raise my voice. When I came into the room, the babble of voices echoing on the bare walls and the sunlight streaming in, flooding everything in a harsh white glare, made me feel quite dizzy. After the relative darkness and silence of my cell, it took me quite some moments to get used to these conditions. After a bit, however, I came to see each face quite clearly, lit up as if a spotlight played on it. I noticed a prison official seated at each end of the no man's land between the grills. The native prisoners and their relations on the other side were squatting opposite each other. They didn't raise their voices and, in spite of the din, managed to converse almost in whispers. The murmur of voices coming from below made a sort of accompaniment to the conversations going on above their heads. I took stock of all of this very quickly and moved a step towards Marie. She was pressing her brown, suntanned face to the bars and smiling hard as she could. I thought she was looking very pretty. Somehow couldn't bring myself to tell her so. "Well," she asked, pitching her voice very high, "what about it? Are you all right? Have you everything you want?" "Oh yes, I have everything I want." We were silent for some time. Marie went on smiling. The fat woman was bawling at the prisoner beside me, her husband, presumably, a tall, fair, pleasant-looking man. John refused to have him, she yelled. "It's too bad," the man replied. "Yes, and I told her you'd take him back the moment you got out, but she wouldn't hear of it." Marie shouted across the gap that Raymond sent me his best wishes. I said thanks, but my voice was drowned out by my neighbor, asking if he was quite fit. The fat woman gave a laugh. "Fit? I should say he is. A picture of health." Meanwhile, the prisoner on my left, a youngster with thin, girlish hands, never said a word. His eyes, I noticed, were fixed on the little old woman opposite him, and she returned his gaze with a sort of hungry passion. But I had to stop looking at them as Marie was shouting to me that we mustn't lose hope. "Certainly not," I answered. My gaze fell on her shoulders, and I had a sudden longing to squeeze them through the thin dress. Its silky texture fascinated me, and I had a feeling that the hope she spoke of centered on it, somehow. I imagined something of the same sort was in Marie's mind, for she went on smiling, looking straight at me. "It'll all come right, you'll see, and then we shall get married." All I could see of her now was the white flash of her teeth and the little puckers round her eyes. I answered, "Do you really think so?" But chiefly because I felt it up to me to answer something. She started talking very fast in the same high-pitched voice. "Yes, you'll be acquitted and we'll go bathing again on Sundays." The woman beside me was still yelling away, telling her husband that she had left a basket for him in the prison office. She gave a list of the things she'd bought, and told him to mind and check them carefully, as they had cost quite a lot. The youngster on my other side and his mother were still gazing mournfully at each other, and the murmur of the Arabs droned on below us. The light outside seemed to be surging up against the window, seeping through and smearing the faces of people facing it with a coat of yellow oil. So being relatable is very funky. It is the pure, direct autism brain, I guess. At that point. Or somewhere on the spectrum, anyway. Stretch a bit. We're getting through it. We're about 2/3 of the way now. I began to feel slightly squeamish, and wished I could leave. The strident voice beside me was jarring on my ears, but on the other hand, I wanted to have the most I could of Marie's company. I had no idea how much time passed. I remember Marie's describing to me her work, with that set smile always on her face. There wasn't a moment's let up in the noise. Shouts, conversations, and always that muttering undertone. The only oasis of silence was made by the young fellow and the old woman gazing into each other's eyes. Then one by one the Arabs were led away. Almost everyone fell silent when the first one left. The little old woman pressed herself against the bars, and at the same time, a jailer tapped the son's shoulders. He called, "Au revoir, mother," and slipped her hand between the bars. She gave him a small low wave with it. No sooner was she gone than a man, hat in hand, took her place. The prisoner was led up to the empty space beside me, and the two started a brisk exchange of remarks. Not loud, however, as the room had become relatively quiet. Someone came and called away the man on my right, and his wife shouted at him. She didn't seem to realize it was no longer necessary to shout. "Now mind you, look after yourself, dear, and don't do anything rash." My turn came next. Marie threw me a kiss. I looked back as I walked away. She hadn't moved. Her face was still pressed to the rails. Her lips still parted in that tense, twisted smile. Soon after this, I had a letter from her, and it was then that the things I've never liked to talk about began. Not that they were particularly terrible, I have no wish to exaggerate, and I suffer no less than others. Still, there was one thing in those early days that was really irksome, my habit of thinking like a free man. For instance, I would suddenly be seized with the desire to go down to the beach for a swim, and merely to have imagined the sound of ripples at my feet, and the smooth feel of the water on my body as I struck out, and the wonderful sensation of relief it gave brought home still more cruelly the narrowness of my cell. Still, that phase lasted a few months only. Afterwards, I had prisoner's thoughts. I waited for the daily walk in the courtyard, or a visit from my lawyer. As for the rest of the time, I managed quite well, really. I have often thought that I had been compelled to live in the trunk of a dead tree, with nothing to do but gaze up at the patch of sky just overhead. I'd have got used to it by degrees. I'd have learned to watch for the passing of birds or drifting of clouds as I had come to watch for my lawyer's odd neckties, or in another world, to wait patiently till Sunday for a spell of love-making with Marie. Well, here anyhow. I wasn't penned in a hollow trunk. There were others in the world worse off than I. I remembered it had been one of Mother's pet ideas. She was always voicing it. That, in the long run, no one gets used to anything. However, I didn't think things out so far. Those first months were trying, of course, but the very efforts I had to make helped me through them. For instance, I was plagued by the desire for a woman, which was natural enough considering my age. I never thought of Marie especially. I was obsessed with thoughts of this woman or that, of all the ones I had had, all the circumstances under which I'd loved them, so much so that the cell grew crowded with their faces, ghosts of my old passions. That unsettled me, no doubts. But at least it served to kill time. I gradually became quite friendly with the chief jailer, who went the rounds with the kitchen hands at mealtimes. It was he who brought up the subject of women. "That's what the men here grumble about most," he told me. I said I felt like that myself. "There's something unfair about it," I added. "Like hitting a man when he's down." "That's the whole point of it," he said. "That's why you fellows are kept in prison." "I don't follow." "Liberty," he said, "means that you're deprived of your liberty." Yes, currently he is the prisoner rather than the stranger. It had never before struck me in that light, but I saw his point. "That's true," I said. "Otherwise it wouldn't be a punishment." The jailer nodded. "Yes, you're different. You can use your brains. The others can't. Still, those fellows find a way out. They do it by themselves." With which remark the jailer left my cell. Next day, I did like the others. The lack of cigarettes, too, was a trial. When I was brought to the prison, they took away my belts, my shoelaces, and the contents of my pockets, including my cigarettes. Once I had been given a cell to myself, I asked to be given back, anyhow, the cigarettes. Smoking was forbidden, they informed me. That perhaps was what got me down the most. In fact, I suffered really badly during the first few days. I even tore off splinters from my plank bed and sucked them. All day long, I felt faint and bilious. It passed my understanding why I shouldn't be allowed to smoke. It could have done no one any harm. Later on, I understood the idea behind it. This privation, too, was part of my punishment. But by the time I understood it, I'd lost the craving, so it ceased to be a punishment. Except for these privations, I wasn't too unhappy. Yet again, the whole problem was how to kill time. After a while, however, once I'd learned the trick of remembering things, I never met a moment's boredom. Sometimes I would exercise my memory on my bedroom, and starting from a corner, make the round, noting every object I saw on the way. At first it was over in a minute or two, but each time I repeated the experience, it took a little longer. I made a point of visualizing every piece of furniture, and each article upon or in it, and then every detail of each article. And finally, the details of the details, so to speak. A tiny dent or incrustation, or a chipped edge, and the exact grain and color of the woodwork. At the same time, I forced myself to keep my inventory in mind from start to finish, in the right order and omitting no item, with the result that after a few weeks I could spend hours merely enlisting the objects in my bedroom. I found that there were more than I thought. The more details, half forgotten, or malobserved, floated up from my memory. There seemed no end to them. So I learned that even after a single day's experience of the outside world, a man could easily live 100 years in prison. He'd have laid upon enough memories never to be bored. Obviously, in one way, this was a compensation. Then there was sleep. To begin with, I slept badly at night and never in the day, but gradually my nights became better and I managed to doze off in the daytime as well. In fact, during the last months, I must have slept 16 or 18 hours out of the 24. So there remained only 6 hours to fill with meals, reliving nature, my memories, and the story of the shack. The shack? Why the shack? Hang on. He is insanely... It's not that he is only refusing to... It's not that other people can't understand him. He's refusing to make himself understandable in some of these cases as well. Also, hang on a moment. Oh no, the stream isn't necessarily tweaking. I just turned off my audio for a second.
Man, this one's dinner.
Yes, I was handling dinner plans, so to speak.
Dinner plans. That's taken.
Yep. Okay. One day, when inspecting my straw mattress, I found a bit of newspaper stuck to its underside. The page was yellow with age, almost transparent, but I could still make out the letter print. It was the story of a crime. The first part was missing, but I gathered that its scene was some village in Czechoslovakia. One of the villagers had left his home to try his luck abroad, after 25 years, having made a fortune, but he returned to his country with his wife and child. Meanwhile, his mother and sister had been running a small hotel in the village where he was born. He decided to give them a surprise, and leaving his wife and child in another inn, he went to stay at his mother's place, booking a room under an assumed name. His mother and sister completely failed to recognize him. At dinner that evening, he showed them a large sum of money he had on him. And in the course of the night, they slaughtered him with a hammer. After taking the money, they flung the body into the river. Next morning, his wife came without thinking, betrayed the guest's identity. His mother hanged herself. His sister threw herself into a well. Must have read that story thousands of times. In one way, it sounded most unlikely. In another, it was plausible enough. Anyhow, to my mind, the man was asking for trouble. One shouldn't play fool tricks of that sort. So, what with long bouts of sleep, my memories, reading that scrap of newspaper, the tides of light and darkness, the days slipped by. I'd read, of course, that in jail one ends up losing track of time, but this had never meant anything definite to me. I hadn't grasped how days could be long, at once long and short. Long, no doubt, as periods to live through, but so distended that they end up overlapping on each other. In fact, I never thought my days as such, only the words yesterday and tomorrow still kept some meaning. When one morning the jailer informed me I'd now been 6 months in jail, I believed him, but the words conveyed nothing to my mind. To me it seemed like one and the same. That had been going on since I'd been in my cell, and that I had been doing the same thing all the time. After the jailer left me, I shined up my tin pannikin and studied my face in it. My expression was terribly serious, I thought, even when I tried to smile. I held the pannikin at different angles, but always my face had the same mournful, tense expression. Okay. The sun was setting, and it was the hour of which I'd rather not speak. The nameless hour, I called it. When evening sounds were creeping up from all the floors of the prison, in a sort of stealthy procession. When I went to the barred window and in the last rays looked once again at my reflected face, it was as serious as before. And that wasn't surprising, as just then I was feeling serious. But at the same time, I heard something that I hadn't heard in months. It was the sound of a voice. My own voice. There was no mistaking it, and I recognized it as the voice that for many a day of late had been sounding in my ears. So I knew that all this time I'd been talking to myself. And something I'd been told came back. A remark made by the nurse at Mother's funeral. No, there was no way out. And no one can imagine what the evenings are like in prison. Section 3. We really do just be doing a prison arc. Wonder if he does get let out though. Okay. On the whole, I can't say that those months passed slowly. Another summer was on its way, almost before I realized the first was over. And I knew that with the first really hot days, something new was in store for me. My case was down for the last sessions of the Assize Court, and those sessions were due to end sometime in June. The day on which my trial started was one of brilliant sunshine. My lawyer assured me that the case would only take 2 or 3 days. From what I hear, he added, the court will dispatch your case as quickly as possible, as it isn't the most important one on the cause list. There's a case of parricide immediately after, which will take them some time. Let's see. Hello, everyone. You just had a shawarma. Welcome in, Wu. Welcome in. You really need to read a source material book like Don Quixote? Sometimes. Don Quixote's one's real funky, though. Charging at windmills and all that. They came for me at 7:30 in the morning, and I was conveyed to the law courts in a prison van. The two policemen led me into a small room that smelled of darkness. We sat near a door through which came sounds of voices, shouts, chairs, scraping on the floor. A vague hubbub which reminded me of one of those small town socials. When the concert's over, the hall is cleared for dancing. Reading Honglu's one would be very funky. It's stupid long. I would recommend just go watch a drama that's based on it at that point, I'll be honest. I've heard that they've gotten better at adapting it to drama. One of my policemen told me that the judges hadn't arrived yet and offered me a cigarette, which I declined. After a bit, he asked me if I was feeling nervous. I said no, and that the prospect of witnessing a trial rather interested me. I've never had occasion to attend one before. Maybe, the policeman said, but after an hour or two, one's had enough of it. After a while, a small electric bell purred in the room. They unfastened my handcuffs, opened the door, and led me to the prisoner's dock. There was a great crowd in the courtroom. Though the Venetian blinds were down, light was filtering through the chinks, and the air stifling hot already. The windows had been kept shut. I sat down, and the police officers took their stand on each side of my chair. It was then that I noticed the row of faces opposite me. These people were staring hard at me, and I guessed they were the jury, but somehow I didn't see them as individuals. I felt as you do after boarding a streetcar, and you're conscious of all the people on the opposite seat staring at you in the hope of finding something in your appearance to amuse them. Of course, I knew this was an absurd comparison. What these people were looking for in me wasn't anything to laugh at, but signs of criminality. Still, the difference wasn't so very great. And anyhow, that's the idea I got. But with the crowd and stuffiness of the air, I was feeling a bit dizzy. I ran my eyes around the courtroom but couldn't recognize any of the faces. At first, I could hardly believe that all these people would come on my account. It was such a new experience, being a focus of interest. In the ordinary way, no one ever paid much attention to me. Camus sure likes cooking we're so alive. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. What a crush, I remarked to the policeman when I left. Then he explained that newspapers were responsible for it. Give me a moment here. Oh god, that was a pretty bad sneeze. Oh god. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh god. Didn't even clear out my sinuses from that. He pointed to a group of men at a table just below the jury box. There they are. Who? I asked. And he replied, the press. One of them, he added, was an old friend of his. A moment later, the man he'd mentioned looked our way and coming to the dock, shook hands warmly with the policeman. The journalist was an elderly man with a rather grim expression, but his manner was quite pleasant. Just then I noticed that almost all the people in the courtroom were greeting each other, exchanging remarks and forming groups. Behaving, in fact, as in a club where the company of others of one's own tastes and standing makes one feel at ease. That, no doubt, explained the odd impression I was having of the trop here, a sort of gate crasher. However, the journalist addressed me quite amiably. He said he hoped all will go well for me. I thanked him, and he added with a smile, You know, we've been featuring you a bit. We're always rather short of copy in the summer, and there's been precious little to write about except your case, and the one that's coming after it. I expect you've heard about it. It's a case of parricide. He drew my attention to one of the group at the press table, a plump small man with huge black-rimmed glasses, who made me think of an overfed weasel. That fellow's the special correspondent of one of the Harry Daly's. As a matter of fact, he didn't come on your account. He was sent for the parasite case, but they've asked him to cover yours as well. It was on the tip of my tongue to say that's very kind of them, but then I thought it would sound silly. With a friendly wave of his hand, he left us. And for some minutes, nothing happened. Then, accompanied by some colleagues, my lawyer bustled in. In his gown, he went up to the press table and shook hands with the journalists. They remained laughing and chatting together, all seemingly very much at home here, until a bell rang shrilly and everyone went to his place. The lawyer came up to me, shook hands, and advised me to answer all the questions as briefly as possible, not to volunteer information, and to rely on him to see me through. I'd heard a chair scrape on my left, and a tall, thin man wearing pince-nez settled the folds of his red gown as he took his seat. The public prosecutor, I gathered. The clerk of the court announced that their honors were entering, and at the same time, 2 big electric fans started buzzing overhead. 3 judges, 2 in black and the 3rd in scarlet, with briefcases under their arms, entered and walked briskly to the bench, which was several feet above the level of the courtroom floor. The man in scarlet took the central, high-backed chair, placed his cap of office on the table, ran a handkerchief over his small, bald crown, and announced that the hearing would now begin. The journalists had their fountain pens ready. They all wore the same expression of slightly ironical indifference, with the exception of one, a much younger man than his colleagues, in grey flannels with a blue tie, who was leaving his pen on the table. Was gazing hard at me. He had a plain, rather chunky face. What held my attention were his eyes. Very pale, clear eyes, riveted on me, though not betraying any definite emotion. For a moment I had an odd impression, as if I was being scrutinized by myself. That, and the fact that I was unfamiliar with court procedure, may explain why I didn't follow very well the opening phases, the drawing of lots for the jury, the various questions put by the presiding judge to the prosecutor, the 4 men of the jury, and my counsel. Each time he spoke, all the jurymen's heads swung round together toward the bench. The hurried reading of the charge sheets, in the course of which I recognized some familiar names of people and places, then some supplementary questions put to my lawyer. Next, the judge announced that the court would call over the witness list. Some of the names read out by the clerk rather surprised me. From amongst the crowd, which, until now, I had seen as mere blur faces, rose one after another. Raymond, Masson, Salamano, the doorkeeper from the home, old Perez, and Marie, who gave me a little nervous wave of her hand before following the others out by a side door. I was thinking how strange it was I hadn't noticed any of them before when I heard the last name called. That's of Celeste. He rose. I noticed beside him the quaint little woman with a mannish coat and brisk, decided hair, who had shared my table at the restaurant. Huh. So they did bring her back up. Okay. She had her eyes fixed on me, I noticed, but I hadn't time to wonder about her. The judge had started speaking again. He said that the trial proper was about to begin, and he need hardly say he expected the public to refrain from any demonstration whatsoever. He explained that he was there to supervise the proceedings, as a sort of umpire, and he would take a scrupulous, impartial view of the case. The verdict of the jury would be interpreted by him in a spirit of justice. Finally, at the least sign of disturbance, he would have the court cleared. The day was stoking up. Some of the public were fanning themselves with newspapers, and there was a constant rustle of crumpled paper. On a sign from the presiding judge, the clerk of the court brought 3 fans of plated straw, which the 3 judges promptly put into action. Counter theme making you connect the dots for real? Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, if we open up on this trial, it would be pretty funny. Though, all things considered, the trial may have already happened anyway. My examination began at once. The judge questioned me quite calmly and even. I fought with a hints of cordiality. For the nth time, I was asked to give the particulars of my identity, and though heartily sick of this formality, I realized that it was natural enough. After all, it would be a shocking thing for the court to be trying the wrong man. The trial will probably be the whole counter, Lamau. The judge then launched into an account of what I'd done, stopping after every 2 or 3 sentences to ask me, is that correct? To which I always replied yes. Yes, sir, as my lawyer had advised me. It was a long business, as the judge lingered on each detail. Meanwhile, the journalist scribbled busily away. But I was sometimes conscious of the eyes of the youngest fixed on me. Also, those of the queer little robot woman. The jurymen, however, were all gazing at the red-robed judge, and I was again reminded of the row of passengers on one side of a tram. Presently, he gave a slight cough, turned some pages of his file, and still fanning his face, addressed me gravely. He now proposed, he said, to trench on certain matters, which on a superficial view might seem foreign to the case, but actually were highly relevant. I guessed that he was going to talk about Mother, and at the same time realized how odious I would find this. His first question was, why had I sent my mother to an institution? I replied that the reason was simple. I hadn't enough money to see that she was properly looked after at home. Then he asked if the parting hadn't caused me distress. I explained that neither mother nor I expected much of one another, or for that matter of anybody else, so both of us had got used to the new conditions easily enough. The judge then said that he had no wish to press the point, and asked the prosecutor if he could think of any more questions that should be put to me at this stage. The prosecutor, who had his back half turned to me, said without looking in my direction that, subject to his honor's approval, he would like to know if I'd gone back to the stream with the intention of killing the Arab. I said no. In that case, why had I taken the revolver with me, and why go precisely back to that spot? I said it was a matter of pure chance. The prosecutor then observed in a very nasty tone, "Very good. That will be all for the present." I couldn't quite follow what came next. Anyhow, after some palavering among the bench, the prosecutor and my counsel, the presiding judge announced that the court would now rise. There was an adjournment till afternoon, when evidence would be taken. But you know, for that one Musso shooting a man, fair. And Musso was exiled from N-Corp, I think, from what I recall, and that's why he's being taken on trial currently. If the exiling is already the punishment for everything that's happened here, then we're in for some new stuff entirely. Anyhow. Almost before I knew what was happening, I was rushed out to the prison van, which drove me back, and I was given my midday meal. After a short time, just enough for me to realize how tired I was feeling, they came for me. I was back in the same room, confronting the same faces, and the whole thing started again. But the heats had meanwhile much increased, and by some miracle, fans had been procured for everyone. The jury, my lawyer, prosecutor, and some of the journalists too. The young man and the robot woman were still at their places, but they were not fanning themselves. And as before, they never took their eyes off me. Yep, being retrialed again. Pulling out a trap card where they reveal he shot somebody in the past. Good odds, good odds. They could always warp the story entirely, and turns out he shot his mother, who knows. It is Kim Ji-hoon after all. But that depends on how faithful he wants to be to this story, or if he loves it enough to adapt it to his own standard. To me, though, the funny one will always be Moby Dick, because it's not a very good adaptation of Moby Dick. And I think Ishmael was like his least favorite sinner, or one of his least favorite sinners. So, from what I recall, perhaps making an adaptation out of spite may be the better route for Kim Ji-hoon, but we'll see. I wiped the sweat from my face, and I was barely conscious of where or who I was until I heard the warden of the home called to the witness box. When asked if my mother had complained about my conduct, he said yes, but that didn't mean much. Almost all the inmates of the home had grievances against their relatives. The judge asked him to be more explicit. Did she reproach me for having sent her to the home? He said yes again, but this time he didn't qualify his answer. To another question, he replied that on the day of the funeral, he was somewhat surprised by my calmness, and asked to explain what he meant by my calmness. The warden lowered his eyes and stared at his shoes for a moment. Then he explained that I hadn't wanted to see my mother's body, or shed a single tear, that I had left immediately the funeral ended, without lingering at her grave. Another thing had surprised him. One of the undertaker's men told him that I didn't know my mother's age. There was a short silence. Then the judge asked him if he might take it that he was referring to the prisoner in the dock. The warden seemed puzzled by this, and the judge explained, "It's a formal question. I am bound to it." The prosecutor was then asked if he had any questions to put, and he answered loudly, "Certainly not. I have all I want." His tone and the look of triumph on his face as he glanced at me was so marked that I felt as I hadn't felt for ages. I had a foolish desire to burst into tears. For the first time, I'd realized how all these people loathed me. Hey, Lamau. Finally, you realize you're hated, I guess. Ringfolvism, so, bro. Anyway. After asking the jury and my lawyer if they had any questions, the judge heard the doorkeeper's evidence. On stepping into the box, the man threw a glance at me, then looked away, replying to questions. He said I declined to see mother's body. I'd smoked cigarettes and slept, and drunk cafe au lait. It was then I felt a sort of wave of indignation spreading through the courtroom, and for the first time I understood that I was guilty. They got the doorkeeper to repeat what he said about the coffee and my smoking. The prosecutor turned to me again with a gloating look in his eyes. My counsel asked the doorkeeper if he too hadn't smoked, but the prosecutor took strong exception to this. "I'd like to know," he cried indignantly. Who is on trial in this court? Or does my friend think that by aspersing a witness for the prosecution, he will shake the evidence, the abundant and cogent evidence against his client? Nonetheless, the judge told the doorkeeper to answer the question. The old fellow fidgeted a bit. Then, "Well, I didn't ought to have done it," he mumbled, "but I did take a cigarette from the young gentleman when he offered it, just out of politeness." The judge asked me if I had any comment to make. "None," I said, "except that the witness is quite right. It's true I offered him a cigarette." The doorkeeper looked at me with surprise and a sort of gratitude. Then after hemming and hawing for a bit, he volunteered the statement that it was he who'd suggested I should have some coffee. My lawyer was exultant. "The jury will appreciate," he said, "the importance of this admission." The prosecutor, however, was promptly on his feet again. "Quite so," he boomed above our heads. "The jury will appreciate it, and he will draw the conclusion that though a third party might inadvertently offer him a cup of coffee, the prisoner in common decency should have refused it, if only out of respect for the dead body of the poor woman who had brought him into the world." After which the doorkeeper went back to his seat. Then, when Thomas Perez was called, the court officer had to help him to the box. Perez stated, though he had been a great friend of my mother, he had met me once, only on the day of the funeral. Asked how I behaved that day, he said, "Well, I was most upset, you know. Far too much upset to notice things. My grief sort of blinded me. I think it had to be a great shock, my dear friend's death. In fact, I fainted during the funeral, so I didn't hardly notice the young gentleman at all." The prosecutor asked him to tell the court if he had seen me weep, and when Perez answered no, added empathetically, "I trust the jury will take notes of this reply." My lawyer rose at once and asked Perez in a tone that seemed to me needlessly aggressive, "Now think well, my man. Can you swear you saw he didn't shed a tear? Perez answered no. At this, some people tittered, and my lawyer, pushing back one sleeve of his gown, said sternly, "That is typical of the way this case is being conducted. No attempt is being made to elicit the true facts." That is the typical way. Let's see. The prosecutor ignored this remark. He was making dabs with his pencil on the cover of his brief, seeming quite indifferent. There was a break of 5 minutes, during which my lawyer told me the case was going very well indeed. Then Celeste was called. Who was announced as a witness for the defense. The defense meant me. Death sentence for not mourning his mother and didn't believe in God. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, trial feels pretty rigged so far. Now and again, Celeste threw me a glance. He kept squeezing his Panama hat between his hands as he gave evidence. He was in his best suit, the one he wore when sometimes of a Sunday he went with me to the races, but evidently he hadn't been able to get his collar on. The top of his shirt, I noticed, was secured only by a brass stud. Asked if I was one of his customers, he said yes, and a friend as well. Asked to state his opinion of me, he said I was all right, and when told to explain what he meant by that, he replied that everyone knew what that meant. Was I a secretive sort of man? No, he answered. I shouldn't call him that, but he isn't one to waste his breath like a lot of folks. The prosecutor asked him if I always settled my monthly bill at his restaurant when presented. Celeste laughed. Oh, he paid on the nail all right, but the bills were just details, like between him and me. Then he asked to say what he thought about the crime. He placed his hands on the rail of the box, and one could see he had a speech already. To my mind, it was just an accident, or a stroke of bad luck if you prefer. And a thing like that takes you off your guard. He wanted to continue, but the judge cut him short. Right, sir. That's all. Thank you. For a bit, Celeste seemed flabbergasted. Then he explained that he hadn't finished what he wanted to say. They told him to continue, but to make it brief. He only repeated that it was just an accident. That's as it may be, the judge observed. But what we are here for is to try such accidents, according to the law. You can stand down. Celeste turned his gaze at me. His eyes were moist and his lips trembling. It was exactly as he'd said. Well, I've done my best for you, old man. I'm afraid it hasn't helped much. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything or make any movements, but for the first time in my life, I wanted to kiss a man. The judge repeated his order to stand down, and Celeste returned to his place among the crowd. During the rest of the hearing, he remained there, leaning forward, elbows on his knees, his Panama between his hands. Not a word of the proceedings. It was Marie's turn next. She had a hat on and still looked quite pretty, though I much preferred her with her hair free. From where I was, I had glimpses of the soft curve of her breasts, and the underlip had the little pout that always fascinated me. She appeared quite nervous. The first question was how long had she known me? Since the time when she was in our office, she replied. Then the judge asked what were her relations between us, and she said she was my girlfriend. Answering another question, she admitted promising to marrying me. The prosecutor, who had been studying a document in front of him, asked her rather sharply when our liaison had begun. She gave a date. He then observed with a would-be casual air that apparently she meant the day following my mother's funeral. Oh, you fucker. After letting this sink in, he remarked in a slightly ironic tone that obviously this was a delicate topic, and he could enter into the young lady's feelings, but here his voice grew sterner. His duty obliged him to waive considerations of delicacy. After making this announcement, he asked Marie to give a full account of our doings on the day when I had intercourse with her for the first time. Marie wouldn't answer at first, but the prosecutor insisted, and then she told him that we had met at the baths, gone together to the pictures, and then to my place. He then informed the courts that as a result of certain statements made by Marie at the proceedings before the magistrates, he had studied the movie programs of that date. And turning to Marie, asked her to name the film we had gone to see. In a very low voice, she said it was a picture with Fernandel in it. By the time she had finished, the courtroom was so still you could hear a pin drop. Like, bro, what the fuck does his grief over his mother have to do with shooting a guy? Come on. Like, come on, man. This is beating a dog while he's down. Finding any reason to paint Musso with an evil brush. Yes, I know. It is a strategy you can use in court to an extent to sway the jury. But it's so thinly veiled, man. Do you not see that it is like bringing up a man who could not process his feelings properly? Like, it has like nothing to do with the case. Zero. Zilch. While they're not questioning the fact that whether or not he committed it, he's openly admitted to committing the damn thing. They are not questioning his motive or anything of the sort, or the happenstance of the incident. So this is very, very what the fuck, honestly. Looking very grave, the prosecutor drew himself with his full height, and pointing at me, said in such a tone that I could have sworn he was genuinely moved, "Gentlemen of the jury, I would have you note that on the next day after his mother's funeral, that man was visiting the swimming pool, starting a liaison with a girl, and going to see a comic film. That is all I wish to say." When he sat down, there was the same dead silence. Then all of a sudden, Marie burst into tears. He'd got it all wrong, she said. It wasn't a bit like that, really. He'd bullied her into saying the opposite of what she meant. She knew me very well, and she was sure I hadn't done anything really wrong, and so on. At a sign from the presiding judge, one of the court officers led her away, and the hearing continued. Hardly anyone seemed to listen to Masson, the next witness. He stated that I was a respectable young fellow, and what's more, a very decent chap. Nor did they pay any more attention to Salamano when he told them how kind I'd always been to his dog, or when, in answer to a question about my mother and himself, he said that mother and I had very little in common, and explained why I'd fixed her up to enter the home. "You gotta understand," he added. "You gotta understand." But no one seemed to understand. He was told to stand down. Ah boy, here's Raymond. Oh god. Raymond was next, and last, witness. He gave me a little wave of his hand and led off before saying I was innocent. The judge rebuked him. "You're here to give evidence, not your views on the case, and you must confine yourself to answering questions put to you." He then asked to make clear his relations with the deceased, and Raymond took this opportunity of explaining that it was he, not I, against whom the dead man had a grudge, because he, Raymond, had beaten up his sister. The judge asked him if the deceased had no reason to dislike me too. Raymond told him that my presence on the beach that morning was a pure coincidence. "How come it then," the prosecutor inquired, "that the letter which led up to this tragedy was the prisoner's work?" Raymond replied to this too, was due to mere chance, to which the prosecutor retorted that, in this case, chance or mere coincidence seemed to play a remarkably large part. Was it by chance that I hadn't intervened when Raymond assaulted his mistress? Did this convenient term, chance, account for my having vouched for Raymond at the police station and having made, on that occasion, statements extravagantly favorable to him? In conclusion, he asked Raymond to state what were his means of livelihood. On his describing himself as a warehouse man, the prosecutor informed the jury it was common knowledge that the witness lived on the immoral earnings of women. I, he said, was this man's intimate friend and associate. In fact, the whole background of the crime was of the most squalid description, and what made it even more odious was the personality of the prisoner, an inhuman monster wholly without moral sense. Raymond, you fucked up. Raymond began to expostulate, and my lawyer too protested. They were told that the prosecutor must be allowed to finish his remarks. I have nearly done, he said, then turned to Raymond. Was the prisoner your friend? Certainly. We were the best of pals, as they say. The prosecutor then put me the same question. I looked hard at Raymond, and he did not turn away. Then, yes, I answered. The prosecutor turned toward the jury. Not only did the man before you in the dock indulge himself in most shameful orgies on the day following his mother's death, he killed a man cold-bloodedly in pursuance of some sordid vendetta in the underworld of prostitutes and pimps. That gentleman of the jury is the type of man the prisoner is. No sooner had he sat down than my lawyer, out of all patience, raised his arm so high that his sleeves fell back, showing the full length of his starched shirt cuffs. Is my client on trial for having buried his mother or for killing a man? He asked. There were some titters in the court, but then the prosecutor sprang to his feet and, draping his gown round him, said he was amazed at his friend's ingenuousness in failing to see that between these two elements of the case there was a vital link. They hung together psychologically, if he might put it so. In short, he concluded, speaking with great vehemence, I accused the prisoner of behaving at his mother's funeral in a way that showed he was already a criminal at heart. We are going to get someone in this canto that is just going to fulfill the role of this prosecutor. And he is going to be an actual fucking cunt. Anyway. These words seemed to take much effect on the jury and the public. My lawyer merely shrugged his shoulders and wiped the sweat from his forehead, but obviously he was rattled. I had a feeling things weren't going well for me. Soon after this incident, the court rose, and I was being taken from the courthouse to the prison van. I was conscious for a few brief moments of the once familiar feel of a summer evening out of doors, and sitting in the darkness of my moving cell. I recognized, echoing in my tired brain, all the characteristic sounds of a town I'd loved, and of a certain hour of the day which I had particularly enjoyed. The shouts of newspaper boys in the already languid air, the last calls of birds in the public garden, the cries of sandwich vendors, the screech of streetcars, and the steep corners of the upper town, and that faint rustling overhead as darkness sifted down upon the harbour. All these sounds made my return to prison like a blind man's journey along the routes whose every inch he knows by heart. Yet this was the evening hour when, how long ago it seemed, always felt so well content with life. Then, what awaited me was a night of easy, dreamless sleep. This was the same hour, but with a difference. I was returning to a cell, and what awaited me was a night haunted by forebodings of the coming day. And so I learned that familiar paths traced in the dusk of summer evenings may lead as well to prisons as to innocent, untroubled sleep. So it concludes section 3. We are on to section 4 and the home stretch of the book. The last 15 pages. Someone needs to make like an Ace Attorney edit of this whole shit, man. Like, holy hell, it's like god awful. Like, genuinely, just what the fuck, man. Rousseau doesn't even mention the court. He just stares at you like this, yeah. Like, genuinely. Man did not deserve this shit. All right. Let us continue. It is always interesting, even in the prisoner's dock, to hear oneself being talked about. And certainly in the speeches of my lawyer and the prosecuting counsel, a great deal was said about me. More, in fact, about me personally than about my crime. Really, there wasn't any great differences between the two speeches. Counsel for the defense raised his arms to heaven and pleaded guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. Prosecutor made similar gestures. He agreed I was guilty, but denied extenuating circumstances. One thing about this phase of the trial was rather irksome. Quite often, interested as I was in what they had to say, I was tempted to put in a word myself, but my lawyer advised me not to. You won't do your case any good by talking, he said. Or he had warned me. In fact, there seemed to be a conspiracy to exclude me from the proceedings. It wasn't to have any say, and that my fate was to be... I wasn't to have any say, and that my fate was to be decided out of hand. It was quite an effort at times for me to refrain from cutting them all short, and saying, but damn it all, who's on trial in this court, I'd like to know. It's a serious matter for a man being accused of murder, and I have something really important to tell you. However, on second thoughts, I found myself saying I had nothing to say. In any case, I must admit that hearing oneself talked about loses its interest very soon. Yes, Musso, don't you dare fucking speak. The prosecutor's speech especially began to bore me before he was halfway through it. The only things that really caught my attention were occasional phrases, his gestures, and some elaborate tirades, but these were isolated patches. What he was aiming at, I gathered, was to show that my crime was premeditated. I remember his saying at one moment, I can prove this, gentlemen, I can prove this, gentlemen of the jury, to the hilt. First you have the facts of the crime, which are clear as daylight, and then you have what I might call the night of the crime, or night side of this case, the dark workings of criminal mentality. He began summing up the facts from my mother's death onwards. He stressed my heartlessness, my inability to state mother's age, my visit to the swimming pool where I met Marie, our matinee at the pictures where a Fernandel film was showing, and finally my return with Marie to my rooms. I didn't quite follow his remarks at first, then he kept mentioning the prisoner's mistress, whereas for me she was just Marie. Then he came to the subject of Raymond. It seemed to me that his way of treating the facts showed a certain shrewdness. All he said sounded quite plausible, and written the letter in collusion with Raymond, so as to entice his mistress to his room, and subject her to ill treatment by a man of more than dubious reputation. Then on the beach I provoked a brawl with Raymond's enemies, in the course of which Raymond was wounded. I'd asked him for his revolver, and had gone back by myself with the intention of using it. Then I shot the Arab. After the first shot, I waited. Then, to be certain of making a good job of it, I fired 4 more shots, deliberately point blank, and in cold blood at my victim. If that is my case, he said, I've described to you the series of events which led this man to kill the deceased, fully aware of what he was doing. I emphasize this point. We are not concerned with an act of homicide committed on such sudden impulse, which might serve as extenuation. I ask you to note, gentlemen of the jury, that this prisoner is an educated man. You will have observed the way in which he answered my questions. He is intelligent and he knows the value of words, and I repeat that it was quite impossible to assume that when he committed the crime, he was unaware of what he was doing. I noticed that he laid stress on my intelligence. It puzzled me rather why. What would count as a good point in an ordinary person should be used against an accused man as an overwhelming proof of his guilt. While thinking this over, I missed what he said next, until I heard him exclaim indignantly, "And has he uttered a word of regret for his most odious crime?" Not one word, gentlemen. Not once in the course of these proceedings did this man show the least contrition. Turning toward the dock, he pointed a finger at me, and went on in the same strain. I really couldn't understand why he harped on this point so much. Of course, I had to own that he was right. I didn't feel much regret for what I'd done still. To my mind, he overdid it, and I'd have liked a chance of explaining to him, in a quite friendly, almost affectionate way, that I have never been able to really regret anything at all in my life. I've always been far too much absorbed in the present moment, or immediate future, to think back. Of course, in the position into which I'd been forced, there was no question to my speaking to anyone in that tone. I hadn't the right to show any friendly feelings or possess good intentions, and I tried to follow what came next, as the prosecutor was now considering what he called my soul. He said he studied it closely. He had found a blank, literally nothing, gentlemen of the jury. Really, he said, I had no soul. There was nothing human about me. Not one of those moral qualities which normal men possess had any place in my mentality. No doubt, he added, we should not reproach him with this. We cannot blame a man for lacking what it was never in his power to acquire. But in a criminal court, the wholly passive ideal of tolerance must give place to a sterner, loftier ideal, that of justice. Especially when this lack of every decent instinct is such as that of the man before you, a menace to society. He proceeded to discuss my conduct towards my mother, repeating what he said in the course of the hearing, but he spoke at much greater length of my crime, at such length, indeed, that I lost the thread and was conscious only of the steadily increasing heat. The moment came when the prosecutor paused and, after a short silence, said in a low, vibrant voice, "This same court, gentlemen, will be called on to try tomorrow. That most odious of crimes, the murder of a father by his son. To his mind, such a crime was almost unimaginable, but he ventured to hope justice would be meted out without paltering. And yet, he made bold to say the horror that even the crime of the parricide inspired in him paled beside the loathing inspired by my callousness. This man who is morally guilty of his mother's death is no less unfit to have a place in the community than that other man who did to death the father that begat him. And indeed, the one crime led on to the other. The first of these two criminals, the man in the dock, set a precedent, if I may put it so, and authorized the second crime. Yes, gentlemen, I am convinced." Here he raised his voice a tone. "That you will not find I am exaggerating the case against the prisoner when I say that he is also guilty of the murder to be tried tomorrow in this court, and I look to you for a verdict accordingly." What the fuck, man? They let him yap? They let him talk? Just bro. No. God, no. God, what? This case needed more objections. How is any of this shit relevant? You may as well be trying Musso for fort crime at this point. There is no correlation between this case and the next one. Why the fuck are you harping on the next case? The prosecutor paused again to wipe the sweat off his face. He then explained that his duty was a painful one, but he would do it without flinching. This man has, I repeat, no place in a community whose basic principles he flouts without compunction, nor, heartless as he is, has he any claim to mercy. I ask you to impose the extreme penalty of the law. I ask it without a qualm. In the course of a long career, in which it has often been my duty to ask for a capital sentence, never have I felt that painful duty weigh so little on my mind as in the present case, in demanding a verdict of murder without extenuating circumstances. I am following not only the dictates of my conscience and a sacred obligation, but also those of the natural and righteous indignation I feel at the sight of a criminal devoid of the least spark of human feeling. When the prosecutor sat down, there was a longish silence. Personally, I was quite overcome by the heat and my amazement at what I had been hearing. The presiding judge gave a short cough and asked me in a very low tone if I had anything to say. I rose, and as I felt in the mood to speak, I said the first thing that crossed my mind, that I had no intention of killing the Arab. The judge replied that this statement would be taken into consideration by the court. Meanwhile, he would be glad to hear, before my counsel addressed the court, what were the motives of my crime. So far, he must admit, he hadn't fully understood the grounds of my defense. Tried to explain that it was because of the sun, but I spoke too quickly and ran my words into each other. Was only too conscious that it sounded nonsensical, and in fact I heard people tittering. My lawyer shrugged his shoulders. Then he was directed to address the court. In his turn, but all he did was point out the lateness of the hour and ask for an adjournment till the following afternoon. To this the judge agreed. He's selling the game, bro? Yeah, wait, what? What do you mean by I'm selling the game? Anyway. When I was brought back the next day, the electric fans were still churning up the heavy air and the jurymen plying their gaudy little fans in a steady sort of rhythm. The speech of the defense seemed to be interminable. At one moment, however, I pricked up my ears. It was when I heard him saying, "It is true I killed a man." He went on in the same strain saying, "I," when he referred to me. He seemed so queer that I bent toward the policeman on my right and asked him to explain. He told me to shut up. Then after a moment whispered, "They all do that." It seemed to me that the idea behind it was still further to exclude me from the case, to put me off the map, so to speak, by substituting the lawyer for myself. Anyway, it hardly mattered. I already felt worlds away from this courtroom and its tedious proceedings. He's fucked up the game. He's fucked up his defense is what you mean. Hey Lamau. He didn't mean to kill the guy. It's just the son's fault. Right? Anyway. My lawyer, in any case, struck me as feeble to the point of being ridiculous. He hurried through this plea of provocation, then he too started in about my soul. But I had an impression that he had far less talent than the prosecutor. I too, he said, have closely studied this man's soul, but unlike my learned friend from the prosecution, I have found something there. Indeed, I may say that I have read the prisoner's mind like an open book. What he had read there was that I was an excellent young fellow, a steady, conscientious worker who did his best by his employer, that I was popular with everyone and sympathetic in others' troubles. According to him, I was a dutiful son, who had supported his mother as long as he was able. After anxious consideration, I had reached the conclusion, by entering a home, the old lady would have comforts that my means didn't permit me to provide for her. I am astounded, gentlemen, he added, by the attitude taken by my learned friend in referring to this home. Surely, if proof be needed of the excellence of such institutions, I would need only remember that they are promoted and financed by a government department. I noticed he made no reference to the funeral, and this seemed to be a most serious omission. But, what with his long-windedness, the endless days and hours they had been discussing my soul, and the rest of it, I found that my mind had gone blurred. Everything was dissolving into a greyish watery haze. Only one incident stands out towards the end while my counsel rambled on. I heard the tin trumpet of an ice cream vendor in the street, a small, shrill sound cutting across the flow of words, and then a rush of memories went through my mind. Memories of a life which was mine no longer, and had provided me with the surest, humblest pleasures. Warm smells of summer, my favourite streets, the sky at evening, Marie's dresses and her laugh. The futility of what was happening here seemed to take me by the throat. Felt like vomiting, and I had only one idea: to get it over, to go back to my cell, and sleep, and sleep. Dimly, I heard the counsel making his last appeal. Gentlemen of the jury, surely you will not send to his death a decent, hard-working young man because of one tragic moment he lost his self-control. Is he not sufficiently punished by his lifelong remorse? That is to be his lot. I confidently await your verdict. The only verdict possible, that of homicide with extenuating circumstances. The court rose and the lawyer sat down, looking thoroughly exhausted. Some of his colleagues came to him and shook his hand. You put up a magnificent show, old man, heard one of them say. Another lawyer even called me to witness. Fine, wasn't it? I agreed, but insincerely. I was far too tired to judge if it had been fine or otherwise. Yes, son and son. Meanwhile, the day was ending and the heat was becoming less intense. By some vague sounds that reached me from the streets, I knew that the cool of the evening had set in. We all sat on, waiting. And what we all were waiting for really concerned nobody but me. I looked around the courtroom. It was exactly as it had been on the first day, with the eyes of the journalist in grey and the robot woman. This reminded me that not once during the whole hearing had I tried to catch Marie's eyes. It wasn't that I'd forgotten her, only I was too preoccupied. I saw her now, seated between Celeste and Raymond. She gave a little wave of her hand as if to say at last. She was smiling, but I could tell she was rather anxious. My heart seemed to turn to stone, and I couldn't even return her smile. The judges came back to their seats. Someone read out to the jury very rapidly a string of questions. I caught a word here and there. Murder of malice, afterthoughts, provocation, extenuating circumstances. The jury went out, and I was taken to a little room where I had already waited. My lawyer came to see me. He was very talkative and showed more cordiality and confidence than ever before. He assured me that all would go well, and I'd get off with a few years of imprisonment or transportation. I asked him what were the chances of the sentence getting quashed. He said there was no chance of that. He had not raised any points of law, as this was apt to prejudice the jury, and it was difficult to get a judgment quashed except on technical grounds. I saw his point and agreed. Looking at the matter dispassionately, I shared his view. Otherwise, there would be no end to litigation. In any case, the lawyer said, you can appeal in the ordinary way. I'm convinced the verdict will be favorable. We waited for a while, a good 3/4 of an hour, I should say. Then a bell rang. My lawyer left me saying, the foreman of the jury will read out the answers. You will be called on after that to hear the judgment. Some doors banged. I heard people hurrying down flights of stairs, but couldn't tell whether they were near or distant. Then I heard a voice droning away in the courtroom. When the bell rang again, I stepped back into the dock. The silence of the courtroom closed in round me. And with the silence came a queer sensation when I noticed that for the first time, the journalist kept his eyes averted. I didn't look in Marie's direction. In fact, I had no time to look as the presiding judge had already started pronouncing a rigmarole to the effect that, in the name of the French people, I was to be decapitated in some public place. It seemed to me then that I could interpret the look on the faces of those present. It was one of almost respectful sympathy. The policeman, too, handled me very gently. The lawyer placed his hand on my wrist. I had stopped thinking altogether. I heard the judge's voice asking if I had anything more to say. After thinking for a moment, I answered no. Then the policeman led me out. I think we're on the final part now. Yeah, we're on the final part now. Final section. I have rice balls staring at me. I will have them after this stream finishes. Never call salt. Yeah, never call salt. I have just refused. for the third time to see the prison chaplain. I have nothing to say to him, don't feel like talking, and shall be seeing him quite soon enough. Anyway, the only thing that interests me now is the problem of circumventing the machine, learning if the inevitable admits a loophole. They have moved me to another cell. In this one, lying on my back, I can see the sky, and there is nothing else to see. All my time is spent in watching the slowly changing colors of the sky. As day moves on to night, I put my hands behind my head, gaze up and wait. The problem of a loophole obsesses me. I'm always wondering if there have been cases of condemned prisoners escaping from the implacable machinery of justice at the last moment, breaking through the police cordon, vanishing in the nick of time before the guillotine falls. Often I blame myself for not having given more attention to accounts of public executions. Nice. One should always take an interest in such matters. There's never any knowing what one may come to. Like everyone else, I'd read descriptions of executions in the papers, but technically, books dealing in this subject must certainly exist. Only I'd never felt sufficiently interested to look them up. And in these books, I might have found escape stories. Surely they'd have told me that in one case. Anyhow, the wheels had stopped. That once, if only once, in that inexorable march of events, chance or luck had played a happy part. Just once. In a way, I think that single instance would have satisfied me. My emotion would have done the rest. The papers often talk of a debt owed to society, a debt which, according to them, must be paid off by the offender. But talk of that sort doesn't touch the imagination. No, the one thing that counted for me was the possibility of making a dash for it and defeating their bloodthirsty rights, of a mad stampede to freedom that would anyhow give me the moment's hope, the gambler's last throw. Naturally, all that hope could come to was to be knocked down at the corner of a street or picked off by a bullet in the back. But all things considered, even this luxury was forbidden me. I was caught in the rat trap irrevocably. Try as I might, I couldn't stomach this brutal certitude. Really, when one came to think of it, there was a disproportion between the judgment on which I had, on when that judgment was, there was disproportion between the judgment on which it was based and the unalterable sequence of events starting from the moment when that judgment was delivered. The fact that the verdict was read out at 8 p.m. rather than 5, the fact that it might have been quite different, that it was given by men who changed their underclothes and not credited to so vague an entity as the French people for that matter. Why not to the Chinese or the German people? All these facts seemed to deprive the court's decision of much of its gravity, yet I could but recognize from that moment the verdict was given. Its effects became cogent as tangible. As for example, this wall against which I was lying, pressing my back. Pressing my back to it. When such thoughts crossed my mind, I remembered a story Mother used to tell me about Father. I never set eyes on him. Perhaps the only things I really knew about him were what Mother had told me. One of these was that he'd gone to see a murderer executed. The mere thought of it turned his stomach, but he'd seen it through and, on coming home, was violently sick. At the time, I found my father's conduct rather disgusting, and now I understood. It was so natural. How had I failed to recognize that nothing was more important than an execution? That viewed from one angle, it's the only thing that can genuinely interest a man. And I decided that, if I ever got out of jail, I'd attend every execution that took place. I was unwise, no doubt, even to consider this possibility. For the moment, I'd pictured myself in freedom, standing behind a double rank of policemen on the right side of the line, so to speak. The mere thought of being an onlooker who comes to see the show and can go home and vomit afterwards flooded my mind with a wild, absurd exultation. It was a stupid thing to let my imagination run away with me like that. A moment later, I had a shivering fit, and I had to wrap myself closely in my blankets. But my teeth went on chattering. Nothing would stop them. Still, obviously, one can't be sensible all the time. Another equally ridiculous fancy of mine was to frame new laws, altering the penalties. What was wanted to my mind was to give the criminal a chance, if only a dog's chance. Say 1 chance in 1,000. There might be some drug or combination of drugs which would kill the patient. I thought of him as the patient. 999 times in 1,000. That he should know this was, of course, essential. But after taking much thought, I calmly came to the conclusion that was wrong. That was what was wrong about the guillotine. That what was wrong about the guillotine was that the condemned man had no chance at all. Absolutely none. In fact, the patient's death had been ordained irrevocably. It was a foregone conclusion. If by some fluke the knife didn't do its job, they started again. So it came to this, that, against the grain, no doubt the condemned man had to hope that the apparatus was in good working order. This, I thought, was a flaw in the system, and on the face of it, my view was sound enough. On the other hand, I had to admit it proved the efficiency of the system. It came to this. The man under sentence was obliged to collaborate mentally. It was in his interest that all should go off without a hitch. Another thing I had to recognize was that until now, I had wrong ideas on the subject. For some reason, I always supposed that one had to go up the steps and climb onto a scaffold to be guillotined. Probably that was because of the 1789 revolution, and what I'd learned about it at school and the pictures I'd seen. Then one morning I remembered a photograph the newspapers had featured on the occasion of the execution of a famous criminal. Actually, the apparatus stood on the ground. There was nothing very impressive about it. It was much narrower than I had imagined. It struck me as rather odd. That picture had escaped my memory until now. What had struck me at the time was the neat appearance of the guillotine. Its shining surfaces and finish reminded me of some laboratory instruments. One always has exaggerated ideas about what one doesn't know. Now I had to admit it seemed a very simple process getting guillotined. The machine is on the same level as the man, and he walks towards it as he steps forward to meet someone he knows. In a sense, that too was disappointing. The business of climbing a scaffold, leaving the world below, so to speak, gives something of a man's indignation to get hold of. But as it was, the machine dominated everything. They killed you discreetly, with a hint of shame and much efficiency. There were 2 other things about which I was always thinking: the dawn and my appeal. However, I did my best to keep my mind off those thoughts. I lay down, looked at the sky, and forced myself to study it. When the light began to turn green, I knew that night was coming. Another thing I did to deflect the course of my thoughts was to listen to my heart. I couldn't imagine that this faint throbbing which had been with me for so long would ever cease. Imagination has never been one of my strong points. Still, I tried to picture a moment when the beating of my heart no longer echoed in my head, but in vain. The dawn and very appeal was still there, and I ended up believing it was a silly thing to try to force one's thoughts out of their natural groove. They always came for one at dawn, that much I knew. So really, all my nights were spent waiting for that dawn. Never really liked being taken by surprise. When something happens to me, I want to be ready for it. That's why I got into the habit of sleeping off and on in the daytime, watching through the nights for that first hint of daybreak in the dark dome above. The worst period of the nights was that vague hour when I knew they usually come. Once it was after midnight, I waited, listening intently. Never before had my ears perceived so many noises, such tiny sounds. Still, I must say I was lucky in one respect. Never during any of those periods did I hear footsteps. Mother used to say that however miserable one is... Up. There goes my phone. It lasted like 6 hours. 6 hours of streaming before... Six hours of streaming before my phone gave out. So, rip tracking.
My phone.
Manner of speech. Hi.
You were cracking your phone.
Yes. I am resorting on the backup. So hang on just a moment. Mother used to say that however miserable one is, there's always something to be thankful for. And each morning when the sky brightened and light began to flood my cell, I agree with her. Because I might just as well have heard footsteps and felt my heart shattered into bits. Even though the faintest rustle sent me hurrying to the door and pressing my ear to the rough, cold wood. Hang on, handling my tracking. Oh, guess it doesn't want to track the normal way. Okay, there we go. Back we are, back we are. I listened so intently that I could hear my breathing, quick and hoarse like a dog's panting. Even so, there was an end. My heart hadn't split, and I knew another 24 hours respite. I knew I had another 24 hours respite. Then all day there was my appeal to think about. I made the most of this idea, studying my effects so as to squeeze out the maximum of consolation. Thus, I always began by assuming the worst. My appeal was dismissed. That meant, of course, I was to die. Sooner than others, obviously, but I reminded myself, it's common knowledge that life isn't worth living anyhow, and on a wide view, I could see that it makes little difference whether one dies at the age of 30 or 10, since in either case, other men and women will continue living, and the world will go on as before. Also, whether I died now or 40 years hence, this business of dying had to be got through, inevitably. Still, somehow this line of thought wasn't as consoling as it should have been. The idea of all those years of life in hand was a galling reminder. However, I could argue myself out of it by picturing what would have been my feelings when my term was up, and death had cornered me. Once you're up against it, the precise manner of your death has obviously small importance. Therefore, but it was not hard to lose the thread of the argument leading up to that therefore. I should be prepared to face the dismissal of my appeal. Hey Senti, welcome, welcome. We're near the end of The Stranger. Very near the end, actually. At this stage, but only at this stage, I had, so to speak, the rights, and accordingly, I gave myself leave to consider the other alternative, that my appeal was successful, and then the trouble was to calm down that sudden rush of joy racing through my body and even bringing tears to my eyes. But it was up to me to bring my nerves to heal and steady my mind. But even in considering this possibility, I had to keep some order in my thoughts, so as to make my consolations as regards the first alternative more plausible. When I'd succeeded, I'd earned a good hour's peace of mind, and that, anyhow, was something. Musou was dealt dirty. That's what I can say. Musou was done dirty. Especially in Part 2. Part 1's entirely his fault. Part 2, though, man was done dirty. It was at one of those moments again that I refused to see the chaplain. I was lying down and could mark the summer evening coming on by a soft golden glow spreading across the sky. I had just turned down I just turned down my appeal and felt my blood circulating with slow, steady throbs. No, I didn't want to see the chaplain. Then I did something I hadn't done for quite a while. I fell to thinking about Marie. She did something I hadn't done for she hadn't written for ages. Probably, I surmised, she had grown tired of being the mistress of a man sentenced to death. Or she might be ill or dead. After all, such things happen. How could I have known about it, since apart from our two bodies separated now, there was no link between us, nothing to remind us of each other. Supposing she were dead, her memory would mean nothing. I couldn't feel an interest in a dead girl. This seemed to me quite normal, just as I realized people would soon forget me once I was dead. I couldn't even say that this was hard to stomach, really. There's no idea to which one would get acclimatized in time. My thoughts had reached this point when the chaplain walked in, unannounced. I couldn't help giving a start on seeing him. He noticed this evidently, as he promptly told me not to be alarmed. I reminded him usually his visits were at another hour, and for a pretty grim occasion. This, he replied, was just a friendly visit. It had no concern with my appeal, about which he knew nothing. He had sat down on my bed, asking me to sit beside him. I refused, not because I had anything against him. He seemed like a mild, amiable man. He remained quite still at first, his arms resting on his knees, his eyes fixed on his hands. They were slender but sinewy hands, which he made me think of two nimble little animals. Then he gently rubbed them together. He stayed so long in the same position that for a while I almost forgot he was there. All of a sudden he jerked his head up and looked me in the eyes. "Why?" he asked. "Don't you let me come to see you?" I explained that I didn't believe in God. "Are you really so sure of that?" I said I saw no point in troubling my head about the matter. Whether I believed or didn't was, to my mind, a question of so little importance. He then leaned back against the wall, laying his hands flat on his thighs. Almost without seeming to address me, he remarked he'd often noticed one fancies one is quite sure about something, when in point of fact one isn't. When I said nothing, he looked at me again and asked, "Don't you agree?" This is the "if you're so certain about something, maybe you aren't." Christ. I said that seemed quite possible, but though I mightn't be so sure about what interested me, I was absolutely sure about what didn't interest me, and the question he raised didn't interest me at all. He looked away, without altering his posture, asked if it was because I felt utterly desperate that I spoke like this. I explained that it wasn't despair I felt, but fear, which was natural enough. In that case, he said firmly, "God can help you. All the men I've seen in your position turn to him in their time of trouble." Obviously, I replied, they were at liberty to do so if they felt like it. However, didn't want to be helped, and I hadn't time to work up interest for something that didn't interest me. He fluttered his hands fretfully, then sitting up, smoothed out his cassock. When he was done, he began talking again, addressing me as my friend. It wasn't because I had been condemned to death, he said, that he spoke to me in this way. In his opinion, every man on earth was under sentence of death. There I interrupted him. That wasn't the same thing, I pointed out. And what's more, could be no consolation. He nodded. Maybe. Still, if you don't die soon, you'll die one day. And then the same question will arise. How will you face that terrible final hour? I replied that I'd face it exactly as I was facing it now. Thereat, he stood up and looked me straight in the eyes. It was a trick I knew well. I used to amuse myself trying it on Emmanuel and Celeste. 9 times out of 10, they'd look away uncomfortably. I could see the chaplain was an old hand at it. as his gaze never faltered and his voice was quite steady when he said, "Have you no hope at all? Do you really think that when you die outright and nothing remains?" I said yes. He dropped his eyes and sat down again. He was truly sorry for me. He said, "It must make my life unbearable. It must make life unbearable for a man to think as I did." The priest was beginning to bore me, and resting a shoulder on the wall, just beneath the little skylights, I looked away, though I didn't trouble much to follow what he said. I gathered he was questioning me again. Presently, his tone became agitated, urgent, and I realized he was genuinely distressed. I began to pay more attention. He said he felt convinced my appeal would succeed, but I was saddled with a load of guilt, of which I must get rid. In his view, man's justice was a vain thing. Only God's justice mattered. I pointed out that the former had condemned me. Yes, he agreed, but it hadn't absolved me from my sin. I told him that I wasn't conscious of any sin. All I knew was that I'd been guilty of a criminal offense. Well, I was paying the penalty for that offense, and no one had the right to expect anything more of me. Just then, he had gotten up again, and it struck me that if he wanted to move in this tiny cell, almost the only choice lay between standing up and sitting down. I was staring at the floor. He took a single step towards me and halted, as if he didn't dare to come nearer. He then stood to look through the bars at the sky. "You're mistaken, my son," he said gravely. "There's more that might be required of you, and perhaps it will be required of you." "What do you mean?" "You might be asked to see." "To see what?" Slowly the priest gazed around my cell, and I was struck by the sadness of his voice when he replied, "These stone walls, I know it only too well, are steeped in human suffering. I've never been able to look at them without a shudder, and yet believe me, I am speaking from the depths of my heart. I know that even the wretchedest amongst you have sometimes seen, taking form against that grayness, a divine face. It's that face you are asked to see." Now this roused me a little. I informed him that I'd been staring at those walls for months. There was nobody, nothing in the world I knew better than I knew them. And once upon a time, perhaps, I used to try and see a face. But it was a sun-gold face, lit up with desire. Marie's face. I had no luck. I'd never seen it, and now I'd given up trying. Indeed, I'd never seen anything taking form, as he called it, against those grey walls. The chaplain gazed at me with a sort of sadness. I now had my back against the wall, and light was flowing over my forehead. He muttered some words I didn't catch, then abruptly asked if he might kiss me. I said no. Then he turned, came up to the wall, and slowly drew his hand along it. "Do you really love these earthly beings so very much?" he asked in a low voice. I made no reply. For quite a while, he kept his eyes averted. His presence was getting more and more irksome, and that I was on the point of telling him to go, and leave me in peace. When all of a sudden he swung round on me, and burst out passionately, No. I refuse to believe it. I'm sure you've often wished there was an afterlife." "Of course, I told him. "Everybody has that wish at times. But that had no more importance than wishing to be rich, or to swim very fast, or to have a better shaped mouth. It was in the same order of things. I was going in the same vein, when he cut in with a question. How did I picture life after the grave? I fairly bawled out at him. "The life in which I can remember this life on earth. That's all I want of it." And in the same breath I told him I had had enough of his company. But apparently, he had more to say on the subject of God. I went close up to him and made a last attempt to explain I had very little time left, that I wasn't going to waste it on God. Then he tried to change the subject by asking me why I hadn't once addressed him as father, seeing as he was a priest. That irritated me more still. And I told him he wasn't my father. Quite the contrary, he was on the other's side. No, my son, he said, laying his hand on my shoulder. I am on your side. Though you don't realize it's because your heart is hardened. But I shall pray for you. Then, I don't know how it was, but something seemed to break inside me, and I started yelling at the top of my voice. I hurled insults at him. I told him not to waste his rotten prayers on me. It was better to burn than to disappear. I'd taken him by the neckband of his cassock, and in a sort of ecstasy of joy and rage, poured out on him all the thoughts that had been simmering in my brain. He seemed so cocksure, you see, and yet none of his certainties was worth one strand of a woman's hair. Living as he did, like a corpse, he couldn't even be sure of being alive. He might look surer than he, sure of my present life, and of the death that was coming. And no doubts was all I had. But at least that certainty was something I could get my teeth into, just as it had got its teeth into me. I'd been right. I was still right. I was always right. I'd passed my life in a certain way, and I might have passed it in a different way if I'd felt like it. I'd acted fuss, and I hadn't acted otherwise. If I had done X whereas I had done Y or Z, and what did that mean? That all the time I had been waiting for this very moment, for that dawn, tomorrow's, or another's day, which was to justify me. Nothing had that least importance that I knew quite well why. He too knew why. From the dark horizon of my future, a sort of slow, persistent breeze had been blowing towards me all my life long, from the years that were to come. And on its way, that breeze had leveled out, and all the ideas that people tried to foist on me in the equally unreal years I had been living through. What difference could they make to me, the deaths of others, or a mother's love, or his God, or the way a man decides to live, the fate he thinks he chooses, since one and the same fate was bound to choose not only me, but thousands of millions of privileged people who, like him, called themselves my brothers. Surely he must see that. Every man alive was privileged. There was only one class of men, the privileged class. All alike, would be condemned to die one day. His turn, too, would come like the others. And what difference could it make if, after being charged with murder, he were executed because he didn't weep at his mother's funeral? It all came to the same thing in the end. The same thing for Salamano's wife, and for Salamano's dog. That little robot woman was as guilty as the girl from Paris who had married Masson, or as Marie. Who wanted me to marry her? What did it matter if Raymond was as much my pal as Celeste, who was a far worthier man? What did it matter if at this very moment Marie was kissing a new boyfriend? As a condemned man himself, couldn't he grasp what I meant by that dark wind blowing from my future? I had been shouting so much that I lost my breath. And just then the jailers rushed in and started trying to release the chaplain from my grip. One of them made as if to strike me. The chaplain quietened them, then gazed at me for a moment without speaking. I could see the tears in his eyes. He then turned and left the cell. Once he'd gone, I felt calm again. But all this excitement had exhausted me, and I dropped heavily onto the sleeping plank. I must have had a longish sleep, but when I woke, the stars were shining down on my face. Sounds of the countryside came faintly in, and the cool night air, veined with smells of earth and salt, fanned my cheeks. The marvelous peace of the sleep-bound summer nights flooded through me like a tide. Then, just on the edge of daybreak, I heard a steamer's siren. People were starting on a voyage to a world which had ceased to concern me forever. Almost for the first time in many months, thought of my mother. And now it seemed to me I understood why her life's end she had taken on a fiancé. Why she'd played at making a fresh start. There, too, in that home where lives were flickering out, the dusk came as a mournful solace. With death so near, Mother must have felt like someone on the brink of freedom, ready to start life all over again. No one in the world had any right to weep for her, and I, too, felt ready to start life all over, once again. It was as if that great rush of anger had washed me clean, emptied me of hope, and gazing up at the dark sky, spangled with its signs and stars for the first time, the first I laid my heart open to the benign indifference of the universe. To feel it was so myself indeed, so brotherly, made me realize that I'd been unhappy, that I'd been happy, and that I was happy still. For all to be accomplished, for me to feel less lonely, all that remained to hope was that on the day of my execution, there should be a huge crowd of spectators, and that they should greet me with the howls of execration. The end. Oh god. Some of the prose is a mess, but that might be because it may read better in French. But aside from that, yeah, god. Entire book in one sitting. Well, I can see why this would resonate with... Well, I could see why this would resonate with someone. For me, this probably would have resonated with me if I was maybe 5 years younger, roughly. 5 years younger. Don't mind me piercing through some bubble tea. Ah. I am going to need a lot of time to process that. I am going to need a lot of time to process that. Good fucking lord. Part 1 is very straightforward. It's part 2 that is a lot to take in, at least after the trial. The trial is quite clear. The trial is quite clear cuts. It's just that from section, let's see, from when he is returned to his cell onwards is when things are very, Where does it place on your favorite books from Limbus? Ironically, currently it's below Akutagawa. Ironically, it is currently below Hellscream. I will need to think through it quite a bit before it will probably exceed Hellscream, but currently it is below Hellscream. I haven't read quite a lot of the others. Wuthering Heights still sits on top. Wuthering Heights sitting on top still means that Kanto 6 is like my least favorite. Or one of my least favorites out of like the out of Kantos after 4, I guess. But yeah, I am going to need people to discuss this with, and there are quite a few people that will be discussing with it. Because, yeah, part one, very straightforward. Everything in the trial, very straightforward. It is the continuous mental breakdown that he has in his jail cell, of which is going to need some time. Because me personally, I probably would have preferred the ending if he just had his head cut off, or if his fate was more certain, basically. But the main takeaways is, yeah, he observes many things. He is very observant. Crazy observant, if nothing else. Considering he dresses down a lot of people very quickly. There are things he is very clearly interested in, and things that he very clearly has zero interest in. Many of his emotions are heavily plugged. Very clearly, he doesn't know what romance is necessarily. Very clearly. He gets companionship, he doesn't necessarily get romance. He understands having company, and then he understands the want for company. In fact, through a vast majority of the book, he does have company. It is only when he is isolated in his jail cell does he want for company, and then even then, after a certain amount of time, that company then just gets thrown to the wayside, and he is alone in his thoughts and his experiences. He decidedly picks his own thoughts. There we go. Batter over there put it particularly well. Understands social things on an intellectual level, not an emotional one. The whole trial he is being painted as the Antichrist. Holy hell, the whole trial he is being painted as the Antichrist. None of his actions, at least if this was in the modern day, you'd kind of be seen as a bit of a psychopath, maybe? Sociopath at most. For his actions during his mother's funeral. Not wanting to see the body, not fully mourning, smoking, drinking coffee. Though drinking coffee in this case seems to be a bit foisted on him, so to speak. But that entire trial is very unfair on Musa. There is a clear, distinct lack of understanding, and then beyond there, it comes down to that moment. Why does he plug 4 more bullets into the guy? 1 bullet did the job. Why did he hesitate and plug 4 more? Is the big thing. If he had just straight up plugged 5 into the guy, there wouldn't have been an issue. But he plugs 1, waits just a little, and then plugs the other 4. And that's the part you need to figure, basically. That's the linchpin here. Yeah, he really doesn't understand what he has done. He is beyond understanding at this point. He doesn't feel remorse. He doesn't feel a lot of emotions. It is only towards the end that he eventually just lets out anger and despair. Anger, despair. He has a couple of shrills of happiness here and there, but it's all very bleak for the guy. And if you remember in part 1, he is very much going through the motions. However, there are moments of levity, moments of happiness for the guy. It's just the timing for which is a little funky. Anyhow, in about a day and a half, you'll get a book club with a bunch of people that have also read the book. That'll be streamed over here. Let's see, it'll be in about, not 5, 7 plus 24, in about 31 hours. In the meantime after that, or in the meantime before that, I will probably be putting out a video on the FUM. You'll get to see that when that comes out. I don't think I will edit this down into an audiobook in the end. It is 4 hours and 15 minutes long of me reading this. I'll keep the recording if ever someone does want to go ahead and edit things down, but otherwise, yeah. Let's see, The Stranger. There we go. Oh, yikes. I peaked my mic on a couple parts. Yikes. Ooh, there are some pretty bad peaks in this recording. It's probably from me getting a little too close to the microphone for some parts. That or the old man screaming at his dog, so... Salamo, or whatever his name was. Ah, okay. It's written by a French philosopher, of course it's depressing, yeah. You're right, you're right. The unfortunate part for me is I'm like 1/8 French. Anyway. You can watch me hit the floor for a bit. Otherwise, that concludes the stream. Thank you for anyone who tuned in for the entirety of the stream. It's been 6 hours. I want to have dinner and a nice shower after this.